In episode 1 of Outer Banks, you're introduced to the Pogues, and like any area, there's a rich area and a poor area, and most of them come from the poor area, or I should say the hard-working area. There's JJ, and he's come from a long lineage of people who have made their living from the water. He's also an incredible surfer and probably a future kleptomaniac. Then there's Key. She's an environmentalist and kind of a rich kid. She's the only one in the group who actually comes from money, and her family owns a restaurant that's huge with tourists. Then there's Pope. He's the smartest kid in the group, and he's got a scholarship at the moment. His father was kind of like Red from Shawshank Redemption. If you haven't seen that, please, God, stop this recap and go watch that. But he could get you pretty much anything you needed on the island. And then finally, there's the narrator, John B., a teenager who looks 30 years old with a glistening six-pack, who lives by himself because his dad went missing at sea about 8 months ago, and he's presumed dead. His mom split when he was 3, and his uncle's supposed to be looking out for him, but he's building homes in Georgia, so it's just John B. in this shack by the marsh. And right before John's dad left, he told him that he's going to have to go away for a bit. He might actually have to disappear, so his Uncle T is going to come up and take care of him. And that's one of the reasons why John doesn't believe his dad is dead and refuses to sign a death certificate. Until he sees a body, he's not signing. But his current problem at the moment is DHS, who doesn't believe that his uncle is in the picture at all and thinks he's on his own, which he is. They've scheduled a meeting for the next day, and if they don't talk to his uncle, they're going to put him in a foster home. But luckily for John B., a hurricane hits the island, and it postpones that meeting. And this is a double plus because hurricanes are a great time to go surfing, and John goes out, but while he's out surfing, he sees a boat struggling in the water. John paddles in, goes home, hunkers down for the hurricane, and the next morning he comes out to see the damage. And the entire island has been wrecked, but this is also a really good time to go fishing, so he rounds up the Pogues, and they all head out in the water. But as they're driving the rinky-dink boat, it comes to a stop because they think they hit a sand barge. But then Pope notices, holy shit, there's a boat down there. And upon further inspection, John realizes that's the boat I saw last night, and this boat is a really expensive boat that's probably pretty new as well. When they go down to examine if there's anybody dead down there, all they find is a motel key at the moment. So they want to find out whose boat it is, and they go to the Coast Guard, but the Coast Guard is busy dealing with everybody else. They just simply don't really have time for them. So they say, all right, well, let's go to the motel then. And the motel is a shithole, and this thing was a shithole before the hurricane hit it. And as Key and Pope stay in the boat, John and JJ head up to the room. Initially, when they enter the room, there's really nothing out of the ordinary except a duffel bag. But then they find a safe and they find the combination, and when they open it up, it's full of money, guns, and a manila envelope. They start posing with the gun and laughing about their luck of finding all this money, but unbeknownst to them, 2 cops are also coming up to that room. And at the very last second, Key gets word to them that they need to get out of there, so they jump out the window and stand on the ledge. And they can see the cops inside, and the cops go to the safe, take the envelope, they also take some money for themselves, and they get out of there. When John B. and JJ get back to the boat, they ask him, hey, what did you guys find? And JJ pulls out the gun and a stack of cash. When they get back to the mainland, there's a body that's been found of a guy named Scooter, and Scooter's wife has been looking for him all day, and even went to his employer, a rich guy named Ward Cameron, where he works on his boat. And while Scooter did help with the hurricane preparations, they haven't seen him since, until right now, when he showed up dead. And the group finds out that the boat that they found was Scooter's boat. So when they get back to John's house, they're trying to figure out what to do with the gun and the money, and Key thinks they should give the money to Scooter's widow. But John says no, there's no way. I mean, this guy was a marina rat. How could he possibly afford that kind of boat? I mean, this is a guy that never had more than $40 in his pocket. There's more to this story. And they come to the conclusion that Scooter was probably smuggling because you're not going to do surveillance during a hurricane. He got swept up in the hurricane, the boat sank, and he died. And there's probably a lot of contraband in that boat that's worth grabbing. But Pope tries talking some sense into him, saying, well, if there's contraband in the boat and it belongs to somebody, and if that person comes looking for it, then there's going to be bad consequences. But at the moment, they've decided to just lay low and try to get in that cargo hold of the ship as soon as possible. And one of the ways they lay low is, like every other teenager, they host a kegger. And as they're planning the kegger, the cop that was in that motel room who took the envelope heads to a museum. Because in that envelope, there were pictures in it. And he wants to cross-reference the pictures with a model of a ship because he thinks he's onto something. And the ship just happens to be a ship that sunk in 1829 called the Royal Merchant. And when it sunk, it had $400 million worth of gold on it. And it's kind of been an urban legend around the area. But the cop is looking at the mast of the model and he's looking at the picture he sees, and it's the same thing. So somebody has found this thing. But that night, the kids hold the kegger and they're breaking down the different social classes. There's the Pogues, they're the poor, hard-working group. There are the Kooks, they're the rich kids. And then you have the Torons, which are the tourist kids. And everybody's having a good time until Key notices Sarah Cameron. And Key was best friends with Sarah Cameron in 8th grade, but ever since then they've become enemies. And she's basically like the queen of the Kooks. And John knows Sarah because he works on the same boat that Scooter works on, a boat called My Druthers. And he doesn't have a problem with her, but it seems like he has a problem with her boyfriend because that night a fight breaks out between the two. And it ends with her boyfriend Topper trying to drown John, quote, just like your dad did. But JJ, being a good friend, pulls out the gun and puts it to the back of Topper's head, and that breaks up the fight. He then fires a couple shots in the air and says, says Kook's got to get off our beach, which there probably was a better way to go about that, but it worked. The next morning, John is woken up by the sheriff who's asking about the fight and what he was up to, and her main question is, did you find a boat? And John is sticking to the story that he has no idea what she's talking about and he wasn't in the marsh. Of course, this is all a lie. And she's saying that she can help him out with DHS as long as he's being honest with her. And she demands that he does not go in the marsh because it's a good thing he didn't find a boat. And this works. It scares John into not wanting to go back to that boat because he doesn't think it's worth it. He doesn't want to get put in a foster home. But JJ kind of talks him back into it because Key is rich and she has money, and Pope has a scholarship. But both JJ and John, they're basically the same person. They're broke. And the way JJ sees it, you have nothing to lose, and whatever in that ship can be your way out because they don't send rich kids to foster homes. So John is back on board, literally, because he's got the key to Sarah's dad's boat and they have a bunch of scuba gear in there. So he goes on it and borrows it for the time being. He is caught by Sarah, but she just thinks that he's refueling the tanks, which is something he actually probably should have done. Now he meets his friends at the boat, and they're not supposed to be out in the marsh. In fact, nobody is because the cops are looking for that boat. But then all of a sudden, these two guys show up, and they claim that they're the owners of the boat, and they're going to, quote, help the police. But you know they're bad guys because they're both wearing black shirts, and they're both also wearing jeans, and it's hot outside. But the Pogues sneak out to the wreckage, and they realize, oh shit, none of us know how to scuba. Luckily, though, Pope's read a book, and they all kind of figure it out, and John volunteers to go down. And while he's down there looking for really anything he can find in the cargo, the cops show up wanting to know what these kids are doing out in the marsh when they're not supposed to be there. And as John is coming back up, he notices the cops are there, so he just has to wait in the water. The problem is he's quickly running out of air. Luckily, the cops do leave and John gets back up just in the nick of time. John did find something, and just as they're about to leave, they notice that a boat is coming their way, and nobody's supposed to be out in the marsh, so who the hell are these guys? Of course, they're the bad guys. And they're chasing them down, and they're actually shooting at them. And then Key gets the bright idea to throw a fishing net into the water and jam up their motor, and it works. They get away. And when they get back to John's, they're looking at what they found, and it's this canister that's holding a compass. And nobody's really excited about this find, except for John, who says, holy shit, this was my dad's. In episode 2, John B is convinced that his dad's compass coming back to him is a sign. Early in the morning, he goes to return those scuba tanks to Cameron's boat, but he wakes up Sarah, who is sleeping on it. And he plays it off like her dad told him to do this, but she sees right through the lie and says, okay, well then I'll tell my dad. Because it's bad enough that he stole him, but he didn't even top him off. He begs her not to tell her father, and she says, look, I'm just busting your balls. I'm not going to tell him, don't worry. But unbeknownst to the both of them, her little sister was also in the boat and heard the whole conversation go down. After that, he goes home where there's a Child Protective Services notice on his door, and he goes to sleep. He's awoken by JJ, who's pretending to be Child Protective Services, and scares the shit out of him. And after the initial fright, they both want to know exactly what that compass was doing on Scooter's boat. So they head over to his house to talk to the widow, but they're not the only ones there because those two bad guys are also there. And they're specifically mentioning where is the compass. They wait for the two guys to leave and head on in, and the whole house has been destroyed. They start talking to Scooter's wife about what happened and who are those guys, but she's not giving up any information. John pulls out the compass and asks, does it have anything to do with this? Why was this on Scooter's boat? And she tells him that it wasn't Scooter's fault, but they need to get out of there and not tell a soul that they have that thing, because it's very, very dangerous. The whole time, JJ is trying to convince John to leave, and finally he does because she's not giving up any more information. When John B and JJ get back to Key and Pope, Pope asks, what do these guys look like? And JJ's only description he can think of is that they were burly. Pope kind of rags him about this. He says, look, man, I was under duress. And JJ thinks they're drug dealers, but Pope brushes that theory aside. And JJ says, look, all I know is that they were scaring the shit out of her. And these guys are bad dudes. And the thing they were looking for is a $5 compass that we could have easily pawned off. But that's when John B remembers his father's office that he hasn't gone into since his father left. He opens it up and he goes to the history of the compass, because that compass has been passed down through the lineage of his family. But everybody who's had it has died, and not of natural causes. And his father had mentioned that there was a secret compartment that you could keep messages in, and sure enough, John B finds it. And scratched into the compass is the word Redfield. So it seems like John B has his first clue. It's also worth mentioning that his dad was kind of obsessed with the Royal Merchant. I mean, this entire office is littered with theories and maps and diagrams, and his dad was basically an historian for the thing. But John B doesn't have much time to think about that clue because the two guys have shown up at his place. And they start tearing the place apart, but eventually they make it to the office. Luckily, though, the group has snuck out the window and into the chicken coop. And in that chicken coop, they watch these guys just pile all the information out of his office and into their truck. Now, on the rich side of the island, Topper is vowing to get vengeance against JJ for pulling a gun on him. But when he talks to Sarah's little sister, Wheezy tells him she's cheated on every single boyfriend she's ever had, and you're next. Weezy lets him know that Sarah was flirting with John B. earlier this morning when he was bringing back the tanks that he quote-unquote borrowed. This enrages Topper, and he says those Pogues are dangerous because they pulled a gun on me. But Sarah doesn't see like that because he threw the first punch. The two have a fight that ends when Sarah gets up and leaves. And his feeling is, I'm trying to protect you, while her feeling is, what do you want me to do? John B. works on my dad's boat. And as Topper is leaving their place, he runs into her dad, Ward, and Ward says, hey, how's everything going with you and your family in the storm? By the way, I heard somebody pulled a gun on you. Is that true? And Topper says, yeah, you know, these Pogues, they're just dangerous people. In fact, you actually have one of them working for you, John B. Ward asks, he's not the guy who pulled the gun on you, right? And he says, no. It's just he has a tendency of borrowing equipment. If I were you, I would just make sure everything's nailed down. Now, with the bad guys gone, the group makes it out of the chicken coop, and John B. thinks he knows what that clue means, so they head to the Redfield lighthouse. The lighthouse is closed, so as John and Key head up to it, Pope and JJ stay down low to look out for cops. They knock on the door, and the park ranger lets them know that it's closed, but they say, we're not here for a tour, we're here for the Royal Merchant. And this guy is a Royal Merchant fanatic. And as this guy is showing them where it could have crashed and his theories and even where he thinks it currently is located, John B. finally pulls out the compass and says, look, does this mean anything to you? Because this was my dad's, and everything that you're saying, he said. So if you have something you can give me or something you know, please tell me because I haven't seen him in months. But all of a sudden, the chatty Cathy park ranger just shuts up and is very, very quiet. John B. gets more and more agitated and is pressing him for information, but the park ranger just grabs his radio and says, hey, can you call the cops? I have 2 kids on drugs up here. John tries to wrestle the radio away from his hand, but ends up shoving his hand in a glass and cutting it up. As John and Key make it down, they see the cops, and they also see JJ and Pope driving away, so they're on their own. They do make it out of there, and as they're walking back, John is convinced that he's on to something, but Key doesn't see it like that. She thinks he's just fabricating stories and trying to see what he wants to see. And she gets it because he misses his dad, but she tells him, I think you're losing it, and she goes in for a hug. Although he doesn't want a hug, he kisses her at the behest of JJ earlier in the episode, who was telling him, dude, she's into you, but she wasn't. And he read the moment wrong. And as he's apologizing and she's claiming he's fine, the cops do end up catching up with him and arresting John. But before they do, John gets the compass to Key. He's brought in front of the sheriff, and the sheriff tells him, I want to help you with CPS, but now you're actually committing legit crimes. You're trespassing, you're assaulting people. And then she levels with him and says, look, I know you found the wreckage. I know you have the compass. So give it to me or I'm going to have to charge you with something. But John is sticking to his story. I don't have the compass. I don't even know what you're talking about. And she can help him with Child Protective Services, and she wants it because it's an open investigation, but John isn't giving it to her. Luckily for John B., he's bailed out by Key's dad, but Key's dad doesn't exactly like him. He's pissed. And as soon as he gets out, Key gives him back the compass. He heads to the marina where he runs into Ward Cameron, and Ward says, look, man, it's been a tough year for you. I know that, and I feel like I've tried to help you. I told you, if you ever needed anything, you could come to me. So I gotta ask you one question. Did you take equipment from my boat yesterday? And John comes clean and says, yes, I did, and starts making excuses, but Ward says, it doesn't even matter. That's not the point. John, I'm sorry. I gotta let you go. And John hunts down Sarah and says, hey, thanks a lot for keeping my secret from your dad. He just fired me. I know a job isn't important to you people, but some people rely on a job to actually eat. Of course, Sarah has no idea what he's talking about because she did keep a secret. As John is walking back to his house, he runs into those 2 guys in the SUV, and they want him to get in there at gunpoint, but John just runs away. They chase after him, and as John is trying to avoid him, he tries to hop a fence, but the fence has a down wire on it, and when John tries to hop it, he gets electrocuted. As the guy is inching closer and closer towards him, that sheriff shows up and saves his ass. She once again reminds him that it's a lot safer if he just gives the compass to her than anybody else, and he forks it over. So John heads home, and at this point, he's going to stop being in denial and just start picking up the pieces and move on with his life. And as he's taking all the stuff out that those guys trashed from his place in his dad's office, he's burning it, but he notices that there's a clue. He goes to round up the troops and drives them to a cemetery because he realized that Redfield isn't a place, it's a name, and it's the maiden name of his great-great-grandmother. And as they're trying to get the tomb open, a copperhead snake slithers out, and now they're kind of freaked out. But they also can't budge that tomb door anymore. The only person that can fit through it is Key, and she agrees to go in. And she finds something and says, oh my god. In episode 3, Key finds a FedEx package in the crypt that is addressed to John. And when they get back to John's place, there is a map with coordinates and an X on it, and also a tape recorder with his dad on it. And his dad is apologizing for the way things ended and telling him that it'll all be worth it, and hopefully one day they're listening to this in Costa Rica, but if not, he'll see him on the other side. When the tape ends, John just starts bawling his eyes out as Key consoles him. John is able to get it together, and the group spends the rest of the night talking about how they plan on spending their $400 million. The next day, they need to find out where those coordinates are, and since the hurricane took out the power on their side of the island, they head on over to the Pogues side of the island and sneak into a hotel. They end up using the internet, and thanks to Google Maps, they end up locating where the coordinates are and find out that it's about 900 feet deep to the bottom. And luckily, JJ knows just what they need to get down there, because the junkyard that his dad used to work for has a drone submarine that they can use. But one issue is that JJ's dad no longer works there, and they're going to have to, quote-unquote, borrow it. So they devise a plan where Kia's going to distract the security guard at the salvage yard while the group sneaks in. Kia's going to pretend that her tire is flat, and as he's fixing it, the group sneaks in, but the problem is that the door is locked to the place that's holding the sub. As they're trying to figure out how exactly they're to get around the lock, a dog shows up and starts barking wildly. The security guard hears the dog, but Kia distracts him even more. She goes to let air out of the other tire to buy her group a little bit more time, but the security guard catches her and figures out what's going on. The group scatters, and the security guard goes to meet up with the dog where he's barking up to a boat. Security guard warns that who's ever up there, you better come down or I'm going to shoot, but JJ comes clean and says, "It's just me, man. My dad told me to get in here and get the blowtorch. I didn't want to do it, but if I don't get it, he's going to beat me again." And JJ puts on a really convincing act as he's kicked out. But this bought John B enough time to get into that building and borrow the drone. Now, the Kooks spent their day doing a beach cleanup where they passed the time by passing around vodka mixed with Crystal Light. Everybody's taking some, including Sarah's little sister Wheezy, and this is the first time she's ever drinking. At the cleanup, Topper and Sarah are acting how it was ridiculous the way John acted towards her, but Topper never comes clean that it was him who let her dad know that he was borrowing equipment. When Sarah and Wheezy get home, Wheezy is throwing up because she took way too much of that vodka, and she begs Sarah, please don't tell her dad, and Sarah says, "I won't, as long as you cover for me when I sneak out with Topper tonight." And as Sarah's leaving, she overhears an argument between her dad and her older brother Rafe. Her dad is reaming out Rafe because he was supposed to have generators ready for this exact moment, but he doesn't. And her dad is disappointed in Rafe and just thinks he's kind of being a loser who's just living off of the family money. Rafe finds this whole conversation annoying and reassures their dad that he will get the generators. As he goes to figure out how to do so, he passes by Sarah, says, "I told you never should have bought that bike with the generator money." He heads on over to the rougher side of the island and goes to a drug dealer where he gets some cocaine. Although he doesn't have the money to buy it, but tells the drug dealer, "I'll have the money back to you within 2 days. You know I can get rid of this stuff. I'll even give you my bike as collateral." The dealer says, "That's fine, but just know that you better have it back within 2 days, because if you screw me over, you're not just screwing me over, you're screwing over other people." And that night he takes the cocaine to the party that Sarah was sneaking out to go to with Topper. At that party, Sarah and Topper start fooling around, and she lets him know that she's ready to have sex, and as they're about to do so, he tells her that he loves her, and she pulls back and decides, maybe I'm not ready. And while she doesn't exactly say it was because he told her that he loves her, I just don't know if it was a coincidence. Topper's kind of pissed off as he heads downstairs and sees the group doing cocaine, and Rafe asks him if he wants to do a bump, and since he's not getting laid, he decides, what the hell, and he does his first bump of cocaine. That same night, a fishing vessel comes in and caught 2 dead bodies in their fishing nets. And they call the sheriff up and ask the sheriff if they know these 2 guys, and it was the 2 bad guys that were chasing the group through the marsh and who tore up John B's house. The next day, as the Pogues are testing out the drone, Pope makes mention that with this much slack, the wrong weather could take this thing all over the place. And that's unfortunate because the weather that day is not supposed to be good, so they're going to have to delay their dive. As the group goes their separate way, John B is at his house looking at the map, and Sarah shows up to set the record straight that she did not tell her dad about John B taking the equipment. And while she doesn't know who told her dad, it wasn't her. Pope and JJ, meanwhile, go to deliver groceries for Pope's dad on the rich side of the island. And one of the stops forces Pope to walk through a golf course that currently has Rafe and Topper playing on it. And Rafe spots Pope and says, "Hey, what's that Pogue doing on our side of the island?" Which is pretty obvious, he's delivering groceries. And initially Topper says, "Look, man, don't worry about it." But Rafe says, "Dude, they put a gun to your head." So both of them jump Pope pretty badly, taking a 9-iron to his back, and steal a 6-pack of beer and ruin all the groceries. When JJ meets up with Pope back at the boat, JJ is thrilled because he just made $100 in tips, but Pope is silent, and it doesn't take too long for JJ to realize he just got mugged. Pope lets him know exactly what happened, and JJ says, "Well, what are you going to do about it?" So the two head over to Topper's brand new, very expensive boat, and Pope swims on over to it and takes the plug out, basically sinking the thing. When Pope gets back to his own boat, he tells JJ, "We can never tell a soul we did this," because Pope is worried that if word gets out that he did it, he'll lose his scholarship. The two then head over to go meet up with Key and John, who are surfing, and Key tells John, "Hey, remember the time you kissed me?" He says, yeah, I do. She goes, "Did you tell JJ about that?" He goes, "Well, I had to because, it's funny. You rejected me." She says, "I didn't reject you. It was just the worst timing in the world." The next day, though, the group heads on out to try to find the merchant, and as the drone is sinking to the bottom, the weather is getting worse and worse and worse. Luckily, though, it doesn't take long after the drone does hit the bottom for them to find the merchant. Upon further review, though, in episode 4, somebody got to the gold first, and the group is very frustrated. Nobody more so than John B, and when he heads back home, he's greeted by CPS, DHS, who's ever there to take him. And his case agent has brought a cop to escort him out of his property. He gathers some stuff and is put in a cop car, and he's looking at a picture of his dad, but he lets that picture float out the window. Immediately, he starts pleading with them to stop the car and go get the picture because it's his last remaining picture of his father. And while the cop says no chance, the case agent says no, let's do it. And then John begs her to go let him help because the cop has no idea where the picture is. Once again, she agrees, and as soon as she unlocks the car door, John B makes her run for it. He steals a kid's bike and is trying to get away, but then he hits a chain and flies off the bike. He's kind of banged up, but luckily for him, Sarah Cameron is there to see him, and he says, hey, can you take me to a hospital? He really just wants to get away from the cops, and as soon as she drives away, he has her go to that street, he picks up the picture of his dad, and then says, don't take me to the hospital, just take me to your house. She sneaks him past her dad and into his office where she starts patching him up. As Sarah's patching him up, he sees a picture on a wall of a black guy and asks, hey, who's the dude on the wall? And she says, that's Denmark Tanny, he owned the place. John says, how did a former slave come to own this entire place? And she lets him know that he paid for the entire place in gold and ended up buying up slaves all over the place. And then he realizes that he recognizes that name because it was on the crew manifest for the merchant. And while slaves weren't mentioned in the crew, John's dad got the actual manifest and saw his name. So while nobody was supposed to have survived this crash, Denmark Tanny apparently did. And it doesn't take a genius to put two and two together and figure out who has the gold. John asks Sarah, what else do you know about this guy? And she lets him know that we found a bunch of his stuff when we moved in, but my dad donated it to the archives at Chapel Hill. John asks if he can see it, and she says sure, but John wants to go right then and there. And she can't figure out why all of a sudden he wants to go to the archives at Chapel Hill because of this guy. John won't tell her why he wants to go, and she says, well, then I'm not going, and you need me to get in. So John doesn't really have a choice. When they get to the marina, the ferry is sold out and they have to sneak onto a tugboat to get off of the island to Chapel Hill. So as those two are busy on their way to Chapel Hill, Topper and his mom are busy getting the boat out of the water. And the guy who's getting the boat out lets him know that it's going to be about 30 grand to fix and insurance won't cover it because it's operator error. And immediately Topper swears it wasn't him, but his mom doesn't buy it. And as he's working now with his friends, everybody knows that it must have been the Pogues and Pope in particular. So they park outside of Pope's dad's place, and as soon as Pope comes out, they mean mug the shit out of him, and it scares Pope and he runs straight to JJ. And JJ tells him, look man, if they come at you, you look them square in the eye and you deny until you die. Speaking of death, the autopsy came back for those two guys that were found in the ocean, and it's being listed as a homicide. And this is the first homicide that the Outerbanks have had in quite some time. The cop lets the sheriff know that he found some stuff about the merchant on these guys, and he also found some stuff on the merchant in Scooter's motel room. And she makes mention that these were the guys that were chasing John B., which leads the cop to wonder maybe he finally upped his crime log to the big leagues. The sheriff then heads to the coroner to get an explanation on why he's listing it as a homicide. And it's not like he wanted to, and initially he did think that it was just man overboard, but he gives all of the reasons why, and sure enough, it looks like these guys were set up to look like it was an accident, but were actually murdered. At this point, though, Sarah and John have gotten off the ferry, and they're looking pretty raggedy, and they're not going to be allowed in the archives looking the way that they are. So Sarah drags John to this fancy clothing store to get more adult-looking clothes, but John doesn't want any part of it, and he can't afford it. Sarah says, don't worry about it, I'll sugar mama you. And the two are just dressed in white privilege. They decide they probably should have some aliases, so John's going to go by Vlad from Vienna, and she's going to be Valerie from Montreal. And right before they leave the clothing store, John says, why did you come? And she says, well, because I'm 16 and I know what the rest of my life is going to be like, and I needed some adventure. As they're walking over to the archives, she makes mention that her dad went there and her grandfather went there, and that everyone would be disappointed if she didn't get in. She then asks John B. about his college aspirations, but he says, yeah, I haven't really thought about it. She then gets a phone call from her dad, who she told she was sleeping over a friend's house. And the two start role-playing about a conversation between her and John's playing her dad. And when John, who's playing her dad, says, wow, he sounds like a real smooth operator, she says, no, he's not. He's clumsy, he uses finger guns way too much, and he has no idea when to make a move. And yet John still doesn't make a move. Take a clue, man. Right before they actually enter the archives, she wants some answers and says, all right, before we enter, I need to know why we're here. And John tells her, I'm on a treasure hunt, to which she doesn't believe initially, but by the look on his face realizes, oh my god, he's actually serious. They head on into the archives and start looking at the stuff, and there's a newspaper article defining that he was lynched because he was freeing too many slaves. There's a book that has all the birthdays of his family members. There's even a picture of the gold to which he paid for the house with, and it is in fact English gold. And then there's this letter that was written the day he died in this Creole language that neither of them speak, so John takes a picture of it to get translated later. Because they find it really interesting that on the day that this guy died, he decided to write a letter to his oldest child. They end up spending the night in Chapel Hill, although we have no idea where they stayed. That same night, Pope, Key, and JJ head to a movie in a park, but it's in the rich area, and Pope and JJ are kind of nervous that they're going to run into the kooks. And sure enough, they do. And when they try to sneak away to go to the bathroom, the kooks end up finding them, and they're outnumbered and a fight breaks out. And Pope and JJ are getting their ass kicked because it's like 5-on-2. Key tries to break it up and goes into JJ's backpack and finds the gun, but thinks otherwise of it and grabs the lighter instead, and lights the movie screen on fire. This immediately causes panic in the park and the fight breaks up. The next day, the cop goes to Topper and his mom and shows her surveillance video of a guy jumping off the boat who seemingly sabotaged it and sunk it. And they can clearly see the boat that he was swimming to was registered to Pope's dad's. The mom asks what's the next course of action, and the cop explains how Pope is 16 years old, so if they want to press charges, it could go to trial and he could be arrested and charged for it. And the cop is kind of alluding to that's a little bit of a harsh punishment, don't press charges, but the mother insists. Topper unknowingly has a bigger issue because his girlfriend is heading back to the Outer Banks with John B, and she is flirting hard. They're both talking about how neither of them really knew each other before this day, and their preconceived notions of each other could not be more wrong. When they get back to the Outer Banks, it seems like they're both going to go their separate ways, but John says, no, I can't do this. I can't pretend that yesterday didn't happen. I can't pretend that yesterday wasn't the best day of my life, and I can't pretend that when I see you, I'm no longer going to think differently. I'm going to say, hey, there's Sarah Cameron. And as he's kind of pleading his case, she runs back, says, shut up, and they start making out. She breaks away and says, we live on a small island, so we got to be careful. And Wheezy, her little sister's prediction that she would cheat on Topper, comes to fruition. Now, while John B did just snag himself an insanely hot chick, I looked it up, she's 22 in real life, it's not weird that I say that, one of his best friends is about to get arrested because the cop walks into Pope's dad's place armed with a warrant and takes him in, and the entire time Pope is mortified because he's just thinking about his entire life going down the drain for this crime. And as his dad and JJ and Key are begging the cop not to take him in, right before he's actually put in the cop car, JJ screams, I did it. And to the surprise to everybody there, JJ takes the fall for it, because Pope has a lot more to lose than JJ. And initially, Pope doesn't even want to allow him to do this, but JJ continues to say that he did it, and the cuffs are taken off Pope and put on JJ, and JJ is thrown in jail. And the last scene is we get to see a glimpse of the guy who murdered those two people, because he has the weapon which they were murdered with, and he has the compass. In episode 6, the sheriff is reading off JJ's rap sheet, and it's pretty serious this time. He's looking at doing legitimate time. But then she puts the pictures of the two dead guys and asks if he knows anything about it. He looks at him and says, those are the two guys that were chasing us through the marsh, and they broke into John B's house, but other than that, I don't know anything. And she tells him that whoever murdered those two guys, she thinks is going to go after John B next, so it's imperative that he go and talk to her. She then leaves the office and tells the cop to go put eyes on John B's house. JJ's bailed out by his dad, and when his dad finds out that he's going to have to pay $30,000 for that boat, he gets pissed off. So pissed off that when he gets JJ in the car, he beats the shit out of him. He continues to berate him at home until he finally falls asleep in a drunken stupor. When JJ finally comes out of his room, he actually points the gun at his dad who's sleeping, but he can't pull the trigger. He just leaves for John B's house. John B, meanwhile, heads to the high school where, amazingly, in the middle of July, there just happens to be a teacher there who speaks that Creole language that John B needs translated. And the letter is from Tanny to his son, written on the day that Tanny died, and it's basically saying how he knows that they're coming for him, and he's proud about the work he did freeing the slaves, and how he's looking forward to seeing his son in the afterlife. After that, there's a list of chores that he wants his son to do on the plantation, and the last one is to harvest the wheat near the water. And there's even an emblem of wheat on the bottom of the letter, and that emblem matches the same emblem that was on the gold that he paid for the house with. So John B thinks that is his clue. He thanks the teacher, who apparently doesn't know what a summer vacation is, and heads home. When he's walking up to his place, JJ grabs him and says, dude, somebody's looking at this house. They sneak around the back and grab his boat and escape. And when they get to solid ground, JJ is trying to convince him to leave, but now it's John's turn to try to convince JJ to stay, because John's still going after this gold, and he tells JJ, I think $400 million can take care of the restitution. So while John B was trying to convince JJ to stay, the sheriff goes to meet with that mystery man who killed those two guys. He's got the compass, and he's highlighted everybody who ever lived there with the last name Redfield. And she lets him know, hey, I appreciate the help in the past, but from now on, I'm going to do my job. So she knew who killed him the entire time. Most of the Outer Banks, rich or poor, is getting ready for this Midsummer party at this country club. And even though Sarah was looking forward to this for about a year because her dad's getting some big award, she no longer wants to go because she has to go with Topper. And John B is obviously her flavor of the week. But she's not the only one who doesn't want to go because Key's being forced to go and she just doesn't fit that lifestyle. But both girls are dragged to the party against their will, and at the party, Pope is actually working it with his dad. John B and JJ show up at the event because John B wants JJ to get a note to Sarah. And as soon as Sarah showed up at this event, Topper grabbed her and wanted to talk about where she was the other day and really starts interrogating her. Sarah tries to play it off like it was nothing and she wasn't with anybody, but she's not giving him any details, and it's obvious that there's something wrong in their relationship. JJ dresses up like a waiter and sneaks into the event and gets that note to Sarah, which tells her to meet John B by the bag check because John B needs the original map of Tanny Plantation. As JJ is trying to get out of there, he ends up running into the Kooks and makes a break for it because it's 5-on-1. He runs to the party and into the men's locker room, and it's a dead end and the Kooks grab him. Just as they're about to rough him up, security breaks it up. They grab JJ and kick him out of the event, but he's not the only one to go because Pope and Key leave the event as well. So John, Key, Pope, and JJ head off and make a bonfire, and John B tells them about his discoveries. And while Pope was reluctant to believe it at first, now he's all in. He lets them know that he's going to meet Sarah at midnight at the Hawk's Nest, and everyone's cool with it except for Key, who absolutely hates Sarah. John B lets her know that he's really just using her, but that's far from true. And Key tells him, you don't know her like I know her. She's going to end up using you and getting her way. Sarah does come through, though. She goes into her dad's office and grabs the map of the property, but she is caught by her dad, and her dad finds it weird that she's suddenly taking an interest in the property. He asks if it's for school, and she says no, but it is for a mystery boy that I can't tell you about. When she leaves his office, he moves the painting of Denmark Tanny and reveals the safe. And in that safe was John B's dad's compass. So Ward Campbell was the one that killed these guys. Sarah heads out to the Hawk's Nest to meet up with John B, and John B drives over there with his group, but he says, hey, I'm just going to go up there if it's cool. And once again, everybody's cool with it except Key, who finds this weird and might possibly be a little insecure. Topper, however, has been drinking all night and he's with his boys and wants to make one last plea to Sarah to try to win her back. He sneaks into the Cameron house and up to her bedroom, and he's telling her how he doesn't want to break up and how he loves her. The only problem is Sarah's not in the bed, it's her younger sister Wheezy. And when Wheezy turns over, he is freaked out. And while Wheezy was sworn to secrecy, Topper ends up getting the truth out of her of where Sarah is. So as Sarah and John B are at the top of this observation deck and Sarah is giving him the map, Sarah lets him know, I'm going to break up with Topper, and the two are making out. Unaware, of course, that Topper is down below watching this all go down. So when Topper finally gets all the way up to the observation deck, he is pissed and a fight breaks out. Not like a legit fight, just pushing and shoving, but the wood on the observation deck is a little rotted out, and when Topper pushes John B, he ends up crashing through it and falls to the beach. Sarah frantically runs to John B and starts screaming for help, and the Pogues end up hearing it and running over. They find Sarah clutching John B's body, and as they run to go get help, Sarah is crying and kissing John B, and Key is watching this all go down shocked. They take John B to a hospital, and when he wakes up, Sarah's right there. She lets him know that he has a concussion and a broken wrist, and then Ward shows up. Ward tells him that Sarah told him that John B was protecting her, and he apologizes to John B for firing him, saying, sometimes I have a short temper. Then he tells John B that he would like to be his legal guardian, and John B says, yeah, that's awesome. And Ward looks at him and says, all right, then welcome to the family. In episode 6, John is taken to his new home, the Cameron household, and Ward asks him, hey, Sarah needed a map for you. Please tell me you're not going after gold like your old man. But John lies to him and says, no, I'm not. I'm just a history buff. I probably got that from him. Don't worry. Later that day, he goes to hang out with his friends who definitely do not approve of his relationship with Sarah, especially Key. But he explains, look, Sarah got us the map, and without that, we would have nothing. So they start looking at that map. And the thing with the map is, back when it was originally drawn, Tanny Plantation was basically the entire island. So all he needs to do is find that one spot that he was talking about. The problem is, when they do find that one spot, it's owned by a woman who apparently killed her husband. And this is an urban legend that's been passed around through the Outerbanks, but JJ says, no, I know for a fact it's true. Because her daughter used to babysit me. And when her daughter was 6 years old, she heard her parents fighting, but then all of a sudden it just stopped. She came downstairs and her mother's hands were covered in blood as she was washing them. The next day, the mom told her daughter that her parents were splitting up and she never saw her dad again. But what she did see was her mother continuously going to the parlor and bringing out plastic bags. And then one night when she went to use the bathroom, she looked down and she saw her father's head just staring back at her. Now, most of the group does not believe this, but JJ is 100% certain that this woman chopped up her husband. So they have to tread pretty gingerly on her territory. But at this point, she's really old and the property is very unkempt. So all they need to do is just look for water. The problem is, they're not finding any. The only place they haven't searched is the house basement. So they go down there, but there's no water. There's just a bunch of mosquitoes. But that gets Pope wondering, why are there a bunch of mosquitoes down here when there's no water? Because mosquitoes breed in stagnant water. And the group is standing on a bunch of 2x4s, and Pope picks up a rock and drops it in between the 2x4s, and sure enough, there's water down below. When they take off those 2x4s, what they were actually standing on was the entrance to a well. So as the group was trying to find Parcel 9, the sheriff headed over to Scooter's widow's house to try to get some answers. She typed in the coordinates from Scooter's boat to see where he was going, and he was going to this desolate remote island that nobody goes to. She wants to know why, but Scooter's widow isn't giving her any information, so she decides to head there on her own with her partner. And they start looking over the island really just to find anything out of the ordinary. And what they find looks like the set of Castaway along with John's dad's glasses. Sarah, meanwhile, gets a visit from Topper, who tries one last plea to try to win her back, saying, I love you and this was supposed to be our summer, but she just doesn't want to hear it. When she blows him off, Topper blows a gasket and starts calling her a slut in her own house, and this alerts Ward, who jacks him up, choking him, and throws him out of the house. And this is really the first mean streak we've seen of Ward, although it won't be the last. The home visits continue in the Cameron household as Rafe gets a visit from the drug dealer Barry looking for his money, but Rafe doesn't have it. And Barry wants to know, why do you have all this nice stuff, but you don't have my money? Rafe reassures him, man, just give me another couple days, I'll get it to you. But Barry ends up grabbing his arm, burning it on the tailpipe of his bike, and taking that along with him and saying, you got 3 days. So needing to figure out a way to pay back the drug dealer, Rafe sneaks into his dad's office, goes into the safe and grabs some money. But when he closes it, Ward is standing there wanting to know what the hell he's doing. Rafe explains and the two drive on over to the drug dealer's house, and Ward throws him the money and says, there, we're even. But the drug dealer starts poking fun at Rafe and Ward, saying he's 19 years old and you're his little babysitter. But Ward finally hears enough and just starts beating the shit out of him. Rafe gets out of the car and is witnessing his dad just rail on this guy. And Rafe promises he'll pay back his dad, but his dad says, no, you won't, because you're a liar and a thief, and you're not trustworthy, and I can't have you in my house, so don't come back. At this point, though, John, Key, Pope, and JJ have gotten back from the house, and John can't wait to tell Sarah that they actually found the location of the gold. He invites her to come hang out with him that night and discuss their next plan of option, but Sarah says, are you sure they're going to be cool with this? And John says, yeah, don't worry about it. But when they actually go to hang out, none of them are cool with it, especially Key. She is infuriated. Key actually gives him an ultimatum saying it's either her or me because I'm not staying if she's here. But John says, I'm not picking. I pick both of you guys, which backfires because they both end up leaving. And JJ is amazed at how awful John played that while Pope goes to console Key. She's sitting on the dock crying about this, and she explains to Pope that when she started at the private school, Sarah was her best friend. In fact, the first day, they saved sea turtles together, and it was the best day of her life. But then shortly after that, Sarah turned on her like she does with everybody. And John is simply going to have to choose, but Pope looks at her and says he's too stupid for that. But I'll tell you right now, if it were up to me, it would be no competition. I know who I'd choose. Pope walks back to the house where John and JJ are waiting for a report, and he says, yeah, she thinks you're an idiot. So they concoct a plan to get both girls together to try to bury the hatchet. They trap Sarah in the hull of a boat while luring Key on there, saying that it's broken and they need her help. But as soon as she gets on the boat, they jump off and drive away, saying, you guys can figure out your differences. We'll be back in the morning. They were nice enough to leave food and weed, but both girls are pissed that they're stuck with one another. They end up lighting up that joint, but after a few hours, Key finally says, all right, why did you do it? I was your best friend, and I had to find out that you were having a party on Instagram? What did I do to you? I mean, you let that rumor float around school that I broke up the party by calling the cops, and you never even had the courtesy to ask me if I did it. And Sarah says, well, who else would have done it? You were the only one not there. And she says, exactly, why wasn't I there? And Sarah goes on to explain that when people get really close to her, she feels trapped and she just bails, and that's what happened with Key. She apologizes and says that she misses Key and asks if they can ever be friends again, and Key says, I don't know. But Key does eventually apologize for calling the cops. As they try to go to sleep that night, Key says, hey, please don't bail on John B. because he really, really likes you. And Sarah says, no, I won't. Don't worry. The next day, though, when the guys come to pick them up, they both agree not to let the guys know that this plan actually worked. So when the guys ask how it went, they said it didn't, but we've agreed to work together. So that night, the group heads to the house to try to find the gold, but there's motion sensor lights that trip. And Sarah says, we'll just flip the breaker. It's on the porch. I used to play hide and go seek here when I was a kid. And Key decides to go with her. But when they get to the porch, the breaker is no longer on the porch. Now it's in the house. They break into the house, find the breaker, and flip it. And as soon as the breaker is flipped, the guys head on into the basement and start going to work. The girls, for whatever reason, don't get the hell out of there. And as the guys are slowly guiding John B down the well, the rope slips and he ends up falling pretty far. He ends up making a lot of noise, which wakes up the old woman in the house, and she starts coming down the steps, and the girls still don't get the hell out of there. The girls end up making a break for it, but everywhere they turn, it seems like the woman has boarded up the house. So there's not many exits they can choose. John, meanwhile, has reached the bottom of the well and thinks he's found something with his foot, but when he goes down to get it, he finds a human jawbone, and he is freaked out. He frantically starts screaming, get me the hell out of here, and he even starts clawing to get up the well, but when he does, a bunch of bricks fall down, and it actually reveals another tunnel to another room. He decides to take that, and sure enough, he finds the gold. At this point, the girls have made their way out of the house and into the basement, but so is that old woman, and now she's armed with a shotgun. Luckily for the group, though, she's blind, and everybody makes it out of there unscathed and unshot. And as they're driving away, John pulls out a gold bar, and the group starts freaking out because they made it, and they're rich. In episode 7, John is telling Sarah about their plan to melt down some of those gold bars, take it to a pawn shop, and just get some of the money. And as he's telling her this, Ward is in the house, but he's listening in on the conversation, and he knows that John found the gold. So he interrupts their conversation and says, hey, what are you guys up to? And they say nothing. And he says, okay, well, tomorrow I'm going to take John fishing. Sarah tries to interject saying we have plans, but when he asks her, yeah, what are the plans? She can't think of any, and it's set in stone. The two are going to go fishing the next day. And of course, the plan is to go get the rest of the gold, but that is now put on hold. But the group takes that gold, melts it down into a blob, and takes it to a pawn shop, and they've elected JJ to go in and bargain with the woman because he's a really good liar. At first, she doesn't believe this is actual gold. But then after doing all the testing, she realizes, holy shit, this thing actually is real. The woman goes to her boss, who just so happens to be Barry, the drug dealer, and asks, I got kids out there with 7 pounds of gold. What do you want me to do with it? So she comes back and offers JJ $50,000, and he says, I'm not taking that. I know the market value is $140, which she reminds him, you're in a pawn shop. You're not getting that. They settle on $70, but she says, I don't have that money with me right now. You're going to have to take a traveler's check. And JJ reminds her that the sign clearly says cash for gold. So she says, okay, well, if you go to our warehouse, I can get the money there. And she gives him the address. The kids are heading to the warehouse. And they're on the desolate road. And it just doesn't look like the area where you'd have a lot of money. And they're pulled over by the cops. And as they're trying to stash the gold and stash whatever JJ has in his book bag, but it's not a cop at the window, it's Barry with a bandana around his face and a shotgun at John's head. He orders everybody out of the van and onto the ground and then starts looking for the gold, but as he's doing so, John sneaks away and hides out in the back of his car. When Barry finds the gold, he goes back to his car, starts it up, but John attacks him from the back seat and a fight breaks out. And because it's 5-on-1, the group gets the better of Barry. JJ, though, recognizes him and says, I know this piece of shit, and grabs his wallet and says, all right, let's go see where he lives. John takes his keys, throws them in the woods, and the group heads off to Barry's house. And the group doesn't really know what they're doing at Barry's house. They really don't want to hang around a drug dealer's place, but JJ's philosophy is, well, he just tried to rob us, so let's try to rob him, an eye for an eye. And the whole time, John is trying to convince him not to do this, but JJ is on a mission and finds a stack of cash and takes it. He takes $25,000 from Barry and tries to hand it out, $5,000 each, and wants to go, but nobody's going. Nobody's moving because they don't want to take the money. JJ hops out of the car and says, all right, what? And John says, well, we're sick of your shit, man. You're robbing drug dealers. You're pulling guns on people. You're out of control. When Pope tries to speak up, JJ cuts him off and says, dude, I took the fall for you. And Pope says, yeah, I know, and I'm planning on paying you back. And JJ says, this is how you're going to pay me back. This is the restitution. JJ storms off and the group lets him and just heads home. But Barry does eventually make his way home and finds out that he's been robbed, and he heads straight to Rafe to get some answers because he recognized Sarah as Rafe's sister. And he tells Rafe, dude, your sister and her little surfer friends just robbed me, and I'm going to get that money one way or the other. But Rafe doesn't believe him because it's just not in Sarah's nature. But either way, Barry is pretty convinced that it was Sarah, and now Rafe has to figure out how to get that $25,000 back to Barry that he didn't even know was missing. And Sarah is currently with Pope, Keith, and John trying to figure out what to do about this gold. And Pope says, all right, our best bet right now is to go down, get all of it at once, and put it in a safe or a safety deposit box until we can find somebody who we can trust. And they want to go get it tomorrow morning, but John can't because he's going to fishing with Ward. They're also wondering if JJ is going to make it home, and he in fact does, and gives the money to his dad to take to the cops for restitution. But his dad, while thrilled that he gives him the money, has no plans on taking it to the cops whatsoever. He's planning on spending it and, quote, tripling that money. And when JJ makes a break to get the money back, a fight ensues, and JJ actually gets the better of it. I mean, he really kicks the shit out of his dad. But he's so enraged that at one point he grabs a wrench and he's about to bash his dad's head in, but he just drops it and walks off and says, I'm not scared of you. After the group meeting, though, about what to do with the gold, Sarah and JJ head off, and JJ's about to take her to this abandoned church, but they get cut off by Rafe on his bike. And Rafe wants to talk to Sarah, asking, what are you doing robbing drug dealers? That guy is a bad dude. You see my arm? That's what he did to me. But Sarah tells him, you worry about your problems, I'll worry about mine. Topper shows up, and Topper and John also have a fight about who has more testosterone and who can bench the most. You know, who can be more bro. No, in all seriousness, it had to do with Sarah, obviously. But Topper and Rafe head off, and Sarah and John head to that abandoned church. And John brings her there because it was one of John's dad's favorite places to go. And they start fooling around, but Sarah pulls back and says, this is normally the part where I ditch people. John asks, hey, are you a virgin? And she says, yes, I am. Is that okay with you? And he says, yeah, no, that's fine. We'll wait. And then she asks about his first time, which wasn't exactly a magical experience. At least for the girl, because it was 25 seconds. And trust me, I can relate. But John reassures her, look, it's fine, we'll wait. And she makes him wait, all of about 7.5 seconds before she jumps his bones and the two bang one out. And while John was taking Sarah's V card, Pope and Key got a wench to get the gold up from the well. They take it over to John B's abandoned place by the marsh, but they find a drunk JJ there who spent all of his money on a generator and a very expensive hot tub, and they are dumbfounded that he wasted this money. As they're giving him shit, JJ stands up and they can see the bruises and know in fact that his dad beat the shit out of him. And he's telling them, I bought this for my friends. I'm sorry, I bought this for my family. I thought you guys would like it. And he starts crying. Key goes to console him, and as he's crying on her shoulder, he says, I just can't do this anymore. I just want to be a good person. I can't take him. meaning his dad. The next morning at 2:55 a.m., the alarm clock goes off, although Ward doesn't really need it, because he's been thinking about what he overheard John B. say since yesterday. So much so that when his wife brought him a property, which just so happened to be the Crane estate, he wasn't even really paying attention. She explained that the woman in the house is going to assisted living after a bunch of kids robbed her in the middle of the night, but he just puts it to the side. When he meets John at the boat, John tells him, yeah, everybody's saying the fish are this way, so we should probably head there. But Ward says, no, you know what, there's too many people there. We're going to go in the opposite direction. And as they drive out and they're the only ones on the water, Ward says, hey, get me a drink. And as John is getting one, Ward says, you know what, get yourself one too. And John says, sir, I'm 16.
How old are you?
I'm 15, Mr. Bennett.
Motherfucker, you look 30.
Eventually, they get to the point, and Ward says to him, I know you found the gold, and it's amazing. It really is. But John says, I don't know what you're talking about. And Ward says, we'll play it like that. Here's the reality. You're in way over your head, because if it's at the bottom of the ocean right now, you're trying to figure out a way to get it up. And if it's on land, it's on someone's property, and that's theft. So here's the reality. You need me right now. And I know you didn't do this alone. I know you have friends, and we'll cut them in. But what do you say? Me and you will partner up, and I'll help you get this stuff. And John hasn't said a word up until this point and looks at him and says, yeah, I still don't know what you're talking about. And Ward looks at him and laughs and says, okay, once again, if you want to play like that, that's fine. But I know about the missing sub-drone in the salvage yard. I know that you've been all over the island. I know about Redfield. I know that Sarah stole you a map. And he cuts him off and says, whoa, how do you know about Redfield? The only way you would know about Redfield is if you have my dad's compass. Oh my God, you know what happened to my dad. What did you do to my dad? And all of a sudden, Ward just shuts up and doesn't say a word, but he shakes his head to indicate, I don't know what you're talking about, but he looks guilty as shit. John says, okay, fine, well, we'll see what the sheriff has to say, and heads up to the driver's seat and starts steering them home. Ward is down below and very conflicted because he doesn't really know what to do. He can't kill the kid and not come back with him, but he also can't let John show up and tell the truth. So Ward picks up the hook, even though he doesn't really want to, and heads up to the driver's seat to confront John. Episode 8 picks up right where episode 7 left off. John and Ward are on the boat. Ward claims this wasn't my fault, it was your father, but a fight breaks out all over the boat that ends with John B narrowly escaping on a jet ski. And this is after Ward tried to fire a harpoon at his head. And with John B getting away, Ward knows it's only a matter of time before he reaches the mainland, and he'll do so before Ward. So Ward starts setting this thing up to look like he was attacked and takes one of those harpoons and stabs his arm with it. John B does end up running out of gas and swimming to shore, but the first place he doesn't go isn't the sheriff's office. He goes to talk to Scooter's widow. And Scooter's widow finally comes clean that the night that John's dad went missing, she came home from work early to find Scooter and Ward sitting there talking about an accident that occurred. And Ward was claiming that he tried to change the deal. And basically what happened was Ward and John B's dad were out on the fishing boat in the middle of the ocean, and John's dad revealed that he found the treasure, but he wanted assurances. And Ward's thing was, well, you don't have assurances. I mean, we're 50-50 partners on this, but John's dad claimed that he never agreed to that and wanted to give Ward only 20%. Ward's take was, well, you spent 20 years on this and didn't find anything until you started using my resources. That's unfair. And a shoving match ensued. John's dad tripped and hit his head, and Ward went to go call for help, but then thought better of it because John's dad's blood was on his hands. He looked over and John's dad was passed out, so he just dumped the body over the ocean thinking that he was dead, but he wasn't. Because the night that Scooter went missing, Ward sent Scooter to that desolate island to just look for the treasure. And while he didn't find treasure, he did find the remnants of John's dad's body because John's dad didn't die that day. He made it to the shore, and the last thing he did was carve the word Redfield into that compass. Scooter's widow apologizes to John, saying she should have told him earlier, but John just angrily walks out. While that conversation was going down, Ward made it to shore, and the first place he wisely went was to the sheriff's office to report the crime. He tells him that they were having a nice day fishing, but then all of a sudden John B snapped and attacked him and escaped on the jet ski. So they put an APB out for John B. But John B headed straight back to his marsh house, and he blows off his friends who were there and heads straight to get the gun. His friends are asking questions like, what are you doing? But he hops on a dirt bike and looks back at his friends and says, Ward Cameron killed my dad and he knows about the gold, and he heads off. He heads straight to the Cameron household and sneaks in and goes to Sarah's bedroom and asks, did you tell your dad about the gold? And she says, no. And he says, well, then where did he find out about it? They both then hear Ward calling for Sarah, so they sneak out the window and go outside to talk privately. He tells Sarah how Ward killed his dad and Ward attacked him on the boat, but she says, no, that's not what my dad said. My dad said you attacked him. But Sarah doesn't believe that at all. She doesn't believe her dad would attack John. Sarah runs back in the house and Ward asks her, I know John was here, but she covers for him and says, no, he wasn't. He says, well, then be honest with me. And she says, you be honest with me. What happened on that boat? And Ward is sticking to the story that John B attacked him, but Sarah isn't buying that either. She's not believing that either of these men attacked one another. After she leaves his office, Ward is sitting there thinking, and he notices out of the corner of his eye the Crane Estate listing. And that's when he remembers exactly what his wife said. The woman is going into assisted living because she was robbed in the middle of the night by a bunch of kids. And that's when it clicks. It was John B. and his group of friends, the treasures on the Crane Estate, so he buys it up. And the next morning when John wakes up, he heads over to the house but sees the for sale sign and then sees the Cameron construction signs and he thinks, oh my God. So he heads straight down to the well and sure enough, they cleared the gold out. And as you can imagine, he is livid. That same morning, Pope finally has his scholarship interview and he asks his dad, hey, are you going to stay? And he says, no, I can't. I have to go clear some palm trees for the runway. Cameron's plane can't take off. It's too heavy. He tries to tell his dad how Cameron's a crook, but he says, yeah, aren't they all? But his money's green and I need it. So his dad's not going to wait for him and he heads into his interview. And he's being asked, like, what are you doing this summer? And he tells him he's been doing an independent study. He's been trying to find the shipwreck of the SS Merchant. They laugh it off and say, oh, well, did you find it? And he says, yeah, actually, we did. He goes on to tell them about Denmark Tanny and basically the entire story except where the gold is. And they do inquire about it, but then he thinks it's too heavy and he runs out of the place. He runs straight to his friends and lets them know that his dad had mentioned that Cameron's plane was too heavy. And the only reason it would be too heavy is because he's leaving with the gold and he's leaving that night and they can still stop him. So they're going to head over there and re-rob him. Now, Ward is planning to bring Sarah to this trip, but his other two kids, Wheezy and Rafe, meet up. And Rafe was kicked out of the house, and he's currently living in an abandoned house of a family that doesn't know he's living there because they're out of town. And he called up his 13-year-old sister to borrow money from her because he's a drug addict. And Wheezy makes mention how they must be the black sheep because dad is taking Sarah to the Bahamas. Something about business. And when Rafe hears that it's about business, he gets really upset because he feels like he knows way more about business than Sarah, and he feels like he's being usurped in the family power tree. Now, there's still an APB out for John B., but the sheriff at the moment is not concerned about that because she goes to meet with Scooter's widow in a church. And maybe it's because she's feeling guilty about her conversation with John, but she tells the sheriff exactly what she told John earlier in the day. Now, Ward is on his balcony looking over his property, and his wife comes to him and says, hey, the bags are packed. Let's go. What are you waiting for? And Ward says, relax. I'm just looking at this property. I don't know if I'm ever going to see it again. And she says, don't be melodramatic. And he says, I'm not. The boy knows about his father, and for the last 9 months, every day, he's thought he's alive. Now he knows that I took him from him. His wife tells him, what choice did you have? You didn't have one. She then tries to change the subject and asks, have you heard from the people in Nassau? And he says, yeah, the Caribbean Nationals are set to take possession as soon as my wheels hit the ground. And she says, well, then that's great. We're all set. We're good to go. Don't worry about John. So Ward and Sarah head off to the airstrip. And John and his group have also arrived at the airstrip, although they don't have a plan. And they think they have until night to rob the plane, but they actually don't. Because when Ward shows up there, the guy that's loading the plane tells him, you're going to have to leave way earlier than you're planning on it because of the weight. And Sarah notices that they're loading up these big boxes and asks what's in them, but Ward lies to her and says it's a bunch of marble. Sarah knows it's a lie and doesn't want to go, but Ward basically drags her onto that plane. And John is watching this all go down from afar and realizes that the gold is about to leave the Outer Banks. So he hops in his car, drives through the gate, and tries to catch up to the plane, cuts it off, and prevents the plane from taking off. Immediately, Ward and John start getting into it, and Sarah sides with John, but then the cops show up. And when Pope, Key, and JJ hear the cop sirens, they take off because JJ's on probation, Pope has a scholarship, and while it's Pogues for life, it's not Pogues for life when the Popo shows up. But the cops didn't show up for JJ. The sheriff showed up for Ward. She tells him he's under arrest for the murder of John's dad and starts to handcuff him, but he squirms away and she pulls a gun on him. And that's when somebody shoots her. And out from behind the plane pops Rafe, who's got a big smile on his face and looks at his dad and says, Dad, I just saved you. In episode 9, the sheriff wants John to radio for help, but Ward ends up getting that radio. Ward tells Rafe to take his sister home. Of course, she doesn't want to go. She wants to make sure the sheriff gets help. But when it becomes apparent she doesn't have a choice, he tells John to run, and he does. So Rafe takes Sarah home, and Ward ends up radioing for help. But as he's doing so, he's also uncuffing himself so he doesn't look guilty. After he does this, he radios for another pilot to come and fly his plane to the Bahamas. And as the group is waiting for John B. to arrive, they see that plane take off and they know the gold is gone. And when this happens, Pope ends up smashing everything he can see with a baseball bat. JJ feels like this is the best time to introduce him to weed. And Key is urging him not to do it because it's just not him, but he looks at Key and says, I lost my scholarship. I walked out of the interview. It's gone. And starts blazing up. John shows up mid-puff and lets the group know what happened. Now, the cop does show up at the airstrip to assist and immediately asks Ward who did it, and he blames it on John B. They can't wait for an ambulance and have to transport the sheriff to the hospital themselves. And as they wheel her into the emergency room, the cop looks at Ward and says, we're going to get this guy. And the cop is very emotional watching the sheriff go in. When Ward gets home, he's washing the blood off his hands, and his wife asks whose blood that is. And it doesn't take too many questions for Ward to blow up on her. He goes up to talk to Rafe and lets Rafe know that the sheriff is dead, and he put the blame on John B., and Rafe thinks that's a great idea. But he says now the person we need to worry about is Sarah because she's got a big mouth. But Ward assures him that Sarah won't be talking, and when Rafe tries to argue with him, he flips out on him as well. John feels like he needs to go tell the cops what happened, but when he walks in the station, he overhears on the radio that he is the prime suspect, and he runs out. He hops in the car and tells Key to floor it, and they narrowly escape. But they now know that John is the prime suspect. And because of this, the cops have put a $25,000 bounty on his head and also closed the ferry and the road so that he can't leave the island. Although he doesn't know this. And Pope thinks that that's the place to go. The ferry will get him off the island and he'll be good to go. But when they go to the ferry, they learn that it's closed, and they learn about the bounty, and Pope brings back the flyer to the car and shows them. As they're trying to get out of there, somebody spots John B, another person spots John B, and now a crowd is forming. And Pope, who is still high, mind you, ends up crashing into a couple cars and escaping. He decides to drop John off so John can get away and they'll distract the cops. But his shitty driving is too much for Key, and she ends up taking the wheel because he's so messed up. He asks where they're going, and she says the one place where nobody would suspect. And that's the Cameron household. Well, Ward Cameron has locked Sarah into her bedroom. When Wheezy wants to know why she's locked in the bedroom, Ward yells at her and tells her to go to her room, and she can't figure out why she's being punished. Now, she doesn't go to her room initially and sees her brother packing up a bunch of John B stuff and wants to know why, and her brother lets her know that John B is the one who killed the sheriff. So when the group arrives at the Cameron household, they need a plan to get to Sarah. And as Key and Pope are walking up to the house, Pope thinks it's now a good time to tell Key that he loves her. She says, "You're just high." And he says, "I am, and that's probably why I'm telling you. I'm in love with you." And Key says, "Thank you very much. It's very sweet of you, but it's never going to happen." And she tries nicely to let him down, but obviously he's hurt. You girls are ruthless out there. And the plan is to draw Ward out of the house by lighting his grill on fire, and that's Pope's job. Key, meanwhile, will sneak up to Sarah's bedroom and talk to her. And Pope does his job, and it works. And Key goes up to Sarah's bedroom, but the window is locked. And Key shows Sarah the bounty flyer, and Sarah says, "I don't know anything about it." John, meanwhile, is trying to evade the cops any way he can and ends up running into a random person's garage. But when the cops get pretty close, he ends up going into the house. And when he does this, he ends up seeing one of Rafe's friends. And that's when he knows he's in deep shit. Because this guy doesn't want to hear anything that John B is peddling. John tries to run away, but ends up accidentally running into the laundry room and locking himself in there, and he's trapped. And at first, this guy's really pissed off, but then he thinks, oh my god, there's a $25,000 bounty. I'm going to go get the cops. And he has Topper, of all people, make sure that John B doesn't get out. And Topper isn't really concerned with the fact that John is wanted right now for murder. He's more concerned with the fact that John is Mr. Steal Your Girl. And John apologizes for going after Sarah even though he knew that Topper was dating her. And they get into an argument about who loves her more, and John does admit that he does love her, but all Topper really wants to talk about in this conversation is Sarah and how the chickens are coming home to roost for John. And it doesn't take long for the kid to reach the cops. I don't know why he just didn't use his cell phone anyway. And the cops immediately surround his place and a crowd forms. And in that crowd is Rafe, who is urging the cops to go get him because he wants John B gone no matter what, preferably dead so he can't ever tell the truth. Now, Rafe's sister is trying to figure out a way out, and she remembers that she snuck the cup that's attached to the wire that you used as a kid, and the other end is connected to Wheezy's bedroom. She convinces Wheezy to come in even though her dad told her not to, and as soon as she gets her in, she explains to her that John did not kill the sheriff, but she doesn't tell Wheezy who did. She says, "I need you to cover for me as long as possible," and she bikes off to try to find John. But John is stuck in that laundry room, but when the cops go and open the door, John is snuck out via the vent. So now the entire neighborhood is out there looking for John, figuring he can't get far away, and John uses diversion and runs the other way. Now Sarah figures he probably went to that abandoned sex pad, that church, and she is right. But unbeknownst to her, she's being followed by Topper. And she shows up, and there's John, but right behind her is Topper. And Topper tries to warn everybody of John B's location by ringing the church bells, but John gets him to stop, and Sarah explains to him who actually killed the sheriff. It was my brother, Rafe. She goes on to say, "Why would I rat my brother out? It's my own brother and it's my dad. That's what happened." And Topper is starting to believe it. But his church bell message worked, and the cops, along with Rafe, are heading over to the church. Now, Rafe and the other guy, who I'm not even going to look up his name, end up sneaking in the back of the church. And since Rafe just wants John B dead, he ends up lighting the church on fire, unaware that his sister and Topper are up there with him. Now, Topper, being horrible with timing, figures this is the best opportunity to argue about who loves you more and says, "I can prove it." So he actually switches outfits with John and goes out the front door and distracts the cops as John and Sarah run out the back. So Sarah and John head to a house that Sarah's stepmom is selling so they know it's empty so that they can lay low. And the plan is for JJ to get them a boat the next day, and they're then going to take off for Mexico to start a new life together. When Pope, JJ, and Key wake up the next day, they know John hasn't been caught because the cops are still looking for him. Pope goes to get gas for the boat, but he's being very short with Key, and he's overall just pissed off at her for how she acted when he told her that he loved her. As the kids would say, he's all up in his feelings. Now, since the Outerbanks doesn't have the strongest police force, something called the SBI shows up to assist with the search. And their plan is to go door to door until they find John B, including abandoned houses or ones that are being sold. And with John B still out there, the chance that Ward gets caught and the truth comes out is also still on the table. And because of that, Ward is freaking out a little bit. He tells his wife that there are just too many loose threads, and she tries to get him to leave, but he says, it's a little guilty as hell if I just pick up and leave, and I'm also not leaving without my daughter. And that's when it hits her. That's it. You're the concerned father. Go down there and act like you're assisting with the search, but in reality, you're just picking up Sarah. I mean, after all, it's your word against his. Who are they going to believe? And Sarah left that morning to go tell the truth because that's the only way John B is going to be able to get his freedom. But when she gets to ground zero, they're not allowing her to speak to anybody. And she's begging to talk to somebody. And finally, she gets the attention of the head guy of the SBI. But as soon as she's about to tell him the truth, Ward shows up and takes her. She's screaming about how John didn't shoot the sheriff and that she was there, but Ward is reassuring him that she wasn't on the tarmac that day, and his wife can attest to that, and she's going through a tough time right now because she was in a relationship with him. She continues to freak out, and finally Ward just goes, okay, then fine. Who shot the sheriff? Thinking that she won't actually tell the truth, but she does and says it was Rafe. And as soon as she says that, you can see the look on Ward's face is just, oh my God, I can't believe she just did that. Ward takes the SBI agent to the side and explains how she was just diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and she's in a relationship with this guy, and he's got her all brainwashed. Can I just take my daughter home? And the guy says, yeah, you can, but we're going to talk to her first. The problem with that is when he goes to talk to her, Sarah has escaped because she continued to freak out and ended up kneeing the guy in the balls and running back to John. Ward's other kid is tweaking hard. Rafe heads to Barry's to try to get more cocaine, but Barry's all out and Rafe freaks out at him. He asks Barry, have you ever done something that you never thought you would do, something just unspeakable? And Barry jokes around saying, what could you have possibly done? Messed up somebody's tea time country club? I was in the army. I guarantee whatever I did was worse than you. I got an issue right now. These kids stole my 25 grand. Your sister did. So you don't see me here crying about it. I'm going to go get those kids. And Rafe tells him, it was John B who stole your money. He goes, exactly. And what do you think's going to happen when the cops catch him? He's going to start snitching about me. So I better catch him first and get my money back. So both Barry and Rafe head off to try to find John B. And Rafe wants him gone and preferably dead so that the truth never gets out. So teaming up with Barry to try to find John is an ideal situation. Now Rafe's sister makes it back to John B, but basically as soon as she shows up, they're going door to door looking for him and they have to escape. They grab some paddle boards and paddle away. But they get to a point where John says, look, we're going to have to go our separate ways because I'm going to have to go back to my house and grab the gold that's under my bed. She tells him that it's probably going to be swarming with cops, and he goes, well, I don't really have a choice because we can't start a new life without that gold. I need to get it and sell it. So you're going to meet me tomorrow at the boat ramp. She doesn't want to leave him, but she doesn't really have a choice. And shortly after John B leaves her, Sarah is scooped up by family friends who are out in the water that day, concerned for her safety because a tropical storm is coming in. Pope, meanwhile, headed to his dad's store to try to steal some gas, and he gets caught by his dad. And his dad tells him, you're not going anywhere with that gas, but he says, my friend's in trouble, and I'm leaving with this. And Pope tries to stick up to his dad, and his dad goes right back at him, and Pope ends up punching his dad, but his dad doesn't lay a finger on him. And as Pope is walking away, his dad is just berating him, telling him how ungrateful he is, which honestly is pretty true. Now, Key and JJ go to Key's parents' restaurant to get food for John, and Key is mentioning how weird Pope is acting and how she just wishes the old Pope would come back. The next stop is to try to get the boat key from JJ's dad, which won't be easy to do because the last time the two were together, there was a fist fight. But when JJ walks in, his dad is passed out on alcohol, pills, maybe both. And as he's trying to get the key, his dad wakes up. And his dad is so messed up that he asks JJ in the middle of the summer if he's skipping school. He then gets up and tells him how he loves him and how he gets mad at him sometimes, but how it freaks him out that he reminds him so much of his mother. He passes out and JJ grabs the key and they head off to grab the boat. As Key and JJ drive over to get the boat, they're caught by Barry and Rafe who follow them there. And as JJ is talking up his dad's boat, both Barry and Rafe show up to try to get revenge. Barry is beating up JJ at gunpoint while Rafe accosts Key, asking the whereabouts of John, although she doesn't know. She does say, however, I know what you did. I know you shot the sheriff. And Barry hears this. But when she says it, Ray chokes her. At this point, however, Pope has shown up, and he's also looking for some revenge, and he kicks the shit out of Rafe. I mean, it's awesome. Pope takes out all that pent-up frustration on him, including the fact that this kid mugged him a few days ago. It gets to the point where JJ actually has to pull him off of him. The group leaves, and JJ and Barry are just trying to get their wits about him after getting their asses kicked, and Barry looks at him and says, I'm impressed, country club. The sheriff. But you better hope to God you're worth more to me than that $25,000 bounty, because now I own you. And Rafe knows it. The group heads off to meet John at the boat ramp, and Sarah's warning about the cops being at John's place was correct. They're there going through his dad's old stuff, and the cop finds the map and the gold and says, I think this kid actually finished what his old man started. We just walked into something way deeper than we thought. John from a distance watches the cop take his dad's stuff, including his gold nugget, and puts it in his car. So when they go back in the house, John sneaks in the car and grabs the gold, but when he goes to start the car up, it's a push to start and you actually need the key fob. So he uses the radio and draws the cop out and gets him closer and closer until finally he can start the car and he speeds off. He meets up with his friends at the boat ramp, but immediately wants to know where Sarah is, and she's nowhere to be found and no one's heard from her. And while John wants to wait for her, he knows that he can't. He knows he's got to get a move on. So he reluctantly leaves and says, "Tell Sarah I'm sorry," and I say goodbye. But he drove there in a cop car that had GPS, so the cops are on their way. Although the group doesn't actually know that. And after they say goodbye to John and they watch him leave, Pope turns the key and apologizes for the way he's been acting, and the two end up kissing. And it would be a really romantic moment if just seconds later, the cops don't swarm in and arrest him and realize that John has gotten away. They try to shut down the waterways and the roads, but they still have no idea where John is. And as John is trying to make it out, he sees Sarah running on a dock trying to get his attention, and he goes to pick her up. She chastises him for trying to leave without her, and the two take off together. But that tropical storm is approaching the island really, really fast, and they have to be careful about it. Their plan is to get past ground zero and then make their way to Mexico, and they turn off all the lights and go dark, and it seems like they're about to get away, until all of a sudden the power turns back on that one side of the island and all the lights come on, including the lighthouse. And in front of all the cops and all the SBI, there they are just sitting ducks. They immediately have to change their plans and they have to drive into the storm because they're forced to by the police who are chasing them. And it gets so dangerous that the head of the SBI calls off the dogs, but they are continuing to go headfirst into the storm, and it's not wise to do because their boat can't handle that. The head of the SBI tries one more tactic and he gets Ward on the line to talk to John. Ward tells him, "If you love my daughter the way I think you do, you'll turn that boat around and bring her back and we can figure this whole mess out." But John grabs the radio and says, "You killed my father, and then you framed me for a murder I didn't commit. You took everything from me. So just know, I'm coming for you, and I'm going to get what's mine." And both the new sheriff and the head of the SBI heard that conversation and are now staring at Ward. They then lose the radio connection and they can't talk to him anymore, but the head of the sheriff's department tells Ward, "You're going to want to stick around. We're going to want to talk to you." But as I said, that boat wasn't made for a tropical storm, and right before it capsizes, John looks at her and says, "I'd rather die than go to jail." And then she looks at John and says, "I'd rather die than to be without you. I'll give you a minute just to puke." 2, 1. Okay, we're back. Now, the cops and the SBI continued the search, but there was only so much they could do because they were hit with a tropical storm. And the new sheriff comes back and lets Key, JJ, and Pope know that they didn't find John. And initially, Pope thinks that's great, they got away, but his face says otherwise. He explains to Pope that while they didn't find him and they're not dead yet, it's probably unlikely that they got away because of the impact of the storm. And when reality sets in for the group, they flip out, screaming at the cops, saying that you drove them into that storm for a crime that you know they didn't commit. Now, the boat did in fact capsize, but John and Sarah did not die. And as they're floating in the water, clinging to the capsized boat, they see a freighter off in the distance. Sarah grabs the gold nugget and tries to get their attention by shining it, and it actually works. They see him. They're brought onto the freighter and given blankets and coffee, and the guy asks, "What were you guys doing out there?" But they don't give him an answer. They just say, "Hey, can you drop us off at the next port?" The captain agrees, and as he's writing down the paperwork, John says, "By the way, where were you going?" And he says, "Nassau." And Sarah looks at John and says, "Oh my God, the Bahamas, the gold." And there's a change of plans. They're no longer being dropped off at the next port. They're heading straight for the gold. And that is how the first season of Outerbanks ends. Please consider subscribing to this channel. I would truly appreciate it. If you got this far, I assume you liked the video, but if you thought it sucked, there is a thumbs down button. There's also a share button, so please share this on your social media platforms. Let people know if you needed a recap. Other people probably do as well. There's also a comment section down there that I do not look at, because that one nasty comment out of 100 will be the one that I see. So if you say something and I don't respond, don't take it personally, but just know I do appreciate you watching this. Now, after Sarah and John B. were lost at sea, the entire Outer Banks started mourning. The Pogues are obviously mourning the loss of their friend, John B., but the community's also mourning the loss of the sheriff. And at her funeral, in attendance, is Ward Cameron. So is the FBI and Shoop, who is acting as the interim sheriff, but they're all kind of looking at Ward a little cross-eyed. They eventually do bring Ward in for questioning, and he just says, "I don't care what the kid said. He killed Peterkin." When Shoop asks, "Okay, but where did the plane go?" Ward's lawyer shuts that down pretty quickly. So it looks like Ward's could escape by, but the Pogues don't forget. Keisha and Pope actually go over to Ward's house, and Keisha spray paints murderer on the wall outside. She then yells in the direction of the house, "I know what you did." So the Camerons are fully aware of who just spray painted on their property. But all the Pogues are dealing with this in different ways. Pope's having a hard time because his friend's dead and he lost a scholarship. And even though he's finally hooking up with the girl he's always had a crush on, it's not really helping matters. Keisha, on the other hand, is dealing with it just by smoking weed. And JJ is trying to deal with it as best he can, but he's working at a country club with a lot of kooks around him that are convinced that John B. killed the sheriff. And at one point, he's serving Topper, Kelsey, and another girl, and they're talking about how John B. killed the sheriff, and Topper's actually defending John B. But the rest of the table keeps going in on John B., and finally, JJ gets sick of it, throws water in him, gets fired, and checks out. The Pogues, though, aren't the only ones that are having a tough time with it. So are the Camerons. Ward is worried he's going to get caught, and the fact that he has Pogues spray painting murderer on the side of his house does not help things. He meets with the sheriff and basically tells him, you got to arrest these kids, and then threatens the sheriff's interim tag. The sheriff, though, says, I'm doing what I can. Doesn't seem like he's real keen to help Ward out. The other person who's really stressed out in this situation is Rafe, because, he's the one who actually killed the sheriff. And when Ward walks back from talking to Shoop, Rafe says, do you think he's going to close the case? Do you think he's going to arrest those Pogues for what they did? And Ward yells at him, I don't know, Rafe. I don't know. And Rafe says, well, I have an idea. Here's what I think we should do. I think we should kill them. And then he walks off, tweaking hard. But two people who aren't that stressed are John B. and Sarah. They're on their way to Nassau without a care in the world, and they're actually talking about getting married. You gotta just love young love. Unbeknownst to them, though, they do have an issue. A fax came into the ship with a wanted poster for John B., saying that if anyone had any information, they would cash in $50K. And when the one deckhand brings the captain, whose name's Terrence, the wanted poster, captain's like, great, it's $50K in our pocket. We'll turn them in when we get to Nassau. And when they get closer to Nassau, Captain Terrence tells Sarah and John B. to head above deck, locking them into a room, but doing so under the guise that they won't be caught by customs. In reality, he's just trapping them in and hoping to cash in on that $50K. The one deckhand, though, kind of feels guilty. And he tells Terrence as much, but Terrence says, well, $50,000 is going to make you feel better. As the ship gets closer and closer to Nassau, Sarah points out their family house on the beach, which is huge, as you can imagine. And John B. is already devising a plan to get the gold back. But Sarah reminds him, we're fugitives in a foreign country. We got to be careful. The ship then arrives shortly after, but John B. and Sarah get wind of the fact that Terrence is bringing on the cops to arrest them. So John B. busts a window, and Sarah and him hop out and take off. And Terrence and his two deckhands try to catch up, but John B. and Sarah do end up getting away. They end up actually hiding out in this 5-star resort that Sarah and her family used to go to before they built the house. Sarah tells John B., just play it off like we belong here. Problem is, they don't look like it because they look dirty as hell. But you fake it till you make it. And when they get stopped by one of the workers at the hotel wondering what the hell they're doing there, Sarah grabs a drink and tells the guy, we don't need any help. When the guy's kind of surprised to hear that they have a reservation, she throws a bunch of hotel jargon at him that makes a lot of sense to him, no sense to me, but it ends up working because the couple gets away. As they make their way up to the roof of the hotel, though, John B. ends up stealing a maid's cell phone. Up until this point, they have nothing. When they get to the top of the hotel, she once again points out the house, and John B. points out, I bet that's where the gold is. And Sarah turns to him and says, promise me you won't do anything stupid, because I know you want to go over there, but there's a gate, there's security, there's patrols. It's not good for you. And John B. cuts her off and says, I get it, but think about this. If I can get some money, I can get a lawyer, I can clear my name, we can go home. And the reality is the gold is only going to be there for a few days and then it's gone forever. The world thinks we're dead, so we just go, hop over the gate, steal some gold. But Sarah says no, it's way too dangerous. So promise me you're not going to go over there. And John B. reluctantly says, I promise. They then go over and chill on some beach chairs that they snuck up to the top of the roof, and that's when John B. pulls out the cell phone, because he wants to tell 3 particular people that he isn't dead, and those are the Pogues. He sends them a message from Nassau, and as they're sitting in class, they all get it, and they are shocked to open up their phones and see a picture of John B. and Sarah. At first, they think, no, this can't be. But they run out of class and text the number back, and sure enough, he basically proves that it's him by saying things that only he would know. And the Pogues celebrate the fact that their best friend isn't dead. He's alive. The Pogues, though, don't want to let John B. and Sarah just sit in the Bahamas. Kira says, they're going to get nabbed sooner or later, so we got to clear his name. And JJ has a terrible idea. It's kidnapping Rafe and making him admit what he did at gunpoint. Pope, on the other hand, has a slightly better idea, and it's to spy on the pilot that Ward Cameron used. So the group agree to head on over to the pilot's place the next day. But down in the Bahamas that night, John B's having trouble sleeping. He has this dream where Ward Cameron is literally choking him, screaming about taking his gold. And he wakes up in kind of a panic. He turns to his left and Sarah's sleeping. And John B just can't help himself. So he walks out of the resort and walks over to the Cameron's vacation house. He's able to get in, and he even finds a safe, but he's unable to get into it. And while John is trying to crack the code, Sarah ends up waking up. And when she sees that John is missing, she gets pissed off, but she has a pretty good idea of where he is. So she also leaves the resort. The problem is, Captain Terrence didn't just give up on finding his $50,000 lottery ticket. He put the word out to basically everybody on the island to keep a lookout for these kids. And one of the workers at the resort ends up seeing both of them leave, and he calls Terrence up. So as Sarah is making her way over to the vacation house, she ends up getting kidnapped by Terrence and his guys. And when John B. arrives back at the resort the next day, Terrence's third deckhand, a woman named Cleo, tells John B. as he's walking back in the resort, Sarah's gone. She was taken by the captain. He's been looking all over the island for you too. She ends up forcing John B. into her car at knife point. They then arrive at the house where Terrence is holding Sarah, and everybody from the boat is there. But while they're thrilled to see John B., Sarah is not. She's pissed off at him for lying to her. Sarah, though, begs Terrence to let them go because John B. didn't do anything, but Terrence says, well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but I've got 50,000 reasons not to let him go. And John B. says, what if I have more? And he pulls out the gold nugget. Sarah tells Terrence that nugget is worth $143,000. And Terrence looks at it and tests it and sees that it's real, but then he says, I want my bounty too, though. And as Terrence's one deckhand grabs John B., he screams, that's just one, there's more. There's hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gold in her family's vacation house, and she has all the access codes. And that house is completely empty. Sarah confirms the gold is there and she can get them to it. And that offer is too good for Terrence to pass up. The problem is, it's daylight out, and the group wants to wait till nightfall to get in the house. So they sit it out and wait for the sun to set. Back on the cut, though, the Pogues put their plan in motion. Pope ends up breaking into the pilot's car and leaving his phone in it, which is connected to his AirPods. They then wait outside and have Key call the pilot and tell the pilot, I know what you did. I know who really killed the sheriff. It puts the fear of God in the pilot, who immediately gets in the car and goes for a drive where he calls up Ward Cameron saying, I need more money. And this is just what the Pogues wanted. They wanted this information. They wanted the dirt that they're hearing. The pilot tells Ward Cameron, I saved the gun. I know you told me to get rid of it, but I also know how you work. So I'm going to need more money because somebody knows something. Somebody knows what we did. And as they start negotiating, the captain pulls his car over. And it's not like Key can just pull on right behind it. That's going to look shady. So they have to keep driving. But the farther they get, the more out of range the AirPods are, and suddenly Pope can't hear the conversation. They go to make a U-turn, but they get trapped by road work. And Pope gets out of the car and runs to get closer to the car, and he gets there just in enough time to hear where the meeting place is going down. The Pogues then head on over to the meeting location, and Ward starts getting ready to pay this guy off. As he's packing up a duffel bag full of cash, Rose says, what if he doesn't give you the gun? And Ward says, no gun, no money. I'm going to finish this tonight, and then in 2 days, I meet the Swiss in Nassau. As soon as they get the gold, we're set. Rose points out, though, that if things were to go sideways, they could always tell the truth about Rafe, but to Ward, that's not even an option. And then suddenly Ward gets a notification on his phone because the security system in Nassau has been triggered. And that's because Sarah, John B., and Terrence's group have gotten into the house. But when the security camera gets triggered, Ward ends up calling the police and letting them know that somebody is in his house, and it's not him. At this point, though, Sarah's in the Bahamas, and she's trying to figure out what the code could be to get into the safe. It takes her a little bit, but she finally figures out that the passcode is her birthday. When she opens it up, there is all of the gold, and Terrence is thrilled. He starts packing it up, but that's when they see the police sirens in the background, and they know they're in deep trouble. They go to get out of there, but Terrence ends up locking Sarah and John B. inside, figuring that they could slow up the police enough for Terrence and his people to get away. And as the police barge in the house, Sarah and John B. are hiding, trying to figure out what to do. And Sarah says, well, we do have a boat in the back. I just need to go get it. So John B. takes off, trying to cause a distraction for the police and give Sarah enough time to grab the keys and set up the boat for them to get out of there. And John B. does do a great job of distracting the police. Sarah gets to the beach with ease, finds the keys, but she also finds Terrence waiting for her there. And Terrence ends up stealing the keys. Him, Cleo, the deckhand, they get on the Cameron's boat and they take off. And by the time Sarah gets back up to the house, she arrives in just enough time to see John B. being arrested and taken off. The security in Nassau calls Ward Cameron, who is sitting in his car waiting to meet the pilot. And the security lets him know that they apprehended a suspect in the break-in. They start describing the person, and Ward feels like he knows that description. So he tells the security officer, let me see the person. Episode 2 picks up right where Episode 1 left off. Sarah sees what's going on and knows she has to act quickly. So she runs over to the sprinkler system and turns it on. The guards act like they've never been hit by water. And the guard with the phone completely forgets about the fact that Ward Cameron wants to see who it is that broke into his house. She leaves it on in the hopes that the water damages the phone, and luckily for her, it does. Eventually, she pops out from the side of the house and says, what's going on? I'm here house sitting for the Camerons. The guards, however, start asking questions that she really doesn't have the answers to, so she sprays some of them in the face with something, and her and John B. get the hell out of there. Ward Cameron still has no idea that it was John B. who was in his house. When Sarah and John get to a safe place, she rips into him, saying, you lost the only money that we had, You almost got us both caught, if not shot. I've lost my brother, my father, my little sister. I can't lose you. She then tells him that she's calling the shots from here on out, and she actually has a plan. It's to go back to Captain Terrence, who has been hitting the bottle hard since they lost out on all that gold. She shows up at the boat and is talking to a very inebriated Captain Terrence, telling him, I have a proposition for you. You saw the gold. It was there, just like we said it was. But it's not going to be there for long. My father has to come down here and move it. We need to steal it before he flies it out of here. He's kind of hesitant at first, but Sarah says, come on, you have a boat that can get us out of here. You know people all over the island. And I can find out exactly when that gold will be on the move. And I'll give you $2 million. Terrence and Cleo start haggling with Sarah, and eventually they agree on the price of $10 million per person. So Terrence, Cleo, and their security officer, Stubby, are going to help John B. and Sarah steal the gold back. The next day, Sarah knows she needs to get information on when her dad is heading down to Nassau. There's only one person she can trust at home, and that's Wheezy. She calls her up from the Bahamas, and at first Wheezy thinks that it's somebody playing a joke. But just like John B. had to do with the Pogues, Sarah ends up telling Wheezy something that only she would know, and Wheezy is ecstatic to find out that her sister is actually alive. She tells Wheezy, I need you to keep this on the down low. I have a really big favor to ask. Have you heard Dad talk about what Gavin flew to Paradise Island? And Wheezy tells her, I heard him talking to Rose the other day. He said he has to fly out to Nassau to meet with some bankers. It sounds pretty urgent, and he did say something about vault services and transport. Sarah asks Wheezy to find out exactly when that meeting is taking place. And Wheezy says, yeah, of course. So Wheezy goes into her dad's office, opens up the computer, and finds his calendar, taking a picture of it and texting it to Sarah. But Wheezy gets caught by Rose. Rose overheard the conversation, at least on Wheezy's end, and she got suspicious. She got even more suspicious when she saw that Wheezy was sneaking around her dad's computer. But when Wheezy's caught, she chalks it up to, I'm sorry, I'm mourning the loss of my dead sister, and walks out of the room. Now that Sarah knows when this meeting is going down, she knows exactly what her father's going to do. She starts going over exactly what Ward is going to do. He's going to transport the gold to a private air freight company located on a private runway strip. They need to intercept the gold before it gets on the plane. Luckily for them, there's only 2 roads that'll take them there. So if they cause a diversion on the one road, Ward and his crew aren't going to have a choice but to take the one that Terrence, Sarah, and his crew want them to take. So they're going to set a trap for Ward and his group where right before they get to the airfield, they come out, ambush them, and take the gold. As Terrence shows John B. exactly where they're going to pop out, Sarah and Cleo start walking around because they need to wrangle up a distraction. Cleo starts giving Sarah her backstory about how her father left, her grandmother died, she was kicked out on the street, and then one night she was sleeping on a dinghy when the mooring broke, and then she heard a voice yelling at her, hey, you know how to tie a bowline? That person was Captain Terrence. After that, she's been with Terrence ever since. She then says that Stubby isn't the brightest guy in the room, but you don't have to watch your back with him. Terrence, on the other hand, is like a wrecking ball. He'll smash anything that's in his way. You always have to stay 2 steps ahead of him, and you really can't ever trust him. She then walks over to a group of kids, though, because they are going to be her distraction. Now that Sarah and her team have a plan, they just have to wait for Ward to arrive. And over with Ward, when he got that phone call, he was waiting to meet up with Gavin to do the exchange. When he couldn't see the FaceTime, he hung up and he went to go do that exchange, unknowingly being watched by the Pogues. The meeting is going down in a construction site, and it is pouring rain. To make sure that they have proof, Pope has brought a camera so he can video record the entire exchange, at least from a distance. They see both men run into the abandoned building, and they can see Ward hand Gavin something in a duffel bag, but they can't see what it is, and they can't hear them talking. But in the duffel bag is not what Gavin wanted. It's not nearly as much money as Gavin wanted, and that pisses Gavin off, which is something that the Pogues can see. Because it's not the agreed upon amount, Gavin doesn't want to give Ward the gun. The 2 men start fighting in the house for the gun. All of this being recorded by Pope. And while they don't know what the 2 men are fighting over, they can see that Ward is clearly kicking the shit out of Gavin. Ward ends up grabbing the gun from Gavin, and the Pogues can see it and figure that it must be the murder weapon. But in the building, Ward is telling Gavin, I have the gun, you've got your money, just go home and shut up. So as Ward is trying to leave the building, Ward then tries to leave the building, but Gavin gets up and says, Rafe killed a cop, and I'm not going to jail for you and your psychopath son. And that's when Ward turns around and shoots Gavin. And the Pogues cannot believe that they just got a murder on camera. Ward ended up dropping the gun, though, and because there was so much rain, it ended up getting lost in the sewer. The Pogues continue to videotape Ward trying to locate the gun, but then out of nowhere, Key just starts screaming, what is wrong with you? You're a murderer. Ward faintly hears this and turns his attention from the sewer to wherever the sound is coming from. It forces the Pogues to get down from the roof where they were videotaping. But as they're getting down there, they're trying to do it as quickly as possible. Key ends up stepping on JJ's hand. JJ ends up kicking Pope in the face. Pope ends up dropping the camera, and basically everything that they just videotaped is destroyed. They're pissed off that they just lost the videotape, and all of them are trying to process what they just witnessed. Pope says, it's got to be the gun. It's got to be the one that Rafe used. Gavin must have kept it. But as Pope and JJ are trying to figure out what just happened, Key ends up calling the police because, they did just watch a man get murdered. So they give the cops the details, and they wait for them to arrive. Officer Shoup shows up 45 minutes later, but there is no body. It seems like Ward Cameron cleaned it all up. And the problem is, Shoup's having trouble believing the Pogues' story. And they do have proof, but the tape is ruined. Shoup tells him, I don't know exactly what you want me to do with this. I mean, you dragged me out in the middle of the night for nothing. Pope starts telling Shoup the entire layout of their theory about how Ward must be paying off Gavin for hush money. He was on the tarmac that day, and so on. Shoup then just starts walking back to his car. As the cops leave, Pope tells JJ and Key, we're not done. We can still go get the gun. They agree to reconvene the next day to try to get the murder weapon. But even though Shoup thinks there's no way Ward Cameron could have cleaned up a dead body in 45 minutes, he did in fact clean up a dead body in 45 minutes. He puts Gavin's body in his truck, and in the middle of the night, he wakes up Rafe and tells him, I need your help. He brings him outside and shows Rafe what's in the back of his truck, and immediately Rafe starts freaking out. You'd actually think for a second that Rafe didn't murder somebody already. Rafe starts screaming, whose body is that? And Ward has to put his hand over his mouth and tell him, shut up. When he finally gets Rafe's undivided attention, he tells Rafe why he had to kill Gavin. And when Rafe hears that Gavin was planning on turning him in, all of a sudden he's completely cool with the dead body in the back of his dad's truck. In the wee hours of the morning, Ward and Rafe drag Gavin's body to their boat and get rid of it. After getting rid of the body, Ward needs to figure out how he's going to get the gun back. Ward tells Rafe that it washed down the storm drain, and they need to find it and get it back ASAP. So Rafe tells his dad, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Rafe is going to need some help, though, and he heads to Barry's. The first thing he tells Barry is, you no longer have this blackmail over my head. The police already questioned me, and there's nothing that you can tell them that they already haven't heard. But I need some help, so do you want to make some money? Barry and Rafe head over to the storm drain that Ward said the gun fell down. But the Pogues are also searching for this gun. And when Barry and Rafe show up, Key is crawling through the outlet to try to get to the storm basin to see if that's where the gun is. Of course, Barry and Rafe have no idea about this. Barry explains to Rafe that it's either in the storm drain, which you don't want to be in because it's just some nasty stuff, or it's in the outlet. The easiest thing to do is just flush it out, open the waterway up, and then go find the gun in the outlet. But when they go to turn the water on, all of a sudden they start hearing screaming. Because as Key was looking for the gun, she lifted up something dead in there, and she started freaking out. So Barry and Rafe faintly can hear somebody down in the sewer drains talking about a gun, and Rafe knows exactly who's down there, so he turns to Barry and says, flush him out. And Barry says, hold on a second. If I do that, it's going to kill him. And I'll tell you right now, you don't want any more dead bodies on your record. Rafe, though, is hell-bent on turning the water on, and even though Barry tries to tell him, you don't realize what you're doing, Rafe says, then move over, I'll do it myself, and he turns the water on. All of a sudden, Key turns from worried about something dead that she pulled up to getting drowned out of a sewer. When the water gets turned on, Key doesn't have enough time to make her way back to JJ and Pope. JJ and Pope realize that Key is going to have to go out a manhole cover. Problem is, she's trapped. She can't push it herself. JJ and Pope run up to the street and start grabbing on it, and they're able to get it off just in the nick of time and save Key. And even though Key almost died, it wasn't like she almost died for nothing, because in her back pocket is the gun. That night, they run the gun over to Shoup, hoping that he can run some ballistics tests on it and prove that it wasn't John B. who killed the sheriff. When they give the gun to Shoup, though, he's still having a hard time believing their story. Even though a gun is sitting there in front of him, he's pretty skeptical that that is the gun that they're talking about. The gun that killed Peterkin that Rafe was holding, and the one that apparently killed Gavin, because Gavin's body is still missing. The Pogues start getting pretty animated and start insulting Shoup to the point where he just kicks them out. Right before Pope leaves, he turns to Shoup and says, we brought you the murder weapon. There's no logical reason for you not to send it in. But Shoup just tells him, go with your friends. When the Pogues do leave, though, Shoup runs the gun's serial number. And he's pretty surprised to find out that it is indeed registered to Ward Cameron. He tucks the gun away because he's got to figure out what he's going to do with it next. After they left Shoup's office, though, JJ went home, but Key went to go shower because she smells like straight sewage. And after she does, she's sitting there with Pope, and Pope is trying to be a little bit affectionate, but their relationship's been weird since she kissed him. And when he puts his arm around her, she pushes him away and says, stop. He looks at her and says, well, I mean, I kind of just thought after the other night. And she tells him, yeah, the other night was the other night, but I was high. She realizes how she sounds, so she tells him, look, I'm just really stressed out. I've got sewage in my lungs. Let's just see what happens, okay? That same night, not too far away, Rafe has to go to Ward and tell him that he looked all over the place, but he couldn't find the gun. But if the Pogues have it, they can just say that they stole the gun. Ward then tells Rafe that the next day he needs to head to Nassau, and he wants Rafe to come with him. He tells Rafe that he feels like he just needs somebody that has his back, and Rafe assures him, I've got your back. So the next morning, Ward and Rafe get ready to head to the Bahamas, but before Ward leaves, Rose tells him, I'm pretty sure Wheezy's on to something. Ward, though, brushes it off, tells her it doesn't matter, gets in the car, and leaves. When he gets to the Bahamas, he shows Rafe why they showed up. Rafe can't believe that they have all of that gold. When you find out that you just got $250 million, you forget about the fact that you killed a sheriff and you no longer have a sister. Rafe starts acting like it's buy one, get one polo day at the Lacoste store. I mean, he's freaking out. He then tells Rafe that that day on the tarmac, that's what was on the cargo plane. And that without Rafe, they have no gold. They then pack up the gold and get ready to drive it to the airport. But at the same time, Sarah and her crew are getting ready to steal it. Stubby's the lookout. He's phoning Sarah and John B. to let them know exactly what Ward's packing. And he's basically got a small militia with him. Cleo and Terrence are posing as a roadwork crew who are going to tell them that the road they're on is closed. But they need to get Ward to lose his security detail. And the way they do that is having a bunch of kids flood the streets, distracting the drivers and putting spike strips out. Ward and Rafe get so freaked out that something's up that they just bolt, telling the militia, meet us at the tarmac. When Ward and Rafe reach Cleo and Terrence pulls a gun on Ward, and Cleo puts a knife to Rafe's throat. They make them get out of the vehicle, get on the ground, and then Terrence yells for John B. and Sarah to get in the car. But Ward was able to sneak a peek on who is stealing his gold, and he notices that it's Sarah. He starts to get up, and the whole time they're warning him to get down on the ground. But he's not really listening. He can't believe that his daughter's alive. Rafe can't believe that his dead sister is about to steal their gold. Cleo abandons Rafe to try to control Ward along with Terrence, and that's when Rafe pulls a gun out. He points it at John B., who has a gun pointed at Ward. But right before Rafe fires it, Cleo is able to knock his arm away, grabbing the gun from him. A shot did go off, though. Terrence then pistol whips Ward and instructs both John B. and Sarah to get the hell out of there. John B. has to hurry, though, because at this point, Rafe's security detail is caught up. Even though the gold in the back of the truck is really weighing them down, they're able to lose the tail by making a sharp right and turning into a field where their truck is completely covered. John B. is pumped. He's got the gold, he lost the tail, but that's when Sarah realizes that she's got blood on her because she's been shot. Episode 3 picks up right where Episode 2 left off, with John B. freaking out, realizing that Sarah has indeed been shot. He calls up Terrence, and Terrence ends up coming to find them. You got to get her to a doctor. Don't go to a hospital. You get caught. And then he gives him an address of a guy that he knows who's a doctor. As he's shuffling John B. and Sarah into the car, Terrence says, you got 8 hours, and then we got to leave. John B. and Sarah haul ass to this place. And the place looks pretty sketchy, and the doctor is pretty sketchy, but he buzzes them in, and he tells John B., put her on the table. The doctor hooks up an IV for Sarah and tells John that she's bleeding a little on the outside, but a lot on the inside. He can go in, but she's going to lose a lot of blood, which means she could die. He doesn't want to be held liable for that. He also wants $4,000 to do the procedure. The only money that John B. has is the gold nugget, so he hands it over. And the doctor is definitely surprised, but he accepts the $140,000 tip, and he goes to work. He's able to remove the bullet and stitch Sarah up. Now it's just a matter of time of seeing if she actually recovers or not. Well, John B. is waiting for Sarah at a makeshift doctor's office. Ward and Rafe headed to the police to file a report after their gold was stolen. And Ward still can't believe that he saw Sarah. But then he yells at Rafe for pointing a gun and shooting it in her direction, saying you could have hit her. And that's when Rafe says, I did hit her. I didn't mean to shoot her, but I don't care that I did. Ward looks at him shocked and says, that is your sister. And Rafe just starts mumbling how she stole from them, how she had her boyfriend point a gun at them, and how Ward needs to take the blinders off. This little family spat gets interrupted when the police come over and show Ward a picture that was taken by a tourist of 2 teenagers, one with a gunshot, going into a building. And Ward is able to confirm that that is indeed his daughter. The police have security cameras, they have license plates, they have addresses. They tell Ward, we should be able to find them and your gold. But at that makeshift hospital, things start going south quick. All of a sudden, Sarah's vitals don't look so good. The doctor comes in and tells John B. we can't give her any more fluid, it'll kill her. The doctor frantically starts looking for a BVM, and as the doctor is looking all over his office for it, Sarah completely flatlines. The doctor runs in with the BVM and tells John, start pushing on the sternum until I tell you to stop. And both of them start trying to bring Sarah back to life. But John B continues to push, the doctor continues to pump the BVM, and eventually the doctor just gives up. He tells John B, she's lost too much blood, kid. I'm going to leave you with her for a little bit. And John B can't believe the doctor's walking away. But John B isn't willing to give up. He continues to try to use CPR to bring her back, but nothing's working. Nothing but the power of love. Because when John B tells Sarah that he loves her, all of a sudden her finger starts moving. That's right. It was those 3 words, those 8 letters that brought Sarah Cameron back from the dead. When John B yells for the doctor to come take a look at her again, the doctor's attitude is kind of like, oh, cool, she's not dead. And he walks back out of the room with John B just waiting for Sarah to wake up. She does end up waking up, actually a little bit earlier than they expected. And they've got an hour to spare before Terrence's 8-hour timeline, so they need to get a move on. John B just wants to make sure that she rests, but she says, no, we gotta go. But when they try to go out the way they came, they notice that the police are asking around, and they figure that they're asking around about them. Since they did just give this doctor $140,000 more than he asked for, he decides to hook them up with an escape vehicle, telling them, take it down to the wharf, leave the keys under the mat, I'll come pick it up later. So Sarah and John B head down to meet Terrence and his crew, but when they get to the wharf, they see that there's a ton of police. They casually drive up and ask, what's going on? And the police officer tells them, there was a robbery, keep moving. And that's when they notice that there wasn't just a robbery, the police are loading the gold back from Terrence's boat into a police vehicle. So the gold is gone. As Sarah and John B are sitting there wondering what they're going to do, one of the police officers recognizes them from the picture that was taken by that tourist. He yells for John B and Sarah to get out of the car, but they realize that they've been ID'd and they speed off. It causes a high-speed chase through Nassau, one that has John B turn into a very small alley where he's dodging pedestrians left and right. And after one particular close call, he turns around to see if the person he almost hit was okay, and that's when he actually hits somebody. He gets up to see if that person actually is okay, and he's shocked to find that it's Cleo. She tells him she'll be all right, but he loads her in the vehicle, and the trio head off. Cleo tells them that the police showed up and there was a shootout. She dove over the side of the boat, and she has no idea what happened to Terrence or Stubby. But with no gold and no money, Sarah and John B need to figure out what they're going to do. Luckily for them, they do have Cleo, and the trio lay low for a couple hours until it's nightfall, and they head back to the marina. Cleo tells them, I have a boat for you. And Sarah, it's going to look really familiar. And it's the Cameron boat that Terrence stole from her family house. Now it's just a matter of where they're going to go. And John B starts talking about going to some deserted island and living on that. But Sarah goes, no, stop. We can't do that. We need to go home. Ward said he would tell the truth if we came back. I can confront him about that. John B starts talking about how Ward is completely untrustworthy. And Sarah says, yeah, but I'm your alibi. So trust me. John B remembers that he is supposed to follow Sarah's lead. So guess they're heading back to OBX. They think that Cleo's coming with them, but she's not. She actually tells him, there's so much heat on you, I'll do better by myself. She then goes off to get the keys, and that's when John B and Sarah are caught by a lone police officer. Cleo comes back, though, smacks the police officer with an oar, throws the keys to John B, and John B is able to get away. Cleo is able to hop in the water and lose the cop as well. Sarah and John B have quite a trip ahead of them. I mean, this isn't exactly like going to your local Walmart. And on the ride, Sarah decides, you know what? We should get married. I guess she feels indebted to John B because he did bring her back from the dead, and he does have 10-pack abs. So John B rips a piece of his dad's bandana, wraps it around Sarah's neck. That's going to be the wedding ring, and Sarah pronounces them husband and wife. It's an adorable ceremony. I was lucky to be a part of it. But as Sarah and John were fleeing the marina, Ward Cameron was called to the marina because they found his gold and they're returning it. He's pumped about it. They're going to leave the next day and they should be in the clear. But Rafe is not doing so hot. He tells his dad, I'm not okay. But Ward keeps repeating, no, you're fine. And Rafe starts shaking his head saying that he just has these thoughts. And he's worried that he's not going to be able to control these thoughts. The pressure of everything he's done is coming down on him. And Ward is trying to get Rafe to get a grip on things without tipping off the cops to anything going on. The cops, though, do look in his direction, and Ward has to go over and say, hey, he's been through a lot. He was there when the gold was stolen. It's all good. It's pretty clear, though, that Rafe is having a mental breakdown. So that's what was going on in Nassau. But over in the Outer Banks, the Pogues are in class when the class is interrupted by somebody looking for Pope. And it's from the Scholarship Foundation that he was going out for. The representative tells Pope that he's sorry that it didn't work out. But there were a few members of the board that were very interested in his story about the Royal Merchant. He hands him a sealed letter and says, I can't guarantee anything about a scholarship, but if you get in the good graces of family, who knows? They're very powerful, Good luck. When Pope flips the letter over, he notices that it's sealed by the wheat mark, the same wheat mark that was on all of the gold. He runs back into the classroom to show the Pogues, and they're freaking out a little bit, trying to make sense of everything. As soon as class is over, they head to the library to read this thing. And the letter says, "Dear Mr. Hayward, I have evidence that can exonerate John B.'s name. It's of vital importance that you come meet with me at my offices in Charleston, North Carolina. 8 p.m. sharp tonight, please come alone." And Charleston isn't exactly close to the Outer Banks. That's a hike. They would basically have to leave right then and there. Pope then notices the last name on the letter is Limbrey, and that name sounds really familiar. When he does a quick Google search, he realizes it's the same last name of the captain on the Royal Merchant. He's just putting two and two together, but he figures that whoever contacted him is a distant relative of the captain. Doesn't really matter though. All they care about is that this person can help clear John B.'s name. So they have to get to Charleston by 8 p.m. Pope ends up stealing his dad's truck, figuring he's probably got about 8 hours until his dad freaks out. Key, on the other hand, well, her parents don't exactly take it well. They start talking about how she's throwing her future away, how she needs a better life for herself, and then they drop a bombshell on her that they're thinking about sending her to boarding school. And that's when Key flips out. She starts storming out of their place over to Pope's truck, and her mom yells at her, "If you leave and you're not back tonight, then don't bother coming back." But Key's mind's made up. She's a Pogue, and she's leaving with Pope and JJ. On the drive to Charleston, all three of them are trying to make sense of the letter. They can't figure out what this family, the Limbreys, would know about the murder, even though, according to Key, they do own about half of Charleston. They also don't know why they're targeting Pope specifically, and also why they want him to come alone. As they're discussing all of this, though, their truck breaks down. This blows up any chance of them making it by 8 p.m., and it guarantees that Pope's dad's going to find out he took his truck. They have to get the truck towed to a mechanic, and as Pope is discussing with the mechanic what he thinks the issue is, JJ can tell that Key's pretty depressed. And that's because it dawned on her that her mom is so worried about her becoming a Pogue that she's willing to send her off to boarding school. She tells JJ she's not going to go. I mean, at this point, she is who she is. And JJ tells her it's not all that bad. I mean, look at that guy over there, and points to Pope. JJ tells Key that Pope would do anything for them, because JJ is trying to be a good wingman. They end up paying for the truck repairs, or I should say, Key ends up paying for the truck repairs, or I should say, Key's parents end up paying for the truck repairs. Either way, they get the truck out, and they're forced to sleep in the bed of the truck that night. Even though they're a day late, the next day, they start crossing a bridge over to Charleston. And as they're doing so, JJ says, "I wonder where Sarah and John B. are." Only if they looked outside of their window, because Sarah and John B. have run out of gas. But luckily, they're literally right under that bridge, floating into Charleston. In episode 4, upon returning from Nassau, the first thing that Ward does is tell Rose what happened. The fact that Sarah's alive and the fact that Rafe shot her. And that he has no idea if she's okay or not. Problem that Rose has is the fact that she told the police that Rafe was with her. And if Sarah comes home, she's going to testify that everything that they told the police was a lie. Ward starts screaming, she's not going to do that, but Rose looks at him and says, he just shot her. There's something wrong with him. There's been something wrong with him that you've ignored since he was 10. If she comes back and wants to testify, you're going to have to make a choice, Rafe or Sarah. And if you don't choose, then I'm going to have to. Sarah, meanwhile, has safely arrived in Charleston. Their first mission is to get gas for the boat. Another group that's arrived in Charleston is the Pogues. They drive up to the house, but when they get there, sort of scruffy guy in his 30s answers the door, tells him he should have been there a day ago, and that he was supposed to come alone. So Pope sends JJ and Key back to the car, and he heads into the house by himself. As Pope is waiting for this mystery woman to show up, he starts looking around the house and notices there's a lot of religious artwork. But a few seconds later, a woman arrives, and her name is Carla Limbrey. She tells Pope that she knows everything. She knows that they found the gold. She knows that Ward Cameron double-crossed them and has it now. And she knows that John B. did not kill the sheriff. Turns out that Big John Rutledge wasn't the only one that Ward Cameron double-crossed, because Carla was also in business with Ward, and she was double-crossed by Ward. The two were supposed to be partners in finding the gold together. Pope then asks how she knows that Rafe was the one to kill Peterkin, and she pulls out a recorder and has Gavin on recording saying that it was Rafe Cameron who killed Peterkin. But she's not about to just walk into a police department and give that up for free. There's something she wants. And she tells Pope, I need the key, although Pope has no idea what the hell she's talking about. Carla figures that he's lying, so she tells him, I need Denmark's key, as in Denmark Tanny's key. Once again, though, Pope tells her, I don't know what you're talking about. She then gets up and shows him a bunch of drawings of keys and says, do you recognize this? But Pope once again says, no. She then tells Pope that she wants to show him something outside, and it doesn't seem like Pope really has a choice. The Pogues see him being ushered out back, and it looks like Pope's in distress, so Key and JJ drive around back to try to find him. Pope gets taken to a graveyard right behind the house, and one of the graves there is Denmark Tanny. Carlo then tells him the true story of how Denmark died. Denmark freed himself, but he went to go free the rest of his family. He was able to free his sons, but his wife and daughter, he wasn't. And it was because of Carla's family. They wouldn't let them go. His wife ended up drowning. Denmark was hung, but his baby did survive. This story kind of freaks Pope out, so he tries to leave, but Carla corners him and says, "Do you think I'm stupid? Why else would John B. involve you? Your family has the key." The whole time, Pope is denying this, saying he has no idea what she's talking about. She then asks, "Did word get to you?" Once again, though, Pope is denying that he knows anything. She tells him that the key leads to the cross leads to Santo Domingo. The real treasure lies at the foot of the angel. Those were the last words that Denmark Tanny said. But that also doesn't ring any bells. At this point, Pope has had enough, and he says, yeah, I'm going to go home now. See ya. But he's locked into the property, and Carla sends her goon after him. Pope and this guy get into a fight where Pope is saved because JJ and Key have caught up to him at this point. Pope ends up punching the guy in the face, fleeing, and getting in the car to get the hell out of there. But the guy gets into his car and chases after them. So Pope and the Pogues are on a chase through Charleston. And while trying to lose this guy, they actually almost hit Sarah and John B. And those two are in a chase of their own. It's not in a car, it's on foot. They stole a guy's money to get the gas. The guy caught up to him. So every member of the Pogues is getting chased by somebody. Unfortunately for JJ, Key, and Pope, the truck that they're in ends up breaking down and they also have to take it on foot. When they were almost hit, though, John B. and Sarah noticed that that was Pope's dad's truck. So they started trying to catch up to the group. In order to do so, John B. and Sarah ended up stealing a bike taxi. And it doesn't take long for them to catch JJ, Key, and Pope running out of an alley. And the reunion is beautiful, but they realize they're going to have to hug it out somewhere else because they have two groups on their ass. So everybody piles into this small little back seat, and they take off back to the boat. Limbury's guy has to go back to the house and tell her that he wasn't able to catch Pope. And she figures the fact that Pope ran is proof that he has the key. So she tells him, well, if Pope doesn't want to give us what we want, then we're going to have to go take it. Because she is convinced that this key is in Pope's family. The Pogues, though, are all headed back to OBX. John B. and Sarah catch them up on what happened in Nassau. The Pogues catch them up on the budding romance between Key and Pope. The conversation then turns to why exactly John B. is hell-bent on going back to the Outer Banks. JJ thinks he should continue running, but John says no. The Outer Banks is my home. I'm done. Plus, if I go back, I get to face Ward again. So, it's settled. They're heading back. A few hours later, the boat arrives at John B.'s place, and both Key and Pope aren't exactly looking forward to heading back home, because they're going to get yelled at quite a bit. So JJ says, well, then we don't have to. No one knows we're here, and you guys aren't going to get in any more trouble if we show up 12 hours later. So let's party it up. JJ is quite convincing with this, so everybody agrees to throw a rager that night at John B.'s place. But in order to throw a rager, you need beer, so they head to the store and they get it. But as JJ and Key walk back to the boat, they get caught by Kels, who then notices that they're walking back to a boat that has John B. and Sarah in it. So he races over to the country club to let Rafe know that his sister and John B. are back in town. And Kels shows up just in the nick of time because Rafe is about to get into it with one of the bar patrons. But when Kels tells Rafe that he just saw his sister in town, Rafe knows it's true because he saw her in Nassau. Rafe also knows that he needs to take care of John B. because it's only a matter of time before John B. goes to the police and starts talking. So he heads over to Barry's place and says, I need a gun. Barry starts to kind of laugh him off on why he would need a gun, but Rafe is once again tweaking. So Barry says, okay, what do you need it for? So Rafe explains the situation with John B. and Sarah being back in town. Barry knows that if it comes down on Rafe, it probably comes back to him too. So he goes in his closet, grabs two guns, and says, all right, let's go get them. They drive on over to John B.'s place where the Pogues are throwing a banger of a party. John B. ends up seeing the memorial they made for him in the tree, and Key and Pope want some alone time, so they drive off in the HMS Pogue to another place on the island, and they, do fun stuff. But shortly after Pope and Key left, Barry and Rafe show up. And Barry and Rafe have no idea what they're walking into, so they start sneaking through the property. But John B. heard a door close. So JJ, John B., Sarah, they end up hiding up in the trees. And they see Barry and Rafe show up. Barry running the house, looking all over the place for them, not finding anything, as Rafe stands outside, pacing in a circle, holding a gun. When Barry comes out of the house and says, there's nobody in there, Rafe gets more frustrated because he knows that they were just there. A fire was just put out. He then starts firing the gun into the makeshift memorial. Barry ends up getting him to stop, saying, dude, we're going to get caught. Let's get the hell out of here. And even though John B., Sarah, they weren't caught this time, they know they have an issue because they had no idea that anyone knew they were back. But clearly somebody does. So when Key and Pope drive back the next morning, JJ comes running down saying, don't tie up. We're getting the hell out of here. Rafe knows we're here, so we have to leave ASAP. They head to a deserted island in the Outer Banks and start talking about what they're going to do. JJ continuing to say that they just should have headed south. And that's when Sarah says, with me back, my dad's going to have to choose between me and Rafe. And he's not going to choose Rafe. Let me go talk to him. Nobody thinks this is a good idea except Sarah Cameron. But she is convinced that if she goes and talks to Ward, he'll be a man of his word, he'll tell the truth, and he'll set all of this right. So she takes the Pogues boat and she heads back home. And when Ward gets out of his car, he can't believe what's standing in front of him. He's elated, but she's not. She doesn't even let Ward hug her. First thing she does is ask, is Rafe here? But he's not, which is a good thing. Ward then asks her, are you okay? And she says, of course I'm not okay. My brother shot me. She then brings up the promise that he made. She then tells him that she's planning on testifying against him because he lied, Rafe lied, and Rose lied. But she won't do it if he holds up his end of the bargain and tells the truth. She asks her dad, just convince Rafe to turn himself in, but Ward isn't going to do that. Ward tells Sarah that John B. might not have been the one technically to shoot Peterkin, but he is the reason why she's dead, because he got in the way of everything, that he got Sarah into this mess, that he put her in danger, and Sarah can't believe that her father is trying to pass the buck to John B. Sarah tells him that if he doesn't tell the truth, he's never going to see her again. But he says, you don't mean that. Fact is, I'm not going to choose between my daughter and my son. But I'll tell you in the end, it'll all be okay. We'll be right back here and we'll be together. A family. Sarah walks up to him and asks, what happened to you? And then she heads back to meet up with her friends. But as she's heading back, Ward ends up calling the sheriff's department and having her tailed. Sarah gets back to the island with the Pogues and tells them that it went about as well as they had expected. They start trying to plan their next move because they obviously can't stay at the Outer Banks. But then all of a sudden, they hear police sirens. They look in the distance, and the FBI has about 4 or 5 boats coming in quick. They take off running, but eventually, they get to a point where they're surrounded. They're surrounded by FBI agents, and they're surrounded by the local sheriff's department. JJ is ready to go out guns a-blazing. He actually pulls out a pistol. But John B. realized that if he starts shooting, he's going to end up dying. So John B. is able to convince him to put the gun down and surrenders himself. But as John B. gets arrested, one of the police officers starts beating the crap out of him. Even as Shoop tells him to stop, he continues on anyway. And the Pogues just have to sit there and watch it go down. I mean, this guy goes so far as to pick up John B., tell him this is for Peterkin, and to knock him out. In episode 5, John B. is arraigned, and it is a massive deal in the Outer Banks. Pretty much everybody in the area shows up for it. And he's charged with murder, and if he's convicted, he could face the death penalty. Emotions are running high as they exit the courtroom, and Key overhears one of Ward's friends saying, I'm so sorry for what you and your family have gone through. Thank God the system works. And when Key hears that, she starts screaming at them, yeah, of course the system works because it helps people like you. And then she turns her vitriol towards Ward, saying, you should be locked up because you're a murderer. This causes quite a big commotion, and Shoop has to get involved. And of course, the Pogues think that he's in their pocket. They have some choice words for Shoop, but they eventually leave. And Key reminds Ward, there's a reason why your daughter's sitting with us. After the proceeding, the Pogues head back to John B.'s abandoned house, and they start trying to game plan what they're going to do. Sarah swears that she just needs to get in touch with Wheezy, because Wheezy's the only other person that knows that Rafe wasn't home that night. So Sarah heads off to try to track down her sister. JJ wants to straight up break him out of jail, which Pope and Key think is a terrible idea, because it is. But he storms off to formulate his own plan, saying, well, at least I'm doing something. Key's idea is to hit up her parents and see if she can get money for a lawyer. John B. only has a public defender, and that's not going to be great for his defense. Shout out to all my public defenders out there. While she goes off to try to get money for a lawyer, Pope's going to try to find out any information he can get on this Key. Over with the Camerons, they know they have an issue. They know that John B. and Sarah are going to testify, and they're going to testify against them. With Gavin still missing, it's not a good look. They need to do something. So the idea that they come up with is to throw a duffel bag full of money at Officer Plum to get someone on the inside to kill John B. and make it look like it's a suicide. Ward starts telling her that this will help his family because Sarah will think that she was abandoned by John B. and come back for them. He also reminds her that John B. is the guy who shot Peterkin, so in the long run, a good thing. She seems to be a little hesitant at first, but she takes the money and does say, I have a guy on the inside who can do this. Plum heads back into the jail and lets that person know that she's got a job for him, and it can come with a reduced sentence. Now, Sarah has been blowing up Wheezy's phone all day, but Wheezy isn't answering. And it's not like she's trying to ignore her sister. The phone's just sitting on the table. After Ward gets back from trying to pay off Plum, he has a conversation with Rafe. And Rafe wants to know who Ward is going to pick in the end, because eventually he figures that Ward is going to have to pick between either him or Sarah. But Ward says the same thing to Rafe that he said to Sarah. I'm not going to choose between my kids. Ward starts to get up from the table, and Rafe stops him and says, Dad, come on, man. I saved your life. I just need to know what you would do. Ward once again has to tell Rafe, dude, stop it, and starts to walk away. And that's when Rafe gets really mad and throws a chair and says, you can't look at me when I'm trying to have a real conversation with you. And that's when Ward loses his patience and jacks Rafe up and says, how many times did I bail you out before that? You saved me? No, Rafe, you screwed us. After this little argument, Rafe goes on the porch, and he's trying to collect his thoughts. You can tell he's kind of going through an episode a little bit, and that's when he hears Wheezy's phone blowing up. And when he picks it up, he notices that she's getting a lot of text messages from a number that she doesn't have saved, saying we have to meet. And he figures that it's Sarah. So he picks up the phone and texts Sarah back a location and a time, and then he puts the phone in his pocket. Wheezy comes out a short time after that looking for her phone, but Rafe says, no, I don't know where it is. So Rafe is going to sneak up on his sister later that night. While Rafe and Ward were getting into it, Key went back to her house for the first time since she left, looking for a handout. And as you can imagine, the fact that she came home super late and the fact that she's looking for money for a guy charged with murder doesn't go over well with her parents. They get into a pretty ugly fight that ends with her mom throwing Key's clothes onto the ground and saying, if you want to be a Pogue so bad, go live like one. And Key has to leave her house. Pope's housecoming went slightly better than that. His dad wasn't happy that he left his truck in Charleston, but he was at least slightly understanding about it in a weird way. Pope then brings up a key and shows his dad the picture that he got from Charleston, and his dad surprisingly recognizes it. He says it looks like an old key that his grandmother used to wear around her neck. He also says that the picture looks an awful lot like an old drawing she used to do when her mind started to go. Now, Pope's dad has no idea where the key is, but says that Pope can start looking in her old apartment, which is above a pharmacy. Pope can't go looking, though, until later that night when the pharmacy's closed. He's going to have to break in. And then there's JJ. JJ ends up going to visit John B. in prison, giving the guards, including Plum, a pretty hard time as he does so. And the plan that JJ has constructed is for John B. to fake appendicitis. He wants him to rub soap all over his face and then stumble out and collapse. He even gives him instructions on what to do when the nurse touches his stomach. Not to react when she touches it, but to wail in agony when she releases her hand. He tells John B. that one of his cousins is a paramedic. He can pick up John B. and then he can drop him off. Now, this plan is horrible, but John B.'s listening. JJ then gives John B. a time on when to fake the appendicitis. As Plum escorts JJ out, she walks him right by the window where he sees his dad playing basketball. And JJ tries to get his attention, but his dad doesn't see him, and Plum ushers him out pretty quickly. Plum totally did this intentionally just to be a dick. As JJ exits, Plum tells him, you'll be back here one day. It's in your blood. JJ then goes into part 2 of his plan. He's going to need his cousin's help. But when he heads over, his cousin thinks it's about as stupid an idea as everybody else does and refuses to help him. He feels bad that JJ's friend is locked up, but he doesn't see it ending well. JJ, though, is not deterred. I mean, the ambulance is literally parked right outside. So as he leaves, JJ swipes the keys and steals the ambulance. Or I should say borrows the ambulance. Now all the Pogues have their separate plans. And that night, they go into effect. Pope ends up going over to the pharmacy, breaking in, and heading to the apartment above. And it looks like it hasn't been used in years, which is a good thing for Pope. He starts fishing around, and at first he doesn't find anything, but then he notices that the drawing of the key also has this weird intricate design behind it, and the design matches up perfectly with the ceiling tiles. So Pope doesn't think this is a coincidence. He starts rummaging around the ceiling, and after a few of the tiles fall off, he notices that there's a small hole in the ceiling, and when he feels around, he finds a small bag with a key in it. He races back to John B.'s place where he's pretty surprised to see that Key's there, and she explains that she got kicked out of her place, so she's going to have to stay there for a few days. Pope tells her, though, if you need someplace to stay, you can always stay with me. But she kind of brushes that comment off. She then asks him, how did things go with you? And he explains that his dad wasn't happy, but he located the key. They both start freaking out because they know that this is exactly what they need to get the evidence that could exonerate John B. He then shows her that there's small writing on the key. and when you shine a light on it and pop up some dust, you can see that it reads, "The path to the tomb begins in the island room." Pope figures this has something to do with that weird saying that Carla told him about Dan Martani's last words. As they're discovering this hidden message on the key, JJ is in full breakout mode. He's dressed up like a paramedic, and he gets the phone call that he's been waiting for. But when he goes to the prison and they wheel out the prisoner, it's not John B. It's somebody else. And JJ's very confused. He's also incredibly sketchy. He's trying to stall, hoping that the cops get a call for somebody with an appendicitis at the prison, but it never comes. He's forced to take this random person to the hospital, and he's not qualified to do it. On top of that, the guards ask him, well, if you're driving, who's going to be with the patient? And JJ thinks quickly and says, well, I figured one of you guys would come. You guys can drive. I can sit in the back with the patient. And they go back and forth about this, and JJ guilt trips the one guard into driving the ambulance for him. The problem now is JJ is stuck in an ambulance with a cop driving in front and no real plan on how to get out of this mess. JJ ends up texting Key and Pope for some help. He gives them an intersection to meet him at, and they end up driving the car, stopping it, forcing the ambulance to stop as JJ gets out and runs for it. They end up meeting back up with JJ, and when they pick him up, they both don't even want to know what mess he got himself into. JJ tells them, doesn't matter, I'm just going to end up in jail anyway. They all have had a really long day, so they head back to get some sleep. And the reason why John B. didn't fake the appendicitis, it wasn't out of lack of trying. I mean, he started to put the soap on his face, but that's when Plum's guys showed up and started to choke him out. John B. was able to use his leverage and start fighting back. He started screaming for help, and it forced the guy to eventually have to flee. But he did warn John B., I'll be back. Shortly after that, Shoop walks into John B.'s cell, and he starts to try to calm John B. down as John B. just says, I didn't do this. I was attacked, Shoop. Somebody just tried to kill me. And finally, there's Sarah. Sarah thinks she's meeting with Wheezy, so you can imagine her surprise when her psychopath brother shows up instead. Rafe starts going over his story with her because he wants to get the story straight, but she cuts him off and says, the story is you killed Peterkin. He looks at her and says, who are you trying to protect here? And she just starts saying over and over again, I'm just trying to do the right thing. And Rafe tells her, you trying to do the right thing got you shot. Sarah yells at him, John B. might get the death penalty because of you. And that's when Rafe starts this woe is me crap about how Sarah's always been against him. He then gets really hostile and says how he's a proactive person and they have a problem that he has to solve tonight. Sarah ends up taking off, but Rafe catches her and starts to try to drown her. Sarah would have been killed if it wasn't for Topper. Topper comes out of nowhere, grabs Rafe off of her, and starts wailing on him, saying, if you ever touch her again, I'm going to kill you. And then he puts Sarah in his boat, and they head off. Hours later, Sarah is still freaked out about what she just experienced. Topper tells her, I'm going to take you to a safe place. And Sarah thanks him for saving her life. Now, this whole time, the Pogues have thought that Shoop is against them. In fact, he's not. That gun is no longer sitting in his desk. He gave it to the FBI to check out for ballistics. And he gets a call from the agent to meet him, and it turns out that the gun is exactly as the kid said. It matches up, and it's got Rafe's fingerprints on it. Now, there's only one thing left to do. Arrest Ward and Rafe Cameron. As the Camerons are sleeping, Ward hears something outside, and he notices a mysterious vehicle leaving his premises. And that's when he notices a bunch of FBI agents storming his place. At this point, Ward knows the jig is up. In episode 6, the cops flood into the Cameron household with warrants looking to search the premises. There's really nothing Ward can do. The warrant, though, isn't for Ward Cameron, it's for Rafe, and it's for murder. Ward tells Shoop that Rafe did not do this, but the FBI agent steps in and says, well, we have proof, so it's going to be a lot easier if you tell us what you know. Ward, though, says, nah, I need to speak to my lawyer. Shoop pulls the FBI agent aside and tells him that he thinks they should get a warrant for Ward Cameron because he's a flight risk. He knows something, but the FBI agent says, no, don't, because if there's one thing I do know, it's that he's going to get in contact with his son, and we'll just tail him. And Ward does, in fact, text Rafe telling him that there's cops in the house and to lay low. And Rafe, who had slept at Barry's house the previous night, is freaking out a little bit. A few hours later, Ward plans his escape. He figured that the FBI would be tailing him, so he hops in the trunk and has Rose drive him to a car wash. When the car goes in the car wash, Ward hops out and is able to lose the FBI tail. He then hitchhikes to Barry's place, where he asks Barry, can we have a moment alone? And Barry gives Ward a lot of attitude, like, yeah, no problem. It's only my house. Hey, take your time. I'll go outside. But when Barry goes outside, he stands right next to the window listening to the whole conversation. And Ward hands Rafe a stack of cash and tells him he wants him to go to Wilmington that night. Ward has an old office there that Rafe can lay low. And then from there, Rafe needs to go to Raleigh, North Carolina, where there's a private airstrip and he can fly out of the country. Rafe then apologizes to Ward, telling him that Ward was right about a lot of the things that he said. Ward tells Rafe it's fine, don't worry about it, you're going to have time to prove me wrong. And then right before Ward leaves, he tells Rafe, by the way, you asked me if I'd pick you or your sister? Well, I'm picking you. Get to Wilmington. And then he takes off. And Rafe is going to need help to get to Wilmington. So he throws a bunch of money at Barry to find him a boat so that they can get the hell out of there. But now that the cops are searching the Cameron premises, it exonerates John B. So the cops bring him to the warden's office, where the warden tells John B that the cops are dropping all the charges. John B isn't really sure what happened, but he's not going to ask too many questions. The warden does let him know before he leaves to be ready to tell the cops everything he knows about Ward and Rafe Cameron. So he figures that the cops finally figured out exactly who killed Peterkin. But as he gets up to go, the cop who beat the shit out of him, he feels pretty bad about what happened. So he gives John B his van back. And John B heads straight for the Pogues. They're thrilled to see him back, and they're not sure why either, because the news about Ward Cameron hasn't reached everybody yet. But after the initial shock and hugs, John B is upset because Sarah isn't there, and he's worried when Key tells him that she didn't come home last night. But as they discuss it further, Topper rolls up with Sarah in his boat, and there's nobody more surprised to see John B than Sarah. She gives him a giant hug, but he's wondering why she's hanging out with her ex. I mean, you hear about this stuff. You go away to prison, your girl goes off and sleeps with another man. Trust me, I know about that life. Anyway, Sarah fills John B in on what happened with her and Rafe the previous night. And if it wasn't for Topper, she'd be dead. John B reluctantly says, I guess I owe you one, Topper. And Topper says, it's all good. I mean, someone had to rescue your girlfriend, right? And John B wants Sarah to tell Topper that they're married. But she doesn't. She just says, I'm with him. It's really, really awkward, and Topper says, I think I'm just going to go. But once they get alone, they then get into their first fight as a married couple. It's adorable. John B wants to know why she didn't tell him that she was married. She felt awkward telling Topper after Topper just saved her life. And as John B and Sarah were having their little lovers quarrel, another relationship was ending before it even began, because Key gives Pope the, I think it's better if we're friends talk. And Pope is heartbroken, but he doesn't have a choice but to put on a good face and say, yeah, I think that's for the best, even though he definitely doesn't want that at all. As the two hug it out as friends, JJ runs up and tells Pope, hey, I just got a call and something happened with your dad. And when the group heads to the marina, they find out that Pope's dad was jumped. But he wasn't just jumped by anyone. He was jumped by Carla's goon, which we find out is actually her half-brother. His name's Redfield. He went looking for the key, and Pope's dad didn't know anything about it, so he took a beating for it. When Pope realizes why his dad got beat up, he hands over the key saying, I'm going to put an end to this. I'm just going to give them the key. But Pope's dad says, no, don't do that. They clearly want it for a reason. So you need to figure out why they want this key so badly. Go talk to your great-grandmother. She might have some information on this. So the group heads on over to pay Pope's great-grandmother a visit. As they're doing so, they're trying to research this Cross of Santo Domingo. And a quick Google search reveals that it was a gift from New Spain to the Spanish king. The gift was thought of at the time to be the most extravagant gift in history, but it was lost off the coast of Bermuda. When they get to the retirement home, though, Pope says, I'm going to do this alone. And he heads in, and the Pogues tell him, all right, we'll pick you up later. And Pope's great-grandmother is definitely senile, but he's able to get out of her a very important detail, that he is a relative of Denmark Tanny. As Pope was having the conversation with his great-grandmother, JJ and John B were talking about the relationship between John B and Sarah and Key were complaining about their boy problems. They get the call, though, from Pope to pick him up, and when they find out that he's a relative of Denmark Tanny, they start razzing him a little bit about it. They start trying to figure out, though, what the key has to do with all of this. They know that there's a link between Pope, the key, the cross, and Pope figures that what Carla told him about the cross leading to a treasure wasn't something she actually wanted to reveal. It was an accident. So if there truly is a treasure, he feels like they can just split it, like they were planning to do with the original gold. As they're discussing this plan, though, Carla and Renfrey walk up, and Pope wants to start swinging at them for beating up his dad, but Carla starts denying everything. Carla tells Pope that they can continue to negotiate, but the fact is she wants the key and she's not going to stop until she gets it. As she's having Renfrey muscle Pope around, John B pulls out a very similar looking key and tells Carla, I could just throw this in the water and it's going to be lost forever. As John B. is distracting Carla, Pope's a little confused and he looks in his pocket and he's got the original key. So he just lets John B. spin this web of lies to Carla because she's buying all of it. They end up negotiating a trade, this fake key, for the tape that exonerates John B. And when Carla and Renfrey hobble out of there, the group figures they have a couple hours before she realizes it's a fake. But Key, Sarah, Pope, they're trying to figure out what exactly they just gave her. And that's when JJ tells the group that him and John B came up with this plan to grab an old key from John B's house just in case this were to happen. It's probably the first good plan JJ's ever had. After they get the tape, John B heads on over to Shoop and hands it over, telling him there's proof that Ward and Rafe Cameron killed Peterkin. But to John B's surprise, Shoop isn't surprised at all and just says, yeah, we know, kid. So while that plan went off without a hitch, Rafe has constructed a plan to get to Charleston with Barry's help. Barry has found him a boat and they start going through the swamp a little bit. And as they're doing so, Barry tells him, Rafe, I don't particularly dislike you, but I'll never forget how your dad punked me. And then he jumps in the water because Barry has tipped off the police on Rafe trying to flee. At first, Rafe is prepared for a shootout, but he realizes he's going to end up getting shot if that happens, so he tries to make a run for it, where he ends up getting arrested. When Ward and Rose find out that Rafe was arrested, Rose is freaking out a little bit because she knows it's only a matter of time before they come after Ward. She tells Ward that the Druthers is right out front and they can be in international waters in a few hours. Ward tells Rose it's going to be okay, but she says, yeah, it's going to be okay because we're going to get the hell out of here. We're going to save ourselves. You got to start thinking of Wheezy right now. And Ward stands up and says, I'm telling you, it'll be okay. You just got to trust me. But Rose is right. They're coming for Ward. They filed a petition to get a search warrant, but they need a judge's signature, and that judge just so happens to be Topper's grandfather. And when Topper sees the police show up with the warrant, he ends up calling Sarah to tip her off. Topper ended up giving her a cell phone that only he has the number of. So when Sarah gets this phone call, she's not so much worried about her father, she's more worried about Wheezy. The group race over to the Cameron household, and Sarah begs John B to go faster, and he says, do you think I want to miss this? And Sarah shoots him a look, because the Pogues haven't really been empathetic towards Sarah's situation. They've been reveling in the fact that Ward Cameron's being taken down. Everybody except Key. Key's been a pretty good friend to Sarah. When the Pogues get to the Cameron household, Sarah does end up finding Wheezy, and Wheezy's very confused, and Sarah sends her inside saying, don't come out. But the cops, upon arrival, were told by Rose that Ward is on the Druthers. And when they get to the dock, sure enough, he's on it, and it looks like it's about to set sail. Ward tells Shoop that they're definitely going to make him sheriff after this because he caught him fair and square. And Shoop is trying to get Ward to come in, give himself up, but Ward doesn't really seem very interested in that. Sarah ends up coming on the dock with her friends, and Ward is infuriated that the police let her there. But they figure that maybe Sarah can convince him to come in. She isn't able to, though. As police boats converge on the Druthers, Ward ends up pulling up anchor and running into the hall as Sarah is begging him not to leave. But he doesn't leave. He blows up the ship. When the ship blows up, Sarah is inconsolable. And when she looks at John B really isn't there for her. Topper is. John B is taking it in that the guy who killed his father and tried to kill him a couple nights ago just committed suicide. But when he looks down at his girlfriend, who is crying her eyes out, he realizes he might have messed up because her ex-boyfriend is trying to calm her down. In episode 7, Ward Cameron left goodbye a video confession. He admits to everything, including killing Peterkin, which gets Rafe freed from jail. The family, though, is still having a hard time processing the fact that Ward Cameron is no longer. Sarah goes to leave to find John B and the rest of the Pogues, but she's stopped by Rafe. And she loses her shit on Rafe, probably because he tried to kill... Yep, no, that's it. He tried to kill her. That's the reason why. He starts to apologize to her for trying to kill her, but says, I was only trying to do right by Dad. And his dying wish was that we stay together as a family. He says he can't change the past, once again apologizes, and then lets her go. When she shows up at John B's place, he's the only one there. And she's shown up there to break up with him. She can't get over the fact that when she needed him most, it seemed like he was enjoying the fact that her father just committed suicide. She figured that of all people, John B would understand the loss of a dad. This has made things just way too complicated for her, so she's got to take a step back. She takes off the bandana, necklace, wedding ring, gives it back to him, and says, sometimes things just aren't meant to be. She doesn't want to go back home that night, so she heads back to Topper's. And Topper does make her feel better. He reminds her that the next night is the big bonfire, which is a tradition. So maybe they can just have some fun instead of focusing on the negative stuff. The next day, though, is this thing called school. It's where the youth of America go to learn. And even though John B looks like he's 35 years old, in the show he's a teenager, so he has to go. It's the first time he's been back in school in a while. But while he gets ready for a test that he didn't even know was coming, another girl in the class, who only looks about 24, hands him a note telling him that she wants to meet up with him that night at the bonfire. After class, they're heading to the next one when they're stopped by a teacher who wants to show him something. He volunteers at the Maritime Museum, and there was something that came up recently that he thought would pique their interest. It's a journal that they found. Now, there's no name attached to the journal, but it's Denmark Tanny's journal. They know this because comparing signatures, it's the same thing. Pope thanks the teacher, and the teacher tells him it's important to know your own history. So somehow, this guy knows Pope is related to Denmark Tanny. Apparently, Pope was the only one who didn't know. They make photocopies of the journal, and after school, Pope starts reading it to the group. The Royal Merchant came upon another ship that was on fire. They started to help out the crew, but first they wanted the crew's cargo, which included the cross of Santo Domingo. Once they got the gold and the cross on board, they left the Spanish soldiers to die. Now they figured that the cross has to be hidden somewhere else because it was simply too big. But they can't figure out the connection between the key, the island room, the cross, all of it. I mean, they don't even know what the island room is. And that's when JJ comes up with the idea that they're thinking too hard. And what they need to do is go, blow off some steam, aka drink their faces off at the bonfire, and then maybe a discovery will just pop into their head. It takes some convincing, but Pope eventually gets on board with this plan. Now, while the kids are waiting for the bonfire, the Limbrys at this point have figured out that the key that they got was bogus. And Carla has instructed Redfield to get the key no matter what. She's extremely worried that they've already found the cross. And time is of the essence. Carla Limbry is really sick. So Redfield goes and asks help from a couple of buddies who are Army Rangers and who are sharpshooters with a bow. They buy in, and that night they head from Charleston to the Outer Banks to get the key. As Redfield and his buddies are heading there, though, they have to wait at John B's place because they all head to the big bonfire. And everybody's there. John B ends up finding that girl who wanted to meet up with him and starts talking to her. A short time later, Sarah and Topper show up. And when Sarah sees John B talking to another girl, she gets pretty upset. Although, it's not what it looks like. John B actually tells this girl that he's not ready to move on from Sarah. When John B goes to find Sarah, he sees her dancing with Topper. Although, that also isn't what it looks like, because when Topper goes in to kiss Sarah, she pulls back. Eventually, though, these two sides end up meeting up, and it doesn't go over well. They both are pretty accusatory on what the person's doing there, and it looks like they're going to go their separate ways until Kels asks John B, "What are you going to do? You going to shoot me like you shot Peterkin?" And John B just goes and punches him. This causes a pretty big brawl, with Topper grabbing John B, just like on the beach a year ago. And the girl that John B was talking to ends up pushing Sarah on the ground. Sarah, though, is defended by Key. Eventually, everybody just gets out of there, with the Pogues heading back to John B's place. John B is a little surprised that Key defended Sarah, but Key says, yeah, of course. I mean, she's not a real kook. As John B goes to get another beer, though, he hears something, and that is when Redfield comes out of the bushes with his hands up. He lets the group know that he hasn't come alone, and that there are Army Rangers sitting in the bushes who, on his command, will fire at will. And to prove this, he has one of them shoot an arrow into a tree. This puts the fear of God into them, and it's made Redfield pretty untouchable. So while Pope really doesn't want to give up the key, doesn't seem like he has a choice, and he hands it over. That's a pretty bad turn of events, but it might not be as bad as what's going on in the Cameron household, because Rose has no idea where the gold is. Ward left absolutely no documentation on what happened to it. What safe, what company, account numbers, nothing. Rafe, who is trying to be the man of the house, says, all right, well, don't worry. We'll find the gold. In the meantime, we still have the construction company. But she turns to him and says, no, we don't. The construction company's in debt. Why do you think your dad was doing what he was doing? We have 1 month to come up with $1.7 million. And this revelation makes Rafe so angry that he punches a hole in the wall. But you can kind of see a little bit of the plaster that was there before. That night, Rafe is so stressed out that he starts banging lines of cocaine, and Rose comes in and lets him know that's not going to make you feel better. But Rafe turns it on her and says, no, I'll tell you what my problem is. I have a stepmother who lies to me. I mean, you really think that I believe that you can't find the gold? I mean, admit it. You know where the gold is and you just want to keep it for yourself. Rafe is getting those crazy eyes and he's freaking Rose out, but she's putting on a strong face. Even when Rafe pulls a knife on her, she puts on a strong face. She's only saved, though, when there's a knock at the door, and when Rafe goes to answer it, she is very relieved because Rafe is scaring the crap out of her. When Rafe answers that door, though, it's Carla Limbry, and she's looking for the island room. The next morning, Topper drops Sarah off at her house because she just needs to grab some clothes. And they agree to meet up later that night, but when she enters the house, nobody's there. She starts looking around the house for somebody, but that's when she enters the room that Rafe punched a hole in. And that room has had the plaster torn all off of it. And that's when Sarah realizes that that room is the island. In episode 8, Sarah comes over to John B's household and gets a whole lot of attitude on what she's doing there. But she makes it clear to John B, I'm not here for you, I'm here for Pope, because I think I've found the island room. As they're heading on over to Sarah's house, Pope starts reading the group more transcripts from Denmark's diary, including an item in the Cross of Santo Domingo. Apparently, it holds something called the Garment of the Savior, and the garment has the power to heal the sick. So now we know why Carla wants it. When they get to the island room, they realize that Denmark must have painted this himself, because it's a map of the entire island, and it's got his handwriting. John B. asks Sarah, how did you even know about this? But she says, I didn't. It was like this when I got home. And that begs the question, if Sarah didn't do it, then who did? And as they're pondering that, Wheezy walks in and says, that sick lady and her attack dog showed up last night and wanted to talk to Rafe. Wheezy tells him that Rafe sent her upstairs, but she didn't want to miss out, so she started listening in through the grate. And she could hear them freaking out once they realized that there was something under the wallpaper when Rafe punched a hole through it. Rafe, Carla, Renfrey, they started tearing this room up. The whole time Rose is just looking at them, allowing it to happen. And Carla just can't believe that they actually found it, the island room. Pope remembers Denmark's last words, that they buried the real treasure at the foot of the angel. So the group starts looking on the wall for an angel, but they don't find it. And that's when JJ realized it was code, because there's a painting of an old tree with a key lock on it. And that tree has a nickname, Angel Oak. They figured that's gotta be where the cross is buried. They then figured that that's where Limbury has to be. So they speed on over there. They do reach a minor hiccup because the tide's coming in and the road is slightly muddy, but John B just floors it and they get through. When they actually arrive to Angel Oak, though, they're not the only ones there. Limbury is there, as well as Rafe and a bunch of excavators, and they're tearing the area up. The Pogues stay back. They don't want to get caught, and they're watching all of this go down. It doesn't take long for the excavator to hit something, but when they dig it up, it's a coffin. They think that Denmark must have hidden the cross in the coffin, but when they open it up, it's just a skeleton. Carla cannot believe it. She figures they must have missed something and orders everybody back to the island room. So the group pack up and leave, and that's when the Pogues walk in. Pope realizes pretty quickly that this skeleton isn't just anybody. It's Denmark's wife. His final words were, the real treasure is buried at the foot of the angel. And the real treasure to Denmark was his wife. And Pope is pretty pissed off about the fact that the Limburys not only killed Denmark Tanny for trying to save his family, but now they defiled his wife's grave. The group then reburies Denmark's wife. But there's one thing that Pope can't figure out. Denmark hid his gold for 150 years. He hid it so well that no one found it. On his deathbed, he then gave a message to his son Robert that never got to him, and that message was to come to his mother's grave. This message wasn't just to find his mother's grave, it was also to find the cross. Denmark wanted to give it to his son. So Pope figures they have to be in the right place, they must just be missing something. And that's when JJ notices that there's a hole in the tree that looks an awful lot like the hole in the painting back in the island room. And when JJ crawls up and puts his hand in it, there's a spyglass from the Royal Merchant, but there's writing on it. You've come this far, do not falter. The cross is on the freedman's altar. So they know where the cross is. It's in an old abandoned church. They get in John B's old beat-up bus and head back, but at this point, tide has gotten to the point where it's going to be really difficult to get the bus through. And John B tries, he floors it, but he ends up crashing the thing. And they know they only have a couple of hours until that bus is completely destroyed by water. Key volunteers to steal her dad's truck, hook it up to John B's bus, and tow it out. She figures how much worse can it get. So JJ goes with Key to help out. But as the Pogues are watching Limbury dig up Denmark's wife's grave, Rose got an interesting package. It was a letter that when she opens it, she collapses in shock. So when Rafe and Carla and Renfrey get back to the house, the only person there is Wheezy. Rafe is really surprised that Rose would leave Wheezy in his care because, he's unhinged. So he asks her, what do you mean she just left? And Wheezy tells him she packed a bag and left for the mainland. She said something about meeting lawyers. And she said she'd call tomorrow. Rafe finds all of this very peculiar, but he's more focused on finding what they missed in the island room. After looking for a little bit, though, he heads out and lets Carla look through it. He heads outside and is chilling with Renfrey when Topper shows up. He says to Rafe, I don't want any issues, man. I'm just here for Sarah. But Rafe tells him Sarah's not here, so piss off. And Topper starts to question that because they had plans to meet. But Rafe says, how would I know where my sister is? And by the way, I've got nothing against you, even though you did punk me last night. And Topper reminds him that he was trying to drown his sister. And Rafe tries to make the point that he was actually provoked. As Topper's walking away, Rafe yells at him, you think I want her with John B? And Topper asks, is that where she is? And Rafe turns to him and says, where the hell else would she be? So Topper decides to look on the Find My iPhone that he gave her. And in front of Rafe, he finds her location. And when Rafe finds out where she is, he tells Redfield, come on, I think I got something. And they head off. Sarah, Pope, and John B get tired of waiting for Key and JJ to show back up. They try to be proactive and free the car themselves. They need some driftwood, so they start walking through the swamp, when all of a sudden John B is attacked by an actual alligator. And this is his fault, because they were warned by JJ that alligators are all over the area. John B starts to fight it off, and Sarah and Pope come to his aid. They are able to free him from the alligator, but the alligator got some of John B. His leg is pretty banged up. The group has to just wait for Key and JJ to arrive. And Key and JJ are taking their time because after Key snuck into her house to steal her dad's truck, which only pissed them off more, they headed back to JJ's place to find a wench. But when JJ goes to get it, he's attacked by his dad. His dad was let out early for good behavior, but old habits die hard. He robbed a pharmacy and is once again on the run and needs JJ's help. JJ ends up getting guilt-tripped into helping his dad escape the area. So when JJ comes back to the truck with his dad, Key is not too happy about it, but JJ basically tells her, I don't have a choice. Give me 20 minutes and he'll be gone. Key tries to remind him that time is of the essence, but he tells Key, if I do this now, I might never have to do it again, so let's go. Before JJ sneaks his dad out of town, he wants to stop and get him some groceries, and he leaves Key and his dad in the car alone together. And Key starts telling JJ's dad how lucky he is to have JJ. JJ's dad says that JJ's nothing more than a criminal. They start getting into it, with JJ's dad insulting Key about how her mom in high school was stuck up, and she's probably just like her. Luckily, before this thing can get really nasty, JJ comes back with the groceries. When JJ drops his dad off at the marina, though, Key makes sure to flip him off goodbye. They end up hot-wiring a boat, but it's only going to get his dad to Jacksonville. So JJ gives his dad some money to help him out. JJ tries to just leave, but his dad grabs him and says, I know I could have been better. You got a good heart, kid. I'm heading to the Yucatan, and I might never come back. Even though they've had their disagreements, JJ and his dad hug it out, and JJ says goodbye to his dad for probably the last time. When JJ and Key finally show up, John B., Sarah, and Pope are pissed off. When they find out that it was because of JJ's dad, Pope yells at him that while he was having daddy time, John B. was getting bit by a damn alligator. All of a sudden, everyone starts fighting amongst themselves, and JJ screams, would you guys shut up? I just let my dad leave this island forever, and all we got, or at least all I've got, is you guys. And I've come way too close to losing all of you. He points to Key and says, you almost drowned. He points to Pope and says, you were kidnapped. He looks at Sarah and says, you've been shot. And then he looks at John B. and says, you got bit by a damn alligator. So all this blaming each other, that's some bullshit. It's an emotional rant, but it unifies the group. They end up getting John B.'s van out of the muck, and they head on over to the church. But when they get there, the church is empty. There's no sign of a cross. There's no hint of a cross. And Pope starts getting really upset. He can't believe that Denmark would set them up on this wild goose chase. It's got to be there somewhere because the clues led them there. John B. says aloud, we just got to think about this logically. Where would you hide a 7-foot-tall cross made of gold? And that's when Pope looks in the rafters and sees the beams. And they are shaped like crosses. Pope starts climbing up there to investigate. He's not the only one up there, though. There is a wasp nest that he has to look out for. He starts knocking on the beams until he finds a hollow one, and he yells, go get me a crowbar. Sarah goes outside to grab one from the truck, but she hears something rustling around. She looks, but she doesn't see anything. And that's because Army Rangers are really, really good at hiding. So Sarah just heads back into the church and throws the crowbar up to Pope. He starts ripping the beam apart, and Pope was right. There it is, the cross of Santo Domingo. They start screaming because they found it, but that wakes up the wasps. And Pope ends up falling off of the beams. Luckily, he held on long enough for his friends to get some padding for him to fall on. But as he's lying there, his momentum ended up shifting the weight of the cross, and that thing starts falling down from the ceiling right at him. Episode 9 picks up where Episode 8 left off, with the cross barreling down on Pope, but he's able to get out of the way at the last second. They start inspecting it, wondering what they're going to do with it, but Pope makes it pretty clear, this is my family's cross, it belongs to me. They all start lifting the cross to get it out to the truck, but it's extremely heavy. And after a few steps, Pope just can't do it anymore. As they start arguing amongst themselves, Pope says, I ain't right. And that's got to be because Pope is allergic to wasp stings. Out of nowhere, he can't breathe. And the crew has to leave the cross in the church, but no worries, nobody knows about it. Wrong. When they leave, Rafe and Renfield pop up from behind the bushes and head in to grab it. Now, you'd think that they would take Pope to a hospital, but instead, they take Pope to his cousin Ricky's place. Ricky is the same EMT that JJ stole the ambulance from. He's just chilling at home about to watch Family Feud when JJ shows up screaming that he needs help. And what do you do when a family member steals your ambulance and wants help? Survey says you don't want to help them. That's the number one answer on the board. Ricky's pretty adamant that he wants JJ to just piss off, but when he actually sees what rough condition Pope is in, he agrees to help him. He goes, grabs his little EMT kit, but lets the group know that he doesn't exactly have the medicine that is needed to help this. So what he has to give him might actually stop his heart. But on the flip side, it could end up curing him. So the group tells him, do it. It takes the medicine a little bit to kick into Pope's system, but when it does, Pope is back. And he looks like he just banged a bunch of lines of cocaine because he is full of energy. Ricky lets them know that's going to wear off in about an hour. The group end up getting back into Key's dad's truck and racing back to the church. But they stupidly let Pope drive. And since he's all hopped up on adrenaline, he's driving like a maniac. They keep telling him to slow down, but he doesn't. He ends up swerving and hitting a tree, and the truck is totaled. Key is really upset because she knows her dad is going to kill her for this one. And the rest of the group is just sitting there assessing the damage when Pope says, I'm going to go get my cross. We got to walk. And John B. tries to get in his way saying, dude, relax. We just crashed this car. We got to stay. But as John B. and Pope are arguing, a big truck rolls by. And Pope notices that Renfield and Rafe are in the cab and they look way too happy. And that's when Pope knows, guys, we have to get back to the church ASAP. When they get back there, their worst fears are confirmed. Renfield and Rafe were driving back with the cross. They start trying to think about what they're going to do. And that's when Pope, who's really been changed by this revelation that he's an ancestor of Denmark Tanny, tells the group that the Limbrys have stolen everything from Denmark. Denmark stood in that church and bought the freedom of countless slaves. And when he tried to buy the freedom of his family, that's when the Limbrys hunted him down. They hung him. So Pope is tired of the Limbrys stealing his family's shit. He's going to get his cross back. As they head back into town, though, they have to pass by Key's truck, and the cops have shown up. They found it, and they're aware of whose truck it belongs to, and they're aware of who did it. So the cops end up taking Key in. They bring her back to her house where her parents just go over exactly what she did. They then show her a pamphlet of the boarding school that they want to send her to. It's a boarding school for troubled teens, and she can't believe that she's being referred to as a troubled teen. I mean, because after all she did was defy her parents' orders, get kicked out of the house, steal her dad's truck, and then total it. I mean, it could have been so much worse. She tries to justify doing what she did and tells them, I'll do whatever you want. But in the end of the day, she doesn't want her parents to think that she was wrong for helping her friends. She starts to apologize for everything, but her mom says, sorry's just not going to cut it anymore. Her dad then steps in and says, I'll tell you what's going to happen. There's no more sneaking out of the house, no more treasure hunts, and no more Pogues. Period. Or you're going to boarding school. For the time being, Key accepts it. Now, the rest of the Pogues had driven back to Sarah's house, hoping to catch Rafe or Renfield or both. But Rafe and Renfield headed to the airstrip. After unloading the cross of Santo Domingo, Carla opened it up with the key, hoping to find the shroud, but instead, she found a moth. There was nothing in it. Renfield starts to laugh at her misfortune, and she slaps the crap out of him. He throws her to the ground, and Carla yells at him, you're cut off. You're not getting a penny. But Renfield reminds her, I don't need your money. I've got the cross. And as Carla lays on the ground, she has to watch her half-brother load the cross back in the truck with Rafe. But Carla came packing. She ends up pulling out a gun and shooting Renfield dead. Carla then thinks that Rafe will help her up, but instead, Rafe picks up the gun, starts closing the truck doors, and goes to leave. Carla yells, you better shoot me because I swear to God, there won't be a place that you can hide from me. But Rafe doesn't care. He gets in the truck and leaves. As Ray starts heading back to his house, he calls up Rose to let her know that he's got the cross. And Rose is busy down at the shipyard. She's planning on fleeing the country. She was talking to a ship captain and paid him a lot of money to keep her and the rest of the family off the ship's manifest. Ray figures that this means that they can stay. They don't have to flee the country. But Rose gets really concerned when she asks what happened to Limbri and her crew, and Rafe's response is, don't worry about it. I took care of them. Rose asks him, did you hurt them? And he kind of chuckles and says, no, I didn't. She then tells Rafe to go home, stay there, and that they're leaving tomorrow morning. He starts freaking out, saying, "This is it. We don't have to leave. We have the cross." But she repeats, "Go home and I'll meet you there." When Rafe gets back to his house, the Pogues have also just shown up. They're just outside of the wall of the house, and they watch him go in. They figure that Rafe has to have the cross, and Sarah says there's only one way to find out. But when she goes to hop over to her house, John B stops her because he feels like this is a good time to talk about their relationship. He starts apologizing for everything that happens, and he wants Sarah back. Sarah accepts the apology. They kiss. She takes the bandana back. You gotta love a good comeback story. And then she hops over to find out if Rafe has the cross. When she looks in the truck, though, she doesn't see the keys, which is going to force her to go back in the house. John B, JJ, and Pope are telling her, don't go in, but she does it anyway. They start to hop over the fence to go help her when the male version of a Karen shows up, neighborhood watch style. This guy's 70, and he's not dealing with any Pogue shit. He's got a shotgun, and he demands to know what the hell they're doing hopping the wall. JJ starts trying to talk him down, though, telling him that they had worked on the Cameron property, and they were just paying their respects to Ward Cameron, putting flowers up and everything. As they start telling this guy a bunch of bullshit, Sarah's able to get in the house and find the keys, but they're in Rafe's bedroom and he's hopping out of the shower. So she has to go find Wheezy. Wheezy lets her know that Rose says they're going on a trip, but Sarah says, I'm not going anywhere with her. She then asks Wheezy for help, and Wheezy says, I'll help you on one condition. No more leaving me. The help that Sarah needs is for Wheezy to distract Rafe. So she tells Rafe that she needs help packing up her suitcase. That gets Rafe out of his bedroom, and as Rafe starts telling Wheezy about how she's packing way too much stuff and she needs to downsize in a hurry, Sarah is able to sneak in and grab the keys to the truck. She heads outside, but before she goes to drive it off, she opens up the back to find Renfield's dead body, and she's really freaked out. When she goes to get the hell out of there, she ends up running right into Rafe. Rafe ends up dragging her back into the house and locking her in a room. But back inside, Rose has shown up, and a little while after that, Rose shows up, and she's wondering why Rafe has Sarah locked in a room. Rafe, though, doesn't really give her an answer, just saying sometimes you have to make the hard choice. And that's when Rose just sends Rafe upstairs. Rose starts talking Sarah down, and then she enters the room where Sarah's pretty hysterical because she feels like Rafe just killed yet another person. Sarah tells Rose, we need to turn him in. And Rose starts promising her that she's going to help her. They'll get to the bottom of it. They always knew something was up with Rafe ever since he was a little kid. But she hands Sarah tea to calm her down. And I guess Sarah never saw the movie Get Out because that tea is laced with drugs that knock Sarah out. And Rose did this because she needs to keep the family together to leave in the morning, and she figured that Sarah wasn't going to be willing. So when Rose exits the room, she looks at Rafe, and Rafe says, let me guess. She told you that there's a dead body in the back of the truck and that I did it. But let me tell you, I didn't do it. Limbry shot him, I left her at the hangar, and I took the truck. Rose doesn't really know what to say, but she does tell him, do what you need to do with the body, get rid of it though. As Rafe exits the house, the Pogues just got done dealing with neighborhood watch. They finally got him to leave. And when they hop over the fence, they see Rafe taking off in the truck. And Pope isn't about to let that happen. So he runs after the truck and hops on the back of it. JJ and John B then notice that Sarah is being dragged out of the house by Rose and Wheezy. Wheezy's young and naive and buys the story that Rose is telling her. So as that car heads to the marina, John B and JJ race after it, banging on the window for Sarah to wake up, but she doesn't. So they have to hop in the van and chase after them. Now with Pope, he hung on the back of that truck as Rafe drove it into the swamp to get rid of the body. But as Rafe was heading back, Pope tackled him. Both guys start throwing punches, getting into it, and Rafe ends up getting the better of Pope. He goes to the cab of the truck to grab a gun, but Pope was wise enough to get the hell out of there and hide. Rafe isn't about to stick around just to settle a score. He has to get back to the marina, so he takes off. But Pope is stuck there, so he has to call up a favor, and that favor is from Key. And this favor could not come at a worse time. I mean, her parents just told her that if she hangs out with the Popes, if she sneaks out, she's going to end up going to boarding school. But Key cannot leave Pope in trouble. So she sneaks out of the house, and Pope gives her the location. And the location just so happens to be where John B was arrested by all of the police. It's the same location where JJ was about to get into a gunfight. When John B was able to convince him to stand down, JJ dropped that gun, and Pope remembered where it was. So before Key gets there, he ends up going to retrieve it. Pope and Key then race off to the marina to meet up with JJ and John B. And on the way over to the marina, Key tells Pope, when all of this is over, my parents are probably going to send me to boarding school. I might not see you for a really long time, and I just want to make sure we're straight. Because after that night, look, if I hurt your feelings or anything. But Pope reassures her, Key, we're good. They end up sneaking into the harbor where they see that the cross is being loaded up. And John B and JJ are pretty surprised to see Key and Pope, and even more surprised to hear that Pope once again got his ass beat by Rafe. They know they need to form a plan pretty quickly to get on that ship, and Pope has an idea to create a distraction. He heads over with a bunch of gas tanks, pulls out that gun, and shoots them, creating a fireball. Most of the people in the harbor go racing to see what went wrong, and that frees up the Pogues enough time to hop in a container and hide. The only person that's hesitant to hop into the cargo container is, of all people, JJ. He reminds everybody, when we get in there, we can't get out. And both John B. and Pope tell him, you don't have to come. This is our fight after all. But the Popes don't leave a man behind, so JJ hops in and Key figures, well, this is better than boarding school, so she joins them. Once the fire is settled down, the crew ends up loading that cargo container on the ship, so the Pogues are in. After the ship leaves port, it doesn't take long for Sarah to wake up from that drugged out state that she was in. But she finds out quickly that she's locked in this room and she can't get out. She starts jimmying the door, but then she hears somebody coming. And when the door's opened up, it's not Rafe, it's not Rose. To her utter shock, it is Ward Cameron, alive and in the flesh. In the season finale, Ward Cameron starts explaining to Sarah that what he did by faking his own death was the only way to keep the family together. She, however, doesn't want to hear it. She slaps him. She's upset. He continues to tell her, though, how he did it. It was the scuba gear. He says that it was never his intention for her to see what happened on that dock that day, and he wanted to reach out and tell her that he was alive, but he couldn't. As Ward is talking to Sarah, Rafe takes Wheezy down to the hall and shows her the cross of Santo Domingo because he really enjoys showing everybody the cross that, quote, he got for the family. And don't forget that. But as he's loudly boasting to Wheezy that he got the cross and how much money it's worth, some of the crew are overhearing this. And then when he leaves, the idiot doesn't even cover it up. He just leaves it out. Rafe and Wheezy then walk up to meet up with Sarah and Ward's still kind of explaining to Sarah how he did it. And Sarah just can't get over the fact that Ward did all of this to free Rafe's name when Rafe is a psychopath. They get into a pretty big spat, and Sarah is very angry, but Ward assures everybody she'll be better once we get to where we're going. And Ward is taking the family to a place right off of Guadalupe, but Sarah has zero interest of going there. She wants to, at the very least, tell her friends, and of course her boyfriend, that she's okay. And Ward says, sure, you can call them when we arrive. By the way, John B. knows you're here. He came to the house and was looking for you, and Rose told him where you were going. Rose ended up trading the cross for you. Sarah doesn't believe that at all, but Ward points out that they handed John B. a $500 million artifact. Yeah, he was okay with losing you. Little does Sarah know that none of that's true, and John B. is actually on the ship, although he's slowly being cooked in a shipping container. The group knows they need to formulate a plan to get the hell out of there, and JJ's plan is to go to the ship's armory, arm themselves up, and then take over the ship. And Key thinks this plan is absolutely ridiculous, but as she's looking around the shipping container, she finds a small hole that they can get out of. So the group start working on a way to get the grate off of the shipping container so they can get the hell out of there. As they're doing that, Sarah's working on a way to get the hell off the boat. She fakes seasickness so she can get out of the room, and as she's trying to find a way to communicate with the mainland, she ends up seeing the cross of Santo Domingo because Rafe was an idiot and left the lid off. So she's aware that her father lied to her. She then makes her way up to the top deck where she's able to get a satellite phone and start talking to somebody in maybe the Coast Guard, but she's caught by the captain. The captain has to call up Ward and he is pissed off. He didn't sign up for this. And he then demands double. But Ward says, if you get us safely there, I'll give you a triple. And the captain's starting to wonder, what exactly do you have on my ship? But Ward tells him it's just nothing more than an old artifact from a church. Don't worry about it. I'll get my daughter in check. At this point, the Pogues have made their way out. They've decided that John B. and Pope should be the ones to roam around the ship while Key and JJ sit back. Pope going after the cross and John B. going after the armory. It doesn't end well for both of them. John B. is able to get into the armory, but he's caught by a guy. He's only able to get away when he blasts him in the face with a fire extinguisher. And as he's trying to get back to the shipping container, he sees Ward arguing with Sarah, so he knows Ward is alive. Pope, on the other hand, was trying to make his way to the cross and find it when he ran into somebody in the engine room who's working on a boiler that's set to explode. And that person just so happens to be Cleo. She asks Pope for help thinking that he's working on the ship, but then she realizes that she doesn't recognize him. And the entire staff has been on alert to look out for stowaways. So since Cleo doesn't know Pope, she starts screaming, I got one, I got a stowaway. And Pope and her start fighting it out. Eventually, Cleo ends up winning, getting him at knife point, and that's when Pope starts to explain himself. He tells her, I'm here because they took something that belongs to me and I'm here to get it back. And my best friend's girlfriend is being held hostage on this ship and I'm trying to save her. Her name's Sarah Cameron. And when Cleo hears the name Sarah Cameron, that definitely piques her interest. Pope then tells her that the boyfriend is John B., so she says to Pope, if you're lying, I'm going to cut you. Cleo and Pope start heading back to the shipping container when they run into John B. And John B. can't believe that Cleo is on the ship. But Cleo's working, so she can't believe that John B. is stowing away on her ship. She explains that after what they did in Nassau, it just got too hot. She needs to take another job. The group then make their way back to the shipping container. John B. introduces everybody to Cleo, the person who helped him out in Nassau. And Cleo cannot believe that their plan was to try to hijack the ship with no weapons. She explains that if they're caught, the captain will kill them and just dump them overboard. Key says, what if we just wait until we get to port and then we just take off? But Pope explains that he's run this scenario 1,000 times, Doctor Strange style, and their best chances are on the ship because there's 15 crew members and 5 of them, 3-to-1 odds. If they wait till they get to port, there's going to be way more of them. So after Pope explains that their only option is to stay on the boat, John B. reveals that Ward Cameron is alive. He saw him. And that's when it sinks into the group that Ward Cameron is about to get away with everything again. He's going to get the gold, he's going to get the cross, he's going to get Sarah, and he's going to get off scot-free. And JJ says, yeah, that's not happening. So their only option is to take the ship. But unlike the last attempt they had, at least this time, they have an inside man in Cleo. The plan they decide on is to go to the captain and get him at knife point. He then announced to the crew to meet in one room. They lock the crew in there, and then they just take back what's theirs. Before they can actually go through with this plan, though, they hear something outside. And that's because now that the boat knows there are indeed stowaways, they're really checking every inch of the thing. So Cleo has to frantically hop out of the shipping container and tell the crew members who are checking them, hey, I already checked this one right here. Don't worry about it. Let's move on to another one. After the crew members move on, Cleo sneaks Pope out. Now, Cleo and Pope are the ones to make their way up to the captain. Cleo holding Pope, pretending he's a hostage. But when he gets close to the captain, that's when the two start beating the crap out of him. And surprisingly, this plan works. An announcement goes over the intercom for all crew members to meet in one location. While Pope and Cleo were taking the ship, Ward was escorting Sarah back to the cabin against her will. He's got her tied up, and he claims he doesn't want to do that, but he can't trust her. And she says, well, I can't trust you. That whole story about the cross, it was a lie. I saw the cross. He tells her that one day she's going to grow up, and she's going to see that all these decisions have been for her. She starts telling him, though, you are manipulative, you are a liar, and you are a murderer. And that's when he goes off and smacks her. This actually causes a little bit of a fight between the two, where Ward ends up getting hit by an item on the ship and frees up Sarah enough time to get away. And shortly after that is when everybody gets the announcement to meet in that one location. When JJ and Key hear it, they head to where they're going to lock the crew in. But they're waiting for one person to show up, and that's Ward Cameron. But he doesn't. And after a while, they can't wait anymore. So they start locking the crew in, and it takes a lot of effort, but they're able to do so. After locking the crew in, Key and JJ go and they find the cross. And then the roof opens up, and when they look up, there's Pope, victorious. Now all they have to do is tie up the cross, put it on a lifeboat, and get out of there. While they do that, John B. is running through the ship trying to find Sarah. But he doesn't find Sarah. He finds Rafe. Rafe was also somebody who didn't get locked in by the crew. Rafe has a weapon, so John B. tries to take off, and he's only saved when that boiler finally explodes, and it explodes right in Rafe's face. But the Pogues have a problem. The captain has been able to free himself, and thus he's going off to free his men. They're completely unaware of this, though. JJ, Key, and Pope are trying to get the cross out of there, and John B. is still trying to find Sarah, who is trying to escape on her own, having no idea that the Pogues are even there. And as Sarah is trying to flee, Ward Cameron walks up to her, and she starts screaming, I'm not going with you, and Ward says, I know. I tried to deny it for so long, but it's become clear to me. You're not one of us. Not anymore, and you never will be. But now the problem is, what do I do with you? Sarah says to him, you let me go. But Ward knows he can't let her go because he's worried that if he does let her go, she's going to tell everybody what he did. So instead of letting her go, he starts to choke her out. And she would have been killed if it wasn't for John B. coming to her rescue. He rips Ward Cameron off of her and goes to check on her, but Ward Cameron ends up attacking him back. The battle between John B. and Ward actually ends pretty ironically. It ends with Ward smacking his head against the boat, which is very similar to how John B.'s dad died. John B. gets down and asks him, is this how you did it? Is this how you killed my father? You just probably threw him in the ocean? Because I never got to say goodbye to him. It seems like John B. is about to throw Ward in the ocean, but then he sees the look on Sarah's face and decides against it. Sarah and John B. then hop in the lifeboat, but they know they have to get the others. And the battle between Ward and John B wasn't the only fight going on the ship, because Key and JJ came upon the captain and they had to fight him off. The captain ended up knocking out JJ and he fell into the ocean, and Key jumped in after him because JJ was knocked out and would have drowned if she hadn't done so. So they're just floating on the other side of the ship, hoping that anybody will come save them. While all of this is going on, Pope is trying to steer the cross, but the crew ends up coming up with shotguns and starts shooting at him. And after a while, Pope realizes this probably isn't going to end well. So if I can't have the cross, nobody can. And he drops it in the ocean. And it would have sank to the bottom of the ocean if it wasn't for Rafe jumping and grabbing a rope and barely holding on until other members of the crew also come. Unfortunately for Pope, he has to watch the cross be pulled back up out of the ocean. Luckily for Pope and Cleo, they are quickly picked up by John B and Sarah in the lifeboat. They then head to the other side of the ship to pick up JJ and Key. They speed away, and shortly after that, JJ wakes up from his head wound. But as they're heading to a deserted island, Pope says, "This shit ain't over." Back on the ship, Ward is pretty banged up. The crew lets the Cameron family know that they'll have a doctor waiting for him when they pull in a port. Rafe goes to visit his dad and tells him everything is going to be okay. Everything worked out in the end. I got the cross. We have the gold. We have everything. But he can tell by the look on Ward's face that they don't have everything. They're missing Sarah. So Rafe tells him, "We'll find her. Don't worry." And Sarah, along with the rest of the Pogues, have made it to that deserted island. They start to kind of pout about the fact that they don't have anything. This is the lowest they could possibly get. But John B starts pointing out all the good things that happened. The fact that they have their own island, for Christ's sake. So the crew starts making that little island a home. Back in their actual home in the Outerbanks, their parents are worried sick. Shu puts out a statement saying the teenagers are missing, but right now it doesn't look like foul play is suspected. And if anybody has any information leading to the whereabouts, let the police know. But back down in the Caribbean, Barbados actually, Carla Limbry shows up. And it wasn't uninvited. She got a letter asking her to come. It's this random house, and she asks the guy, "How's he doing?" And the person who answers says, "Well, he was half dead for a while." She then heads to the back of the house and says to the guy, "You wrote me?" And there, very alive, is Big John Rutledge, who tells her, "I know where the shroud is, and I can help you. But first, you have to help my son." And that is the end of Season 2 of Outer Banks. Thank you so much for checking out this recap. Consider subscribing to the channel. If you liked it, hit thumbs up. If you thought it sucked, smash that thumbs down button. I'd rather have you hit thumbs down than put a nasty comment, because nasty comments make me feel bad. I have merchandise. Go buy a sticker. Who doesn't like stickers? Once again, though, thank you so much for checking out this recap. And don't forget, if you needed it, somebody else probably needs it, so share it. Now, in Season 3, the Pogues are having a grand old time on an island. They're actually surviving pretty well. That doesn't mean, though, that they don't want to get off. And when a plane flies by, they jump at the opportunity to get its attention, lighting a fire and hoping to God that the plane sees it. Luckily for them, it does. The plane lands, and right away, Sarah is pretty suspicious of this thing. Ever since what happened with her dad, she thinks that everybody is out to find her with the backing of Ward. So she's pretty suspicious. But it is their only option off this remote island, so they have to take it. When they're in the air, though, they are still suspicious of this guy. JJ catches the pilot, Jimmy, in a lie about what he was doing in the area. So they start snooping around the plane, trying to find any hint of the fact that it was Ward who sent him. John B is doing his best to distract the pilot the whole time so that he's not onto him. And when they see a postcard of the boat that Ward was on, the one that was carrying the cross, that big tanker, they know that it was, in fact, Ward who sent this guy. The problem is they're high up in a plane. They can't exactly land right there. They have to wait until they do land to safely get away from them. They figure that at 6-on-1, it shouldn't be too hard. But when Jimmy the pilot looks behind them and sees that they're stealing from him, he starts fighting them off. It causes the plane to do a nosedive, and while he's able to steady the plane, he doesn't steady it enough to avoid a crash landing in Barbados. Everybody is fine, although Jimmy is a little bit knocked out. When the Pogues look on shore, they see that the police are arriving pretty quickly. They know that they need to get out of this boat immediately and get to as far away from the police as possible. But Key isn't about to let Jimmy drown, so she frees him, dragging his body out of the plane and dragging it to shore. The issue is her friends had gone the complete opposite direction. They didn't go on shore, they were hiding under a pier. So they're watching Key go to shore and save this guy, but also they're watching her get arrested. Key's not too happy about getting caught by the police. She looks at Jimmy and says, "I can't believe this. I saved your life. Who are you? Was it Ward who sent you?" And Jimmy says, "What? No, look, just do what they ask and you probably won't get hurt. Key is then taken away by the police, and the Pogues just have to sit there and watch it. They know that they can't jump into action right away. They're going to get caught, and they can't free Key if they're caught by the police as well. The Pogues get to safety, and they start formulating a plan on how to save Key. They have no idea where she is, where she was taken. Their only clue is what JJ found in Jimmy's wallet. JJ wasn't about to go through somebody's belongings and not pinch their stuff. So he was able to grab the guy's wallet, and he does have an address for the guy. He figures that that's probably where Key was taken. They head over to Jimmy's house, and Jimmy's not there, and more importantly, neither is Key. But what they do find is very interesting. It's a painting of the San Jose sinking. The San Jose was from Denmark's diary. It was the ship that the cross was stolen from. They know that this isn't a coincidence. The fact that this guy just has a painting of the ship that Denmark Tanny was writing about means that Jimmy's definitely a treasure guy. But they don't have too much time to discuss it because Jimmy comes home. They're able to ambush him and hold him at knife point and have him answer some questions. And the main question that Sarah has is, was it Ward who sent? But just like with Key, Jimmy looks at her and says, "What are you talking about?" Because the fact is, no, it wasn't Ward who sent him. He's never heard of Ward. He has no idea who Ward is. A guy named Carlos Singh sent Jimmy, and he basically runs Barbados. Jimmy also goes on to tell them that Carlos has eyes all over the island out there looking for them. They start looking through Jimmy's bag, and they find the payoff for Kiara. It's quite a bit of money. And they also find a location for Carlos Singh, but Jimmy warns them, you really don't want to go there. But Jimmy's warning gives off a tip that that's probably where Key is. And it is, in fact, where Key was taken. She gets there, and she's very confused on who has her, what they want with her, what they're doing. She's brought up to this huge house that is heavily guarded. And when she gets inside, she looks around and sees that it has a bunch of artifacts in it. Ones that you'd probably find in the Indiana Jones gift shop in Disney World, although these things are the real thing. The security doesn't tell Key anything. They just lock her in a room and tell her to get ready for dinner, which is going to be at 8 p.m. And in the room, there's 3 dresses, and it says, pick your size. So at the very least, Key's going to get a free dress out of this thing. But it's not just going to be Key and Carlos at this dinner alone. They're going to be joined by Rafe. Ward is still on the mend in Guadalupe, completely knocked out, and definitely not able to do business. Rafe has taken it upon himself to take over the family business in Ward's absence. That includes selling off the cross. That's something that Rafe wants to do as quickly as possible. He meets with an appraisal guy, and the guy confirms that it is in fact the real thing, and he has a buyer in Barbados. Rafe doesn't ask too many questions, he just agrees to meet with him. So Rafe takes his boat down to Barbados to meet with Carlos Singh. This is quite a surprise for Key, because when Key enters the room, she's not expecting to see Rafe, and Rafe certainly isn't expecting to see Key. After the initial shock of, well, what the hell are you doing here, Carlos makes his appearance and lets them know why he's brought both of them to this dinner. He tells them a story that 450 years ago, a Spanish soldier came out of the Orinoco Basin with a few gold beads. When they asked the Spanish soldier where the beads came from, the Spanish soldier replied that he got them from a peaceful indigenous tribe. And this indigenous tribe lived in a city of gold, El Dorado. For the next 450 years, people tried to find the gold, but they came up short. Now he's taken it upon himself to find that city of gold. And the reason he's brought Key and Rafe together is because he figures they will play a huge part in him completing this quest. That's because he believes that Key and her friends are in possession of something that can help him finish this quest. It's a diary. More specifically, it's the diary of Denmark Tanny. He incorrectly thinks that Key and Rafe are friends because they're from the same area. He has no idea how much bad blood is actually between the two. They both tell him that they have no idea what he's talking about, but he doesn't believe them. One of the reasons why is because Rafe has the cross. He's trying to sell it. And Carlos doesn't think that anybody that would be able to find the cross wouldn't have access to the diary. He thinks one is a necessity of the other. Neither Key or Rafe give Carlos any information on how they obtained the cross. But Carlos just does not believe that they don't know anything about this diary. He tells both of them, once I have the diary, you're free to leave. In the meantime, you can enjoy the grounds during your stay, but I'm going to warn you, I'm not a man of infinite patience. You have one day. And if you want to see what I'm made of, go to the window to see a demonstration. Carlos then locks them in the room, and Key heads to the window to see what Carlos was talking about. She sees Jimmy dragged up because somebody on the island saw Jimmy talking to the Pogues, and they ratted him out. She then sees Carlos with a gun follow Jimmy, and while she doesn't see Jimmy get shot, she hears a gunshot. She can figure out the rest. It's at this point that Rafe and Key get very concerned. Rafe looks at Key and says, "I need you to be honest with me right now. Do you have this diary?" And Key says, "No." In episode 2, the Pogues found a safe place to hunker down for the night. They tried to get to Key, but when they went to Carlos Singh's compound, it was just too fortified. They couldn't actually do anything. They would have gotten caught. They find an abandoned building, and they try to start formulating yet another plan, but they just don't know what to do. They don't know how to get in touch with Carlos. They don't know what he wants. Yeah, they figure that he wants money, but they also figure that this probably has something to do with the cross or the gold or both. While the Pogues are trying to find Key, Big John is trying to find John B. He and Limbri are on the island, but they have no idea where John is. And they know that they need to get to him before Carlos does. It's a Hail Mary, but John does have an idea. Church bells. He used to signal John B when he was a child using a bell. So he and Limbri head up to the church. They pay off the priest, and it allows Big John to use the church bells to his heart's content. It actually does work. John B does hear the church bell, and it does tip off the memory of when he was a kid, but it's been so long since he's actually seen his dad that he just feels like he's hearing things. He needs to get back on track. How are they going to get Key back? It's not all bad, though, because JJ completely forgot that he stole Jimmy's phone. They start looking through the phone, and they find the number to Carlos Singh. As the Pogues are arguing about what to text Singh, because they don't want to make this any worse for Kiara, Key has actually decided to talk to Singh and try to get out of this mess herself. She tells him that she doesn't have the diary on her, but she can get a copy. In order to do that, though, she has to go by herself. And Singh doesn't want to let her do that because that doesn't guarantee him that she'll ever come back. She tries to use Rafe as collateral, saying, "You can keep him," but he just kind of chuckles at that. She reiterates that if he just lets her go, she can get in the diary, but he says, "No, I didn't create this fortune by being a fool. Don't waste my time. This diary holds the key to the ultimate conquest." In the middle of this, he gets the text from Jimmy's phone. He finds it very interesting that he's getting texts from Jimmy beyond the grave. Unfortunately for the Pogues, they have no idea that Jimmy's now dead. So while they spend a while trying to word this thing to not tip Singh off, the mere fact that he's even getting a text tips Singh off. The text they sent, though, says, "I got these two," and it's a picture of Sarah and John B. Singh responds with, "Oh, great, where's your location?" And as they're trying to figure out where the best location is to escape from, they get another text that says, "Never mind, I just tracked your location." Because JJ never turned off location services. The Pogues know it's only a matter of time before Singh's men are on them. They have to start formulating some kind of plan, so they decide to hide out and catch these people in a trap. Back at Singh's compound, Key is very concerned for her friends. She's also in a pickle because Rafe is the only person that she can really count on in this situation, and he's not trustworthy at all. He knows that. He knows that he's not trustworthy, and he doesn't even blame her for it. But he tells her, "I'm all you've got. I also have a boat that can get us off this island, but first, we got to get out of here." They then hear all of Singh's men leaving to go get the rest of the Pogues. And while it does suck for the Pogues, it's probably Key and Rafe's best shot of escaping. The two fake a fight, which forces the lone security guard who locked them in to have to open the door. Rafe then knocks them out. They tie the guy up. They steal his gun and his cell phone. Right before they do actually leave the house, Key emails herself a picture of a painting that Carlos Singh was telling the story of El Dorado in front of. He seemed to be focused on this one painting, so she finds it interesting, and maybe she can use it later on. They then notice that there is a truck that is leaving the property, so they run it down, hop in the back of it, and they're surprised because there's somebody else in the back of this hay truck. Rafe, however, jumps into action, knocking this guy out and literally throwing him over the moving vehicle. Key definitely didn't think that Rafe needed to go that far, but Rafe has anger issues. Once they're kind of in the clear, Rafe tells Key, "I don't mind driving you and taking you to somewhere safe, but I'm not taking your friends. That ain't happening." Key tells him what he wants to hear, that all she wants to do is get off the island. But she's not about to let the Pogues down. Once they actually get on Rafe's boat, Key gets Rafe in a compromising position, which allows her to kick him off the boat. And while he's in the water, she takes off. He is livid, but she just tells him, "I'm sorry, I gotta help my friends." And her friends could absolutely use the help. The trap that they set for Carlos Singh's men worked. It was a little bit of a battle, but they were able to evade Carlos Singh's guys and get the hell out of there. While it buys them some time, they do know that Carlos is still going to be onto them, though. And they once again have no idea how they're going to save Kiara. At this point, they still think that Kiara is stuck at Carlos Singh's place. But Key uses a security officer's phone that she stole to text Jimmy's phone. She texts them a location, a time, and she ends it with P4L. That's the tip that it is coming from Key and not from Carlos. There's no way that Carlos Singh would know that P4L stands for Pogues for Life. They head to the location of the marina, they start looking for Key, and it doesn't take long for them to find her. Everybody gives Key a giant hug, and all they want to do is get the hell off that island. But one thing has really been bothering John B. is the fact that those church bells have gotten louder, and they're continuing, in the same fashion that his dad used when he was a kid. He can't shake the feeling. He feels like he's got a little bit of time to go investigate it, so he tells Sarah, "I have to. I don't know what it is, but I got a feeling. So just sit tight. I'll be back in a little bit." Sarah thinks this is absolutely nuts, but she also knows that John B. will obsess over it if he doesn't get the answers. So she lets him go, but tells him, hurry. And that's a pretty smart move because guys have tipped off Carlos Singh that the Pogues are at the marina, and they're on their way. As they're waiting for John B. to take off, Key fills in Pope and JJ that Singh wanted Denmark's diary of all things. The thing that gets JJ really excited is the fact that it might lead to a bigger treasure. But the excitement quickly wanes as time passes by and John B. still isn't at the boat. And a little while later, Carlos's men arrive. They don't want to leave John B., but they're kind of forced to. There's a lot of infighting about whether to stay, whether to leave, but ultimately they have to take off without John B. vowing to come back and get him. In episode 3, everybody is leaving Barbados. That includes Rafe. He has to mug a guy for his wallet, but he's able to hop on a boat and get back to Guadeloupe to meet up with his family. At this point, Ward has woken up. When Rafe meets up with Ward, he starts apologizing for screwing everything up, but Ward is very understanding. He tells him that he stepped up in his absence. He did what he had to do. But what he really needs him to do right now is go back to the Outerbanks. There's nothing there for them there anymore. So he wants Rafe to wrap everything up, sell the properties, sell the companies. Leave it so there's nothing attaching the Cameron name to the Outerbanks. Rafe does question why he's going back to the Outerbanks, but his dad convinces him that that's what he needs him to do at this current time. He's not the only one going to the Outerbanks, though. So are the Pogues. They have a debate whether to go back for John B. or not, and that's when they get a phone call from John B. It's pretty muffled because the service is bad, but John B. went to the church and he found his dad, although that part doesn't get through. The only thing they really hear is John B. say, "Meet us in the Outerbanks." After the initial shock of John B. seeing his dad for the first time, it quickly goes away because they have to get the hell out of that church. Singh's guys are onto them. They know that they're not going to be safe in Barbados, so they're going to need to flee, but not before they stop by and grab something first. John B. and Big John headed to the little alcove that Big John was staying at. While Big John is grabbing some items, the whole time he's telling his son, "I'm on to something, it's big, I'm close." So John B. knows that nothing's changed with his dad. He's still as hungry as ever to find a treasure. John B. does get a little concerned when he sees his dad grab a gun and some bullets and start talking about a retrieval mission. But his dad starts speaking in fortune cookie wisdom, and John B. hasn't seen his dad in so long that he just follows him. Big John does tell his son that the reason why they're rushing so much isn't just Singh, it's Limbri as well. In order to get back to John B., Big John had to get mixed up in a whole lot of things, including Limbri. He knows that now that he's found his son, he's going to owe Carla something, and he'd rather pay later than now. After stopping at the alcove, there's one more place they need to go. It's a local guy that sells a bunch of artifacts. Big John enters the back door and peeks his head around the corner, and when the merchant sees him, he shuts down the shop because he hasn't seen Big John in a long time. These two used to be partners, but not really anymore. He knows exactly what Big John wants, and Big John doesn't have time to negotiate, so he pulls a gun on him, which really catches the merchant off guard. But he doesn't get flustered. He just hands over what Big John came for, and it's this sculpture. It's probably 1.5 feet. Looks like it weighs about 10 pounds, maybe. Big John tells his son that it's the signpost of Orinoco. They think that it leads towards the treasure of El Dorado. The only problem is it's one of 2 pieces. They need to find the other piece. On top of it, if you find the other half, you also need to decipher it. As Big John and the merchant are discussing the fact that the merchant still wants his cut of the fortune if it's found, he hears the door open. John B. and Big John get pretty concerned because they don't want visitors at this time, that's for sure. So they start hiding out in the back, and it's their worst nightmare. It's Carlos Singh. When they hear Singh's voice, they start to try to sneak out the back, out a window. And the merchant's doing a really good job of holding up Carlos and his men from doing a search of the property. But John B. and his dad aren't careful enough. They make a little bit of noise, and it tips off Carlos and his men that there are, in fact, people there. They have to race to the marina to get on their boat before they're caught. And it's a close call, but they're able to jump on board and get the hell out of Barbados. Carlos isn't too discouraged about missing out on them because in the long run he knows where they live. And he also has a pretty good idea of where they would be headed. And they, like everybody else, is headed to the Outer Banks. On the trip there, John B. fills in his dad on the fact that he got married. It is to Sarah Cameron, which he's worried about his dad's reaction to that, but actually his dad's fine with it. He's thrilled for his son. He does think he's too young, but he's happy. Big John then fills his son in on what happened with him. The fact that he was washed up on that island, and it was Carlos's men that found him. He tried to fight them off as best he could. He ended up killing a guy in the process. That was the body that they found. But Carlos dragged him back to Barbados, figuring that he could help find this treasure of El Dorado. Carlos was the one that actually had the signpost of Orinoco. He wanted Big John to decipher it, but the first chance that Big John had, he attacked Carlos, took the signpost, and tried to escape. They then start discussing the whole treasure. Singh believes that the diary holds a clue to the missing piece, and Big John agrees. If they can get the diary, then they're golden. The Pogues also had a long trip back to the Outer Banks and a lot of time to talk. There's a connection going on between Key and JJ. It's like the elephant in the room. At one point, they get really close to each other on the boat. It seems like they're about to kiss, but they're caught by Pope. JJ doesn't want to hurt his friend's feelings, and Pope has a hard time not expressing the fact that he's hurt by this. JJ tries to talk to Pope about it, and Pope explains, look, I'm not happy about this. I'm not going to pretend that this is my favorite thing, but I'm also not going to stop you. If you want to be with Key, go ahead. It seems like, though, JJ is abiding by the rules of misters before sisters. The idea, however, of his friend being with the girl that he has a crush on is really bothering Pope. And the person he confides in about this is Cleo. And Cleo understands. She tells Pope that she's been through a similar situation. She had a crush on a guy, but he was just using her. But the real message she tells Pope is, I'm over it, and I think you need to be too. Why are you focused on thinking about someone who's not thinking about you? They strengthen their connection by creating a little club called the No Love Club. They even have a special handshake for it. About a day later, everybody arrives back in the Outer Banks, although separate locations. Big John is especially happy to be back. He never thought he'd be so happy to see that run-down place he called a home. As they lay down for the night, Big John does ask the most important question. Do you know where that diary is? And John B. says, yeah, we have a copy. It's in the Twinkie, which is probably in the impound lot. John B. then apologizes for the last time the two had talked, before this encounter. It was a pretty ugly fight. He said some things he regretted, and then he didn't see his dad for a long time, so he just wants to apologize. And Big John completely understands. They then turn in for the night, and John B. has a really bad nightmare. But when he's woken up, Sarah is there. She's thrilled to see him. They hug each other, and he excitedly tells her, my dad, I found him. But the thing is, Big John is gone. In episode 4, you find out that it's just a false alarm. Big John didn't leave. I mean, he did. He went to go find the Twinkie to try to find the diary, but what he found was just a bunch of mush. The window was open, rain got in. That copy of the diary is long gone. When he returns home, he's thrilled, though, because there's his daughter-in-law waiting for him. The trio of Big John, John B., and Sarah give each other a giant hug. After getting caught up for a little bit, Sarah heads out. She wants to get back to her place, find some clothes, maybe a phone. But they agree to meet back up at John B's place at 6. Once Sarah leaves, Big John pulls up in the Twinkie. John B's more concerned with the fact that why he didn't make this known when Sarah was around. But Big John isn't about to let any secrets out. He wants to keep everything close to the vest, and that means just him and his son. He fills his son in on what happened to the copy of the diary that they had, but luckily he does have a plan B, and he tells John B, hop in the car. As they head on over to Big John's backup plan, John B tells his dad, look, we're not keeping anything from Sarah. She's one of us. And Big John reminds his son that they lost the gold to her dad, they lost the cross to her brother. He doesn't think it's a coincidence, but John B does think it's a coincidence. After all, he did live it. What it boils down to is Big John is just reluctant to trust anybody. John B kind of understands, and then he asks, all right, where are we going? And they're going to Mr. Sun's house, John B's old history teacher. He's the one who has the original diary anyway, so he figures that's the best place to look. Although word on the street is Sun has vanished. They doubt that it's there, but they want to check around. They go inside, and sure enough, no one is there, or at least that's what they think. As John B is looking at a copy of Cape Fear, he is attacked, and so is Big John. It's the same smugglers that John B and the Pogues were dealing with before. They've been hired by Singh to go to Sun's place and find the diary, and they found it. They tied up Sun in the bathroom. John B frees Sun, but then he's called by his dad because the smugglers are getting away. They chase after the smugglers, but it's only a matter of time before the smugglers get to the bay, and then they're gone forever. So John B improvises and hops on a jet ski and chases after him. The jet ski is faster than their boat. The smugglers know that, so they're forced to turn around. Big John would like this to go down without confrontation. He finds out who they are from his son, so he offers them more money than Singh's offering. Basically telling them that Singh is giving them a raw deal because what they have in their possession could lead to more money than they know what to do with. But in order to get that money, they need what Big John has. So he wants to strike a deal with them. The smugglers agree, but in reality what they're planning on doing is shooting John B and taking Big John back to Singh. They know they'll get more money that way. Both Johns ride up to the boat, but as they're about to get on, Big John notices that the one guy is about to shoot his son. So Big John shoots first. He kills the one and then kills the other one execution style. And this really has John B shaken up. He watches his dad dispose of the bodies, scuttle the ship, and act like he's just mowing the lawn as he does it, like it's business as usual. Now at least the Johns have the diary. And as they're driving back, Big John is reading it and trying to decipher it, figure out meaning to it. But John B is staying quiet until finally he can't take it anymore. He stops the vehicle, gets out, and says, I'm done. Big John starts pleading his case. John B doesn't really want to hear it. He didn't know that that side existed in his dad. But Big John makes a really convincing case to John B on why he should stick around for this plan, and John B follows his dad. After reading the diary, Big John has an idea of where the second piece could be. He thinks it's in the gravesite of a guy in Charleston. So that's where the two are headed next. The rest of the Pogues didn't have quite as interesting of a day. After Key had headed home and said hello to her parents, who were worried sick about her, she heads over to fill JJ in on the fact that Big John is back. She, though, can sense that there's something wrong with JJ and asks, all right, what's up? Was it something Pope said? I mean, we're both past whatever happened with us, but something's clearly bugging you. And he admits that, yeah, it is what happened with Pope. It's the fact that they almost had something on that boat, and he doesn't want to ruin it. Key, though, seems more than willing to get in some kind of a relationship with JJ because the heart wants what the heart wants. But JJ flips out. He basically insults Key, calling her a kook and saying that he's just going to mess this up anyway and he's not good enough for her. She's too good for him. It's as if he's literally insulted by the fact that this girl wants to hook up with him. He especially gets really mad when she has the audacity to say that she cares about him and will help him out if he needs help. JJ flees, not wanting to continue this talk with Key, and a couple hours later he shows up at John B's place, but he doesn't find John B, he finds Key. She had a sense that he would show up there after she told him that Big John was back. She wants to make up with JJ, but she also has news. Rafe is back. They had no idea about this. Sarah headed to her place to get some items, and when she was in her house, she overheard Rafe on the phone arguing with Ward. While Rafe was headed back to the Outer Banks, Ward decided that he was going to donate the cross to a museum. He's realizing what a terrible person he is, and he wants to atone for some of his actions. He feels like donating the cross is a step towards penance. Rafe, though, does not take this well at all. He feels like that cross is his. He's the one who saved it. It's his deal, and now his dad is swooping in and poaching it from him. Sarah does a really good job of eavesdropping on the conversation, and what she hears is that the cross is coming back to the Outer Banks. It'll be in Wilmington the next night. So getting the cross is still a possibility for them. Key fills JJ on all of this news, and as for John B., he left a note saying that he was going with his dad, so they're going to have to wait for him to get back to tell him about the cross. The way that JJ looks at this, it's great news. The cross is still in play. He tries to formulate a plan, but before he does, Key has to talk to him. She tells him that what happened on the boat caught her off guard too, but what really upset her was the fact that he said that she doesn't care about him. The two talk it out, they make up, and while they're not a thing yet, the friendship at least is back on track. As for the other budding relationship, Pope and Cleo head to Pope's place. It takes some convincing, but Pope convinces his parents to let Cleo stay after explaining, "She saved my life." Pope then fills his parents in on all the drama that happened, and out of everybody, he's especially going to be pumped to hear about the cross because he's happy that it didn't sink to the bottom of the ocean. As he tells his parents, "I want people to know the story of Denmark Taney. He got probably one of the most valuable objects in the world, and he gave it to a church full of freed slaves. If that cross is at the bottom of the ocean, that story never gets told." While it is a beautiful story, the bad news is Pope is on lockdown. When you go away for a year and you don't tell your parents where you're going and you show up with some woman from the Caribbean, your parents tend to get annoyed. They'll let her stay, but they're grounding you in the meantime. But the Pogues are not the only ones who are going to be after the cross. Rafe, even though he was given strict orders by Ward to head to Wilmington to pick it up, is not about to just let this thing be donated. He pays a visit to Barry. He explains the situation to Barry and says, "I want you to steal it. This thing is worth way too much money for it to be donated. And before you even start thinking about stealing it from me and not giving it back, realize that I'm offering you a job, and it's high risk and it's high reward, but it pays a lot. And when this thing gets stolen, there's going to be a lot of suspicion on me. But I'll have an ironclad alibi, so they're going to be looking for whoever I hired, which is you. But that's the thing. No one's going to suspect you because you ratted me out. So take this job, don't mess it up, and you're going to get a whole lot of money for it." Barry does agree to help, but he agrees to help for half. And then he tells Rafe to kick rocks because he doesn't want to be seen with them. That's going to be suspicious. So the next night, it seems like a whole lot of people are going to be heading to Wilmington with one goal: getting the cross. We'll start out episode 5 in Charleston, where John B. and Big John have made their way there looking for the other piece. They know where the grave should be, but all that's there is a Thai restaurant. There is a historical plaque, though, signifying that the church was there, the graves were there, but it all got destroyed in an earthquake. Everything remaining is down at the historical center, so that's where the Johns head. Big John poses a professor who's looking to inspect some of the items that they have on file just for research purposes. The guy behind the counter tells him that he doesn't have the authority to do that. And as a woman is passing by, he says, "Yeah, I don't have the power like her. She has the power, but I don't." This woman is pretty old, and she has what they need most of all in that moment, a key card. But the guy behind the counter also tells them that the items that they're looking for aren't actually in that particular building. They're downtown. But one step at a time. They need to get the key card first in order to access those items. And Big John wants John B. to do it. He wants John B. to hold up this woman at gunpoint and steal her stuff. It's something that John B. does not feel comfortable with, and quite frankly, he's really bad at it, which is actually a pretty good sign. But in the end, he doesn't get her bag because he's so incredibly bad at stealing. She basically laughs him off, so they have to go to plan B. That's going to be staking out the location of where the items are held and praying to God that somebody shows up and goes inside. Luckily for John B. and his dad, somebody does, and they sneak in. They head to the basement and they start looking around for anything that has the church's name on it, and they find it. They get excited, they start looking through the items, and in the last box, they finally find what they're looking for. It's a stone. It has the same complexion of the one they already had, and when they conjoin the two, it's a match. This is exactly what they were looking for, the missing piece. It's incredible because when you put it up to the light, it shines through the eyes. If you didn't know any better, you think that Olmec gave it to you from Legends of the Hidden Temple. That's a throwback to my fellow millennials. Both of the Johns are really pumped about this, but when they exit the building, somebody has stolen the Twinkie, and there's a note. It was Carla Limbry. She had been looking for Big John all over the place, and when she found the Twinkie, she took it as collateral. Big John knew that this would come sooner or later, and he's finally going to have to pay Carla off for helping him find John B. The thing he promised her, though, was that magical shroud, and he doesn't have it. So he's just going to have to lie, making up a story. Both of the Johns head to Carla's place. She lets them in, and they start weaving this magical tale together about where the shroud was, where they found it, and then they finally hand over nothing more than just cloth. But Carla believes it. She puts it to her face, she stands up, she throws the crutches aside, and to both of the Johns' amazement, she walks. Because as Big John will later tell John B., the power of belief is the ultimate healing tool. So things really worked out for the Johns in Charleston. But back at the Outer Banks, news about all of them coming back home has hit the media. It's the big news story. The fact that the teenagers returned, but also the fact that Big John Rutledge returned as well. While the Pogues have become media stars, they're focused more on the cross. They all get together at John B.'s house, and they just start discussing about how they're going to get to Wilmington. They know the time is of the essence, so they're going to have to get a vehicle to get to Wilmington. They need that vehicle if they're going to steal the cross back. For Key and Pope, they're also going to have to tell their parents. They were missing for over a month. They just got back home. So they're going to have to kind of nicely say, hey, we're heading out again. While Pope's dad isn't thrilled about the idea, he ultimately lets Pope go because he knows how much the cross means to Pope. As for Key and her parents, it takes a little more convincing. Key's dad especially does not believe the story about the cross, why they're going to Wilmington. He's very suspect. He's also very suspect over JJ, who's in their place listening to the whole story and backing up Key the entire way. He's giving her dad a lot of attitude. Key's dad doesn't appreciate it. But the real root of the issue is Key's father thinks that JJ and the rest of the Pogues are simply a bad influence on his daughter. He goes so far as to look at JJ and say, "You guys have ruined my daughter's life." So JJ apologizes but heads out. As he's leaving, though, he overhears Key's dad say some pretty disparaging things about him being a criminal, his dad, the backstory. So JJ ends up pinching his wallet, because if you're going to be accused of being a criminal, you might as well get something out of this. While Key prepped her parents on the fact that she was going to Wilmington, she did it as just that, prep. She wasn't asking for permission. So she follows JJ out, but her mom stops her, giving her a cell phone and a credit card, saying that this time she was going to do things differently, and if Key needs help because she's in danger, contact her. Key really appreciates it, and then she heads out, meeting up with JJ, and the two meet at the marina to head over to Wilmington. The problem is they still do not have a vehicle as they're heading to Wilmington, and they're game planning. That's when Sarah looks to her right, and she's surprised because she sees Topper. The Pogues convince Sarah to go over and talk to Topper, because Topper has a truck, and Topper would do anything for Sarah. And while she's hesitant to do it at first, she ultimately heads over and sweet-talks Topper into helping them out for the night. Now they have their vehicle. This isn't going to be easy, though. They have to head to the train yard, find the right train car, get the cross out, load it into the truck, and then get it back to the Outer Banks. But the train yard is full of trains, so they have to find the right one. Pope and Cleo go searching for it, and as soon as they find it, the train starts moving. They had planned for this. They know how to stop it. They have to go up ahead and connect some jumper cables onto the track. This will turn the green light red. It'll force the train to stop. And that's when they make their move for the cross. While Topper agreed to this, while it's going down, he's getting second thoughts. He starts questioning things because Topper doesn't really want to go to jail. But it's Sarah who convinces him to just nut up and finish the job. So Sarah and Topper get in his truck with Key and JJ on a dirt bike. Key and JJ head up ahead. They connect the jumper cables, and it works. The green light turns red, and when the train approaches, it has to stop. Pope and Cleo hop off the train, and they start trying to pickpocket the correct car, but they're caught by somebody from the railroad. This was not planned. Thinking fast, Pope tells the guy, this isn't what it looks like. We're trying to get over the tracks because we're trying to get married. You don't want to say no to love, right? And somehow, this ridiculous story works. The guy feels for Pope and Cleo and says, all right, fine. Get out of here before I call the cops. I don't want to see you again. And he walks off. He must be really hard of hearing because he doesn't hear it when Pope and Cleo open the train car door, and he doesn't hear it when a truck pulls up to steal the cross back. Eventually, though, he does turn around, and he sees that a train robbery is taking place. But at this point, it's too late. Topper's truck is loaded up with the cross, and the Pogues are headed out. But the train employee had alerted the police, and the police are now chasing Topper's truck. And the police are a little bit faster. JJ knows that his friends need help, so he hops on his dirt bike. But as he does so, Key's dad's wallet hits the ground, and she sees it. She's pretty pissed off that JJ stole it because she feels like he's doing nothing more than giving her parents ammunition. But he tells her, they thought I was a criminal anyway, so what does it matter? They don't really have time to argue about this, though, because Topper, Sarah, Cleo, and Pope need them. JJ and Key are on the faster vehicle. But JJ knows that it's too dangerous for Key. So he speeds up, matches Topper's car, and has Key jump onto it. And now it's just JJ on the dirt bike. He takes it upon himself to get rid of the police for Topper and the group. He throws a rock at the one cop car, destroying the vehicle. But the other police car is right on his ass. The other Pogues aren't about to let JJ fall for this. So they start trying to catch up to him. But as they're doing so, all of a sudden the dirt bike crashes. And they get very concerned because all they see is this destroyed dirt bike, but there's no sign of JJ. They're pretty distraught. And that's when JJ walks out of the woods and says, that didn't really go as planned, but seemed to work out. They're thrilled in that moment that JJ's alive, but they're also pissed off at him for what he just did. None of them, though, have time to chit-chat about it. The cops are standing above them on a bridge, and they need to get the hell out of there, which they do. As Topper's driving away, though, he's not doing it in a fast enough fashion for the group, and they're yelling at him, completely backseat driving him about how slow he's going. So finally he said, you know what? Screw it. Fine, I'll go faster. And he does, but the cross falls out of the truck. Pope gets really concerned, jumping out of the vehicle to check on it, and that's when he sees that what they thought they stole isn't what they stole. Because that box, even though it said Cameron on it, did not have the cross. And that is because Barry and Rafe had already stolen it earlier in the day. And they're in the process of melting it down. In episode 6, when everybody returns to the Outer Banks, they're in a pretty bad mood. The trip to Wilmington just didn't go as planned. They came up empty-handed. Their only hope is that John B. and Big John have some good news. When they meet up, they don't. Big John instructs his son to lie to his friends, saying, we'll make it all right in the end, we just have to keep things close. We can't cut them in yet. So John B. reluctantly does this. He lies to his friends, but his friends can tell that something's not right. But for the time being, they just have to take John B. at his word that they went to Charleston and didn't find a thing. Sarah, though, does have to confront him. She's noticed a change since Big John has come back into the picture. The stress of lying to his friends, of everything that's going on, it caves in on John B. and he loses it on Sarah. He says some things he's going to regret about her relationship with her dad. And she's not going to just sit back and let John B. talk to her like that. So she says, hey, you know what? Come find me when you're ready to tell me the truth. And she leaves. She's not the only Cameron who is extremely frustrated, though. So is Ward. Ward's gotten word that the cross was stolen, and he calls up Rafe. But Rafe plays dumb. And he does so in a way that basically admits, yeah, I'm the one who stole the cross without saying it. He doesn't seem all that concerned with the fact that the cross was stolen, saying, well, I mean, we were just going to give it away anyway. There's not a whole lot Ward can do from Guadalupe, and Rafe knows this. So he plays the ultimate trump card, saying, here's the deal. I'm in charge now, because everybody assumes that you're dead, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you're no longer calling the shots. Your time is over. Needless to say, Rafe is feeling pretty chesty after melting that gold down. Well, in a lot of ways, Rafe is right. I mean, showing your face in the Outer Banks after being dead is a pretty risky move, especially after what happened to Sheriff Peterkin. It's not impossible. He wouldn't even be the only person this week to show up back from the dead. So after thinking about it, he hops on a plane and heads to the Outer Banks. His daughter, though, is already there, and she's hard up for a place to stay. She knows she can't stay at her house because Rafe is there. And as she's weighing her options, she once again runs into Topper. They decide to hang out. And he happened to be going to a party with a lot of her older friends. A lot of people on the island are curious about what actually happened when she was marooned with the rest of the Pogues. They're looking at Sarah Cameron as a rock star now because she lived by herself for a month plus and she survived. And while Topper is enamored with this story, he's no longer all that enamored with Sarah Cameron. He admits that he made mistakes in the past. He was in love with her and he was jealous, and that's probably why he had a fight in the boneyard. But after a lot of time, he's been able to move on. He actually has a new girlfriend. That new girlfriend, though, doesn't look as good as Sarah Cameron. And there's alcohol in both their systems, and after some sweet talking, they end up hooking up for the night. Sarah only wakes up the next day when she hears a plane go over her head, and she recognizes the looks of it. She knows that her dad is back in town. And as for the guy she cheated on, John B. and his dad are heading off to find out more information on how to decipher what is on this stone. Big John has a former colleague who is great at this sort of thing. He knows just where she is, but when he heads there, he finds out that she recently died of a heart attack, which is super bizarre because she was really healthy. Her husband tells John that she had just returned from South America. And while he doesn't really have any information about the trip because they were all sworn to secrecy until it was published, it's definitely confusing. The only information that this guy has is the expedition was run by Professor Sowell, and Big John knows exactly who Sowell is. He used to be Big John's mentor until they had a falling out. It's one of the reasons why Big John didn't go to Sowell first. But now, he doesn't have an option. He has to. Him and John B. head over to Sowell's place, and it's not looking great. This guy was a neat freak. The lawn isn't done, and when they break in, there's dirty dishes everywhere. It looks like the place was kind of ransacked. After what happened to Mr. Sun's place, they're both on high alert. And that's when someone does attack them, but to their surprise, it's Professor Sowell. He's definitely not like Big John remembered. He seems very frazzled. After the initial surprise that he's seeing Big John in front of him, he explains that he's on high alert himself because people from his expedition are slowly dying off of weird, mysterious ways. The heart attack's a prime example. That woman ran triathlon. She didn't die of a heart attack. Sowell feels like it's only a matter of time before whoever is doing the killing comes after him next. It's one of the reasons why he isn't interested at what Big John has to bring to him. But Big John forces it upon him, opening it up and showing Sowell exactly what he found. And once Sowell sees the artifact, he does get interested. Sowell can't believe that Big John was able to find both pieces of this thing. He had just returned from the Orinoco Basin. So if anybody would have an idea of where this thing should go, it would be Sowell. He starts deciphering the hieroglyphics on it. But as he's doing so, he warns Big John, you gotta walk away from this. I mean, look what's happened around us. There are forces here. Big John reiterates that all they need to know is where to put it and what the hieroglyphics say. That's it. And Sowell says, you just don't understand. But he keeps deciphering what the hieroglyphics say, although none of it's in English. Neither Big John or John B have any idea what he's talking about. Frustration ends up getting the better of Big John, who grabs Sowell and says, tell me what they say. He pulls out a drawing of where to put it. But as he's explaining how to go through this properly in order to find El Dorado, a dart hits him in the neck. Dude, you got a dart in your freaking neck. And Sowell just drops to the ground. Big John and his son realize that they're going to be under attack soon, so they hide in a closet. And that's when Singh's men come into the house. They don't know that Big John and John B are there. All they're interested in is finding out what Sowell had. And when they see the artifact, they end up grabbing that. When it seems like the coast is somewhat clear, the Johns leave the closet. John B is instructed to tend to the professor, while Big John goes after Singh's men. The last thing that the professor says is the word Neville. That's it. John B can't get anything else out of him because he hears his dad screaming. His dad was ambushed by Singh's men. And it's not soon after that John B is ambushed as well. Singh comes out of the shadows. He thanks Big John for being able to find both pieces. And then he instructs his men to kill both of them. But Big John is able to barter with him, saying, you have no idea how to read that thing. So unless you're pretty sure that you'll be able to figure it out, you're going to want to keep me alive. Singh thinks about it and agrees with Big John. He says, yeah, no, you're right. We'll take you to South America. But then he instructs his men to go kill John B. Big John is pleading with Singh the entire time to let his son go, but it falls on deaf ears. He gets thrown onto a boat heading to South America, where he has 1 month to decipher what the hieroglyphics say. If they're not deciphered in a month, he's dead. As for John B., he should be dead, but he thinks fast. He throws some sand into his hitman's eyes, and he's able to escape. He's now got to find his way home. Back at home, his friends are trying to reacclimate to normal life. Pope tries going back to school, but it's a miserable disaster. He's missed so much time that he'd have to go back to the normal courses, and he's just too smart for those, so he walks out within about 2 minutes of being in it. He just can't handle being with us idiots. He heads to his parents' restaurant where a few hours later, JJ shows up. JJ tried getting a job at the docks, but they couldn't hire him because he's just got such a bad reputation with the kooks. As he was leaving, though, he overheard Barry and Rafe on a yacht. Curiosity got the best of him. He hopped in the water, and he overheard them talking about the fact that they melted the cross down and they're trying to sell the gold bars. He had to get this information to Pope, and Pope does not handle it well. Pope's been dealt bad hand after bad hand after bad hand, and this one, he just snaps, because this cross really meant a lot to him. He's tired of being the good guy and vows to do something about it. A couple hours later, his parents notice that their gun is missing, and they ask JJ and Cleo about it. And while JJ and Cleo don't know where the gun is, they have a pretty good idea, so they start looking on the island for Pope before he makes a horrible decision. Cleo finds him at the marina. He's got the gun pointed at Rafe, pretty far away. Rafe can't see him. But before he makes this horrible mistake, Cleo is able to talk him down, make him feel better, and the two head home together. JJ didn't find Pope, but what he did find was John B. when he got back home. JJ has the same question for John B. that Sarah had. Dude, what is going on? But this time, John B. comes clean. He tells JJ that his dad killed 2 guys. It was the 2 guys from the coastal venture. They came there looking for Denmark's diary. After that, Singh showed up, they took Big John, and they tried to kill him. Big John is on a boat headed to South America, and John B's freaking out because he has no idea if he's ever going to see him again. This is a lot for JJ to take in, and while they have no idea what they're going to do, they do know that they need to get to South America immediately. In episode 7, Sarah has a very awkward breakfast with Topper. She doesn't really know what to do. She likes what happened, but she knows that it can't happen again. She does want to stay loyal to John B. As they're having this breakfast, though, they're overseen by Key, and Sarah gets really worried that Key's going to think less of her. So she chases after her and tries to explain herself. The two go back to Key's place, and Sarah comes clean about everything. Key's not mad at her, she's just disappointed. But in a way, Key understands what she's going through, because they've all been a little messed up since they returned. She starts talking to Sarah about the situation with JJ, and what really bothers her is the fact that JJ acts like stealing her dad's money clip is normal, like they can just move on from it. But Key doesn't want to move on, she wants an apology. As they're talking, Sarah gets a voice memo from Wheezy. Wheezy tells Sarah that she's in the Outerbanks, she needs to meet with her immediately, she doesn't want to be seen, come to a rental property that Rose had. That means that just about all the Camerons are back, because Ward made his triumphant return the other day. He goes and surprises Rafe, and that's exactly what it is, a surprise. He has to play this smart, though, because Rafe is such a loose cannon. Ward, however, loses his cool when he finds out what Rafe did with the cross. He can't believe that his son was so dumb to melt a priceless object down. I mean, it was one of a kind, and Rafe just doesn't understand the severity of it. All he's thinking about is the money. And he definitely doesn't care what Ward has to say. When Ward tries to drag him back to Guadalupe, he says, no, I can stay here. I can have a life here. Dad, I flat out don't need you anymore. Ward tries to get Rafe to stop from leaving the room, and Rafe actually jacks him up against a wall. Rafe isn't about to be intimidated by his dad anymore, especially with the frail state that he's in. Later that day, Rafe, along with Barry, walk around town and they sell a lot of the gold. To celebrate, they throw a huge party at Rafe's house, but Barry brings up one concern he has. There's only one way all of this falls through, and that's Ward. Now that he's back, he feels like he could be the weak spot of their operation. He convinces Rafe that it's either going to be him or his dad. And if push comes to shove, his dad would kill him in a heartbeat. So he's got to get the jump on him. As for Ward's oldest daughter, while she's mad at her dad, she doesn't want to kill him. She heads to that property to meet with her sister, but she, just like her brother, is surprised because there's her dad in the flesh. The two have it out. It gets pretty contentious. Sarah has a lot to say with the position that her dad has put her in, and Ward definitely feels remorseful for what he did to her. He wants to make it up to her, and she points out that one of the ways he can do that is by giving the gold back to the Pogues, and he says, okay, we can consider that, but right now I'm here for you. He then hands her a credit card and keys, telling her that there'll be enough money on the credit card for her to survive, and the keys are to the property that they're currently in. She can stay there. Ward Cameron then leaves as quickly as he showed up. This will be news that Sarah fills Key in later that night because Key's parents are throwing an anniversary party, and Sarah's invited, as well as everybody else on the island, basically. Two people that won't be there, though, are JJ and John B. In order to find Big John, they're going to have to find where he's going. They head back to that murdered professor's house because he did have that quasi-map, and they find it. But they find a whole lot more than that. The name Neville, John B. sees it on a newspaper clipping of the expedition. It's the lone survivor left. His first name is Neville, and he lives in the area. JJ recognized the last name because he worked with somebody in the summertime with that same last name, and it's not a very common name. So they head to meet with the guy, they track him down, and they ask, hey, where's Neville at? And the guy gives them directions to Neville's houseboat that's not too far away. When they get there, Neville, just like the professor, was on high alert. He thinks that anybody that's coming to visit him is doing so to kill him. It's quite a struggle, but they finally convince Neville that they are there in peace. They explain that unfortunately they were with the professor the other day and now he's dead. Neville's the only one left. They pull out the picture from the professor's house and they start asking Neville about it. And the first thing he says is that is an evil place. John B. explains that him and his dad found the piece that goes in the center. It's called the gnomon, and that's the thing that the two pieces combine to make. John B. starts explaining to Neville why they need to go to this place. The fact that Big John was kidnapped and they're headed there. But Neville doesn't want to give them any information. He is completely spooked. As John B. is pleading his case to Neville to give him the location, they hear something, and it's Singh's men coming to finish the job. They ambush Neville just like they ambushed the professor, although this time they miss. Thanks to the help of John B. and JJ, they're able to get away with Neville fully alive. Once they get to safety, John continues his pitch, saying, Neville, you're the only chance I have to see my dad alive again. Neville asks if they're going after the gold, and when both JJ and John B. say yeah, Neville says, well, they're going to die anyway. Unless they can pass the test, but they probably won't. Because the test is in translating the idol. If you don't have the translation, you're not going to pass. Neville then goes into the backstory of this test. He tells them that El Dorado was founded by a king. When it came time for this king to die, he wasn't just going to give the gold to his sons. The gold had to go to the wisest man, and to ensure that this actually happened, he set up the test of the gnomon. Whoever can pass this test will gain access to the gold. But if you fail the test, you die. And if you somehow get to the gold without taking the test, you're also going to die. JJ thinks that this is all talk, but Neville says, oh, tell that to the crew of the San Jose and the Royal Merchant. He does, however, ultimately give them the directions, because after all, John B. does want to save his father. But before they head there, he tells them both, make yourself pure of heart, pure of mind. You are there to save your father, because the gold kills everyone. Now that they have this information, it's just about getting to South America. Before they do that, they want to stop off and grab Key and Sarah and Pope, hopefully. They haven't seen him all day. They head over to Key's parents' party, but JJ warns John B., I probably shouldn't be seen here. I got into a big fight with Key's dad. I'm going to hang back if you don't mind. So John B. goes in alone. John B. runs up to Sarah. He apologizes for the last time he saw her. And he starts telling her, we got to go now. But she can't live with herself if she doesn't come clean. She tells John B. that she made a mistake and she hooked up with Topper. And he does not handle this well at all. As John B. is getting his heart broken, so is Key. She sees JJ and she goes and has a conversation with him, and it's the same crap. He's acting like nothing bad happened. As if he didn't steal her father's money clip. Just like with John B., JJ just tries to get Key to come along, but she wants to talk about this first. JJ doesn't want to talk. He wants to get this plan into effect and go save Big John. He can't believe that Key is being so, quote, selfish that she's not jumping on board for this opportunity. He starts walking away, and Key says, "What is wrong with you? I mean, you're really going to act like you don't care? Hell, you're acting like I don't care. I love you, dude." JJ doesn't really know what to say to that. He stumbles over his words and just spurts out, "Yeah, it's not going to work, okay? Now I'm going to go help my best friend save his father. Maybe I'll see you when I get back." JJ then leaves. He meets up with John B. They're discussing what happened with both of them, but then John B. sees Topper and he goes into a rage. Even though Sarah begs him not to, John B. goes and swings at Topper, who doesn't even defend himself. He has no interest in fighting John B. But John B. keeps swinging and swinging, and he has to get pulled off by Key's father, who is enraged because these two Pogues just ruined his anniversary party. This is definitely going to have John B. in trouble when he returns, but for the time being, he's not planning on doing that until he returns with his father. Him and JJ head in the boat and head off. The one person missing from the day is Pope. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to school. Even though it's a Saturday, he's got to get his life back on track. Although in school, all he can focus on is the gold, Tanny, the Royal Merchant, El Dorado, all of it. And then he realizes maybe it's all connected. He goes to Mr. Sun's office when he has some time and he starts discussing all of this. And Sun says, "Well, haven't you ever looked into your family's archives? I mean, there might be some answers there." And while Pope says he hadn't. So when he gets home, him and Cleo start looking around for anything that might give a clue to the gold from Tanny being connected to El Dorado. They find it. They find a letter that was written by Denmark Tanny to his daughter that was never opened. When they finally do open it up, it goes into talking about the priest on the ship, but more importantly, it has the code for what the hieroglyphics mean. In episode 8, even though Sarah's mad at John B., she can't just watch him get arrested, and for whatever reason, John B. is still in the Outer Banks. Sarah knows this, and she knows that Topper is going to want to press charges, so she has to rush on over there. When she gets there, Topper is livid. He wants revenge for what happened. He didn't want to fight, John B. did, and he feels like John B. made him look like a bitch. That ain't going to happen again. He goes so far as to ask Sarah, "Will you be there to help me press charges against this guy? You witnessed the whole thing. You can testify against him." And Sarah, in that moment, doesn't really know what to say, so she says, "All right, I'll meet you at the courthouse later." Before she does that, though, she has Key drive her over to where her dad is and ask for a favor. She asks her dad if she and her friends can borrow the family jet, fly down to South America, and get Big John back. And since Ward wants to get back in the good graces of his daughter, he says yes. This isn't the only visit that Ward had from his children that day. Earlier, he was visited by Rafe, who makes a plea for Ward to leave the island and leave him the Empire. But Ward isn't willing to leave. And when he tells Rafe that he's taken some power away from him, in fact, he had a clause put in most of the contracts that put a lot of the power in Rose's hands, Rafe snaps. Barry's speech about getting rid of Ward ends up echoing in Rafe's mind, and he pulls a gun on Ward. He's about to shoot him, but Ward knows deep down that Rafe is not going to pull the trigger. He basically calls his bluff, saying, "You're not going to shoot me. I mean, I'm your dad. Deep down, you do love me." And ultimately, Ward is right. Rafe is livid at himself, but he doesn't pull the trigger. He just walks off. He can't bring himself to kill Ward, but that doesn't mean somebody else won't. He goes and talks to Barry about the situation, and Barry says, "If you want me to kill your dad, you got to think long and hard about it, because once it's done, it's done." Rafe thinks he understands Barry. He's just in the moment emotional. He's also very ready for Ward Cameron to not be a thorn in his side, so he gives Barry the okay to go kill Ward. While Barry was laying out the plan to have Ward killed, John B. and JJ start laying out a plan to get to South America. They don't have passports. They don't have any money for a plane ticket. They need to find a way. But as they're discussing what a difficult situation this is going to be, they get a visit from the sheriff. He came looking for John B. because Hopper is, after all, pressing charges. John B. hides out, but the sheriff puts a tracking device on the Twinkie, so they're going to know where John B. goes. Once the sheriff does leave, John B. and JJ continue to talk about how they're going to get to South America, and JJ thinks he has an idea. His dad used to work for a drug smuggler who has a plane that happened to go to South America quite a bit. So JJ and John B. go visit him. It takes a whole lot of convincing. But JJ is very persuasive. He says, "Look, we'll help you unload the plane. All we're asking for is a ride back. Considering the drug smuggler, Barracuda Mike, usually pays his guys 10 grand for the help, he's saving 20K by having the free labor, so he agrees. It's also perfect timing because he has a plane arriving that day in the Outer Banks. A couple hours later, JJ and John B show up to help unload this thing. It's worth mentioning John B is very hesitant about this. He doesn't want to get in any more trouble, but as JJ points out, it's the only way. Unfortunately for them, though, Barracuda Mike changes plans on them. Instead of helping unload the truck, he now wants them to deliver the drugs to a drop location. And that is way more risky and way more dangerous than what they signed up for. But once again, they don't have a lot of options here, so JJ pushes to just get the job done. As they're driving, though, they see a cop. JJ acts super suspicious, and the cop turns around and starts chasing after them. They have no choice but to ditch the vehicle in the woods and take off running. They know that this is going to come with some pretty big ramifications, but in the moment, all they're thinking about is that just cost them their trip down to South America, and they start infighting. They do so at the Twinkie, and they're unaware of the fact that the sheriff is already there because he followed the tracking device. He's there to pick up John B. He does mention how the drugs were found, and while he might be a little suspicious that they had something to do with it, for the moment, he's just focused on bringing John B downtown. JJ vows to get John B out of this predicament because JJ is unaware of what Sarah's already done to help out John B. The other Pogues had a pretty eventful day. Cleo and Pope continued to try to find out what was going on with these hieroglyphics, and then it dawned on them that they might have a clue in Key's phone. They go to visit her at her house, and she's in the middle of a very serious discussion with her parents. Her parents feel like Key is just driving off the rails, and they want to get her back on track, which means they want to send her to a wellness retreat. But really what it is it's a camp for troubled youth. Kiara is completely against this and uses any excuse to get out of this conversation, which pisses her parents off even more. But Pope's suspicion is correct. Kiara had that picture of the painting from Singh's house in her phone. And after looking at the painting in Singh's house and looking at the hieroglyphics, they confirmed that it is one in the same language, a language that's never been deciphered before. This language is the key to finding El Dorado, but it also could be the key to getting Big John back. They know that they have to get this information to John B right away. They're unaware that he's in prison, so they rush off. Key's dad really wants to stop her, but ultimately he lets her go. When Key, Pope, and Cleo get to John B's house, they find JJ, but they don't find John B. They're filled in that he was arrested. And at the courthouse, Sarah shows up to, quote, testify against him, but in reality, she pulls Topper aside and explains what's going on with John B's dad. She knows that that's not an excuse for what John B did, but what she asks of Topper is that he press charges the next day, because she tells Topper he's leaving for South America tomorrow, which means he'll never be back. Topper is very reluctant to do this, but he has a thing for Sarah, so he reluctantly agrees. He does so with the promise from Sarah that she won't go with John B and that she'll hang out with him later that night. When later that night comes, Sarah is sending Topper straight to voicemail, and it's driving him nuts. He's hanging out at the marina, he runs into Rafe, and Rafe tells him, dude, my sister's playing you. You're too dumb to see it. She's probably with John B right now. And Rafe is right. Sarah waited outside of the courthouse to see John B. She knows that John B's still mad at her, but she says, well, guess what? I'm the one that got you out of this, and I'm the one that can get you to South America. So you might want to follow me back to the chateau. And that's where they meet up with the rest of the Pogues. She tells them about her grand plan, that they're going to use Ward Cameron's private jet the next day to fly down to South America. That's when Cleo, Pope, and Key fill them in on the fact that they now have the translation of the stone. This is a huge win for the Pogues, and they celebrate that night with plans on leaving in the morning. Before they do that, there's some apologies that need to take place. John B and Sarah make up. That didn't take long. They start hooking up. And in the other room, JJ finally apologizes to Key for stealing her dad's money clip. But nobody's aware of the fact that outside, Topper showed up. What Rafe was saying, it just ate at him for a little bit, so he needed to see for himself. And when he looks in, he sees Sarah hooking up with John B, and it just infuriates him. So he looks around and sees a gas can, grabs it, pours gas all over the place, and lights the chateau on fire. Everybody gets out safely from the fire in episode 9, and now it's just a matter of waiting for the plane. They can pretty much leave whenever, but Pope and Key want to tell their parents first. Pope knows that it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation, and Key's pretty sure that it'll be the same at her house. And they were right. I mean, it is really uncomfortable. But Cleo does most of the talking in Pope's conversation, and Cleo convinces Pope's parents to let him go down to South America and chase after this thing. Key, on the other hand, that's a totally different story. She never really has a conversation with her parents, because when she shows up at her house, she's greeted by guys from that troubled youth camp. Leaving to go off and hang out with her friends the other day and blowing off the conversation with her parents was just the last straw for them. They called up the camp and they had him pick Key up. And she fights tooth and nail, but she is going to Kitty Hawk Adventure Therapy Camp. Think about the movie Holes, but instead of in the middle of the desert, this place is in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. It sucks, and Key is going to be miserable there, especially considering she's going to be there for a while. We're talking a couple months. While Key is getting checked into this camp, everyone's shown up at the airstrip, and they're wondering where the hell she is. They figure that it's got to have something to do with her parents, so JJ takes it upon himself to go pick her up. He heads over there, and they definitely don't want to see JJ. They're reluctant to tell him any information. They just tell him that she's going to be gone for a long time, and it's not a comfortable conversation. Key's dad hates JJ, and he doesn't really have a problem with telling him as much. JJ calls up his cousin Ricky because he remembers that Ricky went to a similar camp, and he asks him, "What camp did you go to?" And Ricky tells him, "I went to some place called Kitty Hawk." So at least now JJ has a beat on where Key is. JJ's not about to leave a Pogue behind, so he calls up John B and explains the situation, saying, "I gotta go get her." John B doesn't want to give him any more time. He wants to get on the plane and get going. JJ understands, and he knows the clock is ticking, so he tells John B, "Look, if you gotta leave, we'll meet you down there, but I'm not leaving without Key." As he's driving, though, he gets a flat tire, and then he finds out that this wasn't just a normal flat. His tire was shot out by Barracuda Mike. Mike has come looking for revenge after JJ lost a huge stash of drugs for him, which means that Barracuda Mike is out of a lot of money. He knows that JJ doesn't have it, but what JJ does have is the power of persuasion. He tells Barracuda Mike that he is on to this huge treasure and he can get him his money. And at first, Barracuda Mike doesn't believe any of it, but once again, JJ's persuasion skills are incredible. And not only does he convince Barracuda Mike to let him go, he convinces Barracuda Mike to actually help him get Key back, because Barracuda Mike is going to be the getaway driver at Kitty Hawk. And if the Cameron plane has already left, Barracuda Mike is going to put Key and JJ on the next plane down to South America. In exchange for all of this, he's going to get a lot of gold and then some. Now it's just a matter of JJ getting into the camp. JJ is able to use those persuasive skills at the front and sneak in saying he's got a delivery. He leaves the Twinkie there as a decoy, figuring that once he and Key escape, a lot of the cops are going to head there thinking that that's their getaway vehicle, not realizing Barracuda Mike is waiting on the side of the road. JJ then finds the office and says he's got a message for Kiara. Although the woman tells him, "We don't do that. I mean, you're not even supposed to be here." But for the first 6 weeks, they don't have any contact with the outside world. JJ notices that this woman has a picture of her cat on her desk. So he plays off of this, telling the woman that Key's pet cat had just died. He leaves the office and then watches the woman leave her office and then go right to where Key is to give her the, quote, bad news. Now JJ knows where she is, and late that night, he sneaks into her cabin, finds her, apologizes, they kiss, everybody cheers, it's adorable, and then they sneak out. It's a covert operation, but it's one that works because Mike is waiting for him, and now it's just a matter of getting to South America on one plane or the other. As for the Cameron plane, that had to leave early. When Rafe woke up that morning, he had second thoughts about what he asked Barry to do. First thing he did was head over to Barry's place and say, "I'm calling it off." But Barry had already hired a guy to do it. And that really pisses off Rafe because Rafe thought that Barry was going to do it himself, not hire an outside gun. He knows it's a matter of time before this hitman arrives at Ward's dock, so he has to rush there. And when he gets there, the hitman is in full hitman mode. He had already stabbed Ward, and he's about to finish off the job, and that's when Rafe shows up and saves him. Rafe starts beating the ever-loving crap out of this guy. But all of it is witnessed by a kayaker who just so happens to be on the water. At first, he asks Rafe if he wants him to call the police, which Rafe says no, and then this kayaker notices that it's Ward Cameron who's hurt. And that is shocking, because as far as anyone knows, Ward Cameron's dead. Well, Rafe tells this guy not to call the police, the guy ultimately does, and Rafe figures this, so it's a race to the airfield. They show up at the airfield before Kiara, before JJ, and nobody's really pumped to see Ward Cameron. Everybody's pretty surprised, but it is his plane. There's not a lot they can do about it. He's also severely injured. They then hear police sirens. That's because not only are the police after Ward Cameron, but they're also after John B. Topper decided to press those charges. He's not waiting around. So while the group would like to wait for JJ and Key, they can't. Because if they do, they're going to be arrested. Right before he does take off, Ward looks at Rafe and apologizes. He also thanks him for saving his life and says, "It's all yours now." A couple minutes later, the plane takes off for South America. On the ride down there, Sarah is trying to tend to her father's wound, but it's pretty bad. Everybody is very suspicious about talking about anything around Ward, but he assures everybody, "You've got nothing to worry about with me. I'm actually just here to help you guys." They're still on high alert. But the good news is they're headed to South America. And when Key and JJ realize that the plane left, they just jump on Barracuda Mike's plane, so they're headed there as well. And finally, in the season finale, when the Pogues arrive in South America, they get off the plane, and Ward Cameron calls to Sarah because he wants to help. Sarah tells him, "No, you're not helping. Get on the plane and go to Guadalupe." And while Ward says okay, once the Pogues get a little bit far away, he does end up getting off the plane because he just can't take no for an answer. The Pogues get downtown and they're looking for two things: the river guide that Neville talked about, and also Big John. They split up into groups, with Cleo and Pope going one way, and Sarah and John B going the other. It doesn't take long for Sarah and John B to find Big John because they overhear him. He's stuck in a building trying to decipher the stone, but he's been having a tough time for the last month, and Carlos is losing his patience. There's a solstice going on the next day, so they're running out of time. It's either now or never. And he's basically given Big John a few hours to figure it out before they have to leave to trek off into the jungle. Big John knows that his life is at risk, so he attacks one of Carlos's guys, and that is what John B and Sarah overhear. They create a diversion, shooting a bunch of fireworks into the building where they're keeping Big John. It distracts Carlos and his men enough for Big John to escape. But they can't have too much of a reunion because they have to get the hell out of there. They run away to avoid Carlos Singh's men who have taken to the streets to find them. Carlos's guys actually find Pope and Cleo before they find Sarah and the Johns, and that was just by happenstance. Pope and Cleo recognize Carlos Singh's men, so they take off running, and they're shocked because they just so happen to run into JJ and Key. They arrived in South America about the same time that the Pogues did. They had actually just gotten into downtown and were discussing how the hell they were going to find their friends, and that's when they saw Cleo and Pope running in the streets. Just like with John B and his father, the pleasantries of being reunited have to be quick because they're being chased. They don't really know where to turn, so JJ knows one person in the area, and that happens to be Barracuda Mike, who hasn't left yet. So he asks for his help. Barracuda Mike has, in about 12 hours, become a real father figure to JJ because he hands him a machete, and he even calls in a favor to get JJ a boat. While he wasn't able to get him Jose's directions, he does have an idea of where, at the very least, Sarah and the Johns will be headed, so he gives them directions to that. Barracuda Mike then sends Cleo, Pope, JJ, and Key on their way and wishes them well. Back over with the Johns and Sarah, once they get a little bit of space, John B shows his father what Pope found in his family archives, and Big John is thrilled because it's just what they needed. They know, though, they have to keep moving, and a little while later, Big John is able to find Jose, the tour guide that was recommended to them by Neville. It's crazy, though, because Jose, the tour guide, was waiting for them. Not only that, he was already prepaid for, and that's when it's revealed that he was paid for by Ward Cameron. When Ward sees Big John, it goes about as well as expected. Big John wants to kill him. They're making quite a scene. And that's when John B notices that Carlos Singh has also arrived at the dock, so he has to rush these two guys to zip up their flies and end this pissing contest before Carlos and his men catch him. Everybody files into the boat, and Jose takes off. A short while later, the Johns and Sarah arrive at the base of where they have to trek into the jungle. They're planning on doing it the next day. But Big John is very suspicious of Sarah. He doesn't think it was a coincidence that Ward just happened to show up. He thinks that he was tipped off by his daughter. John B doesn't believe that at all, and he's getting tired of his dad acting like everybody's out to get him, because Sarah's played a big part in their success up until this point. He doesn't say anything, though. He just lets his dad talk because he knows that if they get the gold, it's not going to matter in the end. While those two were having a conversation, Sarah and her dad were also having a conversation where Ward promises, "I'm just here to help." But even Sarah doesn't really trust them. When they wake up the next morning, Big John is rearing to go. He knows that they don't have a lot of time before the solstice hits, so he warns them, "If you guys lag behind, I'm not waiting." With Ward Cameron currently nursing a pretty bad stab wound, he definitely would be lagging behind. And the good thing is, Big John doesn't have to give him the speech because Ward says, "You know what? I'm going to sit this one out." He does want to be of help, so he says, "I got a flare gun. If I see Singh come through here, I'll shoot off a flare to give you guys a warning." And then Big John, his son, and his daughter-in-law head off into the jungle. It takes all day, but at night, they finally arrive at the location where they hope to get directions to El Dorado. First, they have to put that statue in its proper place. When the moon hits a certain height in the sky, certain hieroglyphics start glowing blue. The trio quickly do their best to decipher it, and then they finally get the directions on where to head to hopefully find the gold. There's one final message that Big John deciphers, but he doesn't share it because he doesn't want Sarah to overhear. And this is the final straw for John B. He gets into it with his father about the fact that he is so paranoid he won't share the final message of this puzzle with Sarah, who's helped out this entire time. As John B is screaming at his father, "What does it say?" they get unwelcome visitors from Carlos Singh, who asks, "Yeah, John, what does it say?" And Carlos Singh got there because he was helped out by Ward Cameron. Ward cut a deal with Carlos Singh in order to make sure that Sarah was safe. Although Sarah doesn't want to hear that at the moment, she can't believe that her dad once again stabbed them in the back. Carlos backs up Ward on this, saying, "When we're finished, Sarah, you can go with your father." He then looks at Big John and says, "You can live too if you just give me what I want." Which way is El Dorado? Even with everybody at gunpoint, Big John still ain't saying anything. And it's Sarah who has to jump into action, knocking over one of the guys who had their gun pointed at John B. That guy gets up and points his gun at Sarah, and that's when Ward Cameron shoots him. This causes a bit of a firefight between Carlos Singh and his men against Ward Cameron, Big John, and the kids. Ward really wants Sarah to come with him, and Sarah says, "No, I'm not doing that." And to prove her point, she points a gun in Ward's face and says, "Back away. I'm not going with you." This is something that Ward's probably used to because it's the second time in 3 days where one of his kids has a gun pointed in his face. It does work, though. Ward backs up and he leaves, sneaking off into the jungle and letting the rest of them fight it out. There's only one remaining guy in Carlos Singh's camp, and Carlos instructs him to go find Big John. Don't even worry about the kids. Big John, though, is injured. He took a hit in that firefight, and he's lagging behind. John B is certainly concerned for his dad, but he also knows they're super close to this treasure. At least they hope. Using the clues that were given to them from the stone, they're able to find a cave that they think would contain the treasure. They go inside, and at first, it does look like a dead end, but then they notice a hieroglyphic in the water that signifies that they're on the right track. They just have to get in the water. Big John knows that with his current state, and also his size, he's never going to make it through this tiny hole to get to the other side of the cave. He gives the group 3 flares that'll last 20 minutes each, and tells them, "I'll stay in here and stay guard." Right before they do leave, he tells them the last clue. The patient man can see with no light. Now it's just up to Sarah and John B to hopefully find the treasure that's waiting for them. While they head into the cave, their friends aren't too far away. They've been able to track John B, Big John, and Sarah using Carlos Singh's men, of all things. If they see one of Carlos's guys, they know they're on the right track. This does, however, give Cleo an opportunity to tell Pope how she really feels about him, and the two kiss. So the No Love Club is no more. But the Pogues aren't the only ones looking for John B, his dad, and Sarah. So is Carlos Singh, who continues to trek through the jungle. And it doesn't take too long to find the cave, thanks to Big John's blood trail. When Big John hears Carlos Singh, he hides. He doesn't really have a choice, he's just got to kind of wait it out. The thing is, Carlos knows that. He knows that Big John can't stay in there forever. So in reality, it's just a standoff. Deep inside the cave, however, using all the clues, John B and Sarah have found El Dorado. It was pretty dangerous. It took a lot, but they found the city of gold, and they grabbed some gold chunks to prove it. But they're running out of light from the flare, so they have to head back. And when they come out the other side, they're pretty surprised to see Carlos Singh waiting for them. Singh has them at gunpoint and makes them get out of the water. And that is when Big John finally shows himself. But he has a plan. He's holding a dynamite stick that's lit. He tells them that if Singh wants to kill them, he'll make sure that the dynamite stick goes off. And that way, Singh will never find El Dorado. He'll die in that cave. Singh doesn't believe that Big John will do it. So Big John chucks the dynamite stick deep into the cave. And Carlos Singh, realizing that this could be his opportunity to see El Dorado, goes after it, hoping to extinguish it before it goes off. This allows Big John, John B., and Sarah to try to get out of the cave before it explodes. While the dynamite stick does go off and it does kill Carlos Singh, Sarah and the Johns get thrown out of the cave. And they're banged up, but for the most part, they're okay. The explosion, however, from the dynamite tipped off everybody that was looking for them on where they are. So while they're trying to collect their bearings and they're looking at the haul that they have, which is quite a bit of gold, Ward Cameron shows up. The gold was just too enticing. He wants it for himself. But JJ, Key, Pope, and Cleo rush out of the jungle and surround Ward. They finally caught up to the group. While Ward has a gun and all they have is machetes, Ward's outnumbered and he knows it. Sarah is able to talk him down and give up his gun. But that is when Carlos Singh's last remaining guy shows up looking for the gold himself. And this guy doesn't have a conscience. He's about to steal the gold and start offing people. And the first one he wants to kill is Sarah. Well, Ward isn't going to let that happen. He bum rushes the guy, taking a lot of bullets in the process, but using his momentum to throw the guy off a cliff. It kills Ward, but he's not the only one who dies because Big John caught a stray bullet and he dies as well. Both Sarah and John B. have to set up memorials for their father in the jungle and then head back to the Outer Banks. When they arrive back to the Outer Banks, they arrive as heroes. The Pogues have also taken their new wealth and used it for good. Sarah and John B. opened up a surf shop. Key is saving turtles. Pope's going away to school, and JJ bought a charter boat. They also are suddenly celebrities, and 18 months later, they're honored by the Historical Society for their trek into the jungle and for finding El Dorado. All of a sudden, the same people that wanted to throw them in jail or youth camps suddenly are beaming with pride. But there is one person who took real notice at what they did, and it's the clerk from the Historical Society. He shows up at their ceremony because he's absolutely amazed at what these kids were able to do. And now he wants their help. He explains that he needs some help because he's just too old. And then he pulls out a captain's log, a very old captain's log. And this log has everything. It's got where the ship sailed, where the ship stopped, all the information you would need. When they finally ask the guy, "Oh, who's the captain?" he says, "Edward Teach, Blackbeard." And all of them are very intrigued. And that is how Season 3 ends. Thank you so much for checking out this recap. I really appreciate it. Consider subscribing to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you liked it. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought it sucked. If you leave a comment, be nice. Nasty comments make me feel bad. You don't need to point out every single thing I got wrong. It's going to happen. I don't write a script for these things. I just go off what I watched. I have a Patreon. I have merch. Go buy a t-shirt. Go be a subscriber. I don't know. Do whatever.